You know, I'm most jealous.
I do not like this part.
Yeah. Miss Robin,
Too fast.
am I singing it right?
The invisible fire maze.
You're doing wonderfully. That reminds me. Shall I give you a checkup?
That's a fake
You
door
learn
right there.
fast, but this is an
See that?
advanced singing technique.
See that chat
after
right
all.
there? That's a fake.
It won't do if you don't take good care of your throat.
Like, look at the other door. Oh, rock. Take that, you stupid door.
Is something the matter, Miss Robin?
Oh, that's just okay.
Nothing's wrong.
My brain
I was
got
just worrying too much.
Pixel needs to
Everything
verify
is
my
looking
thought,
good.
although I only did the event on
I can't
desperately.
believe I just ran into a superstar.
Aggravate team.
And in a place like
So, yeah,
this, too.
fine. Change. Aggravate team. Like babe.
It's okay.
Babe.
This big brother here is a good man.
Okay. Those are
Why
a
don't
bunch
you
of
go
team
have
names.
fun
So
somewhere else
basically, a standard Yoy vape will get the job done most of the time. It's literally just Yoy Mia
Maybe
Yeon
I should have
plus
just
like
kept it up,
two
mister.
okay supports, like
Would
a
that have
Bennett
been better?
and like a Sheet and a
In any
Layla.
case, Mr. Boothill,
Honestly, it's the
it
job
seems
done.
you put your travels on hold after that
Kaching
incident,
plus a
too.
Dendro will also
Are
work really
you
well
enjoying your
with
time
similar
in
kinds of
Penacony?
supports.
Enjoying? More like going bananas. Bananas. Oh, God. Just can't catch a
Burning
break.
can work, just like Yoy Mia plus a
Mr.
Pyro
Boothill,
character, just or Yoy Mia plus a Dendro
Hang
character
on.
to set dudes on fire. Like honestly, like
Sorry. Please keep still for a moment.
Yeah, I'm just
options are
Fork and
pretty
hell are you
open,
doing?
reasonably speaking.
yeah. Like
Fork.
Everything's on fire. Everything's on.
Shirt falls, I'm back to normal.
I knew it. There's a noise around Mr. Boothill, too.
Two? Sounds like you've encountered this before. So, what in tarnation's going on with all this bananas business?
I usually don't make videos where I just play through the new
Wish I
Archon
could tell
quests,
you,
but I've been told time
but I
and time
still
again
haven't figured out what it
5.1
is.
Archon quest is
I've been visiting this place a lot lately.
Kroger
To
customers
teach the
love
children how
BF.
to sing.
Why? Because they can find
Giving
digital
up one's
coupons
sweet
worth over
dreams takes
600.
resolve. So
I
it's my
usually
wish
don't
that
make videos
music
where I
can
just
bring
play
me
through the
some
new Archon
solace.
quests, but I've been told time and
But
time
as
again
time
that
passed,
5.1 Archon quest
I
is the
started to
best
notice
one
something
yet, and a lot of people
increasingly
have said that they want to see me play
off
through it. And then the
about
interesting
the
part is,
Dreamflux
the
Reef.
few times that I have done Archon quests in videos, I usually
Slumber
in-game
nana
language to
monkey.
English. And that's because for the video,
As I
I feel like it's
expected.
easier for you guys to
It's come
understand
to
what
your
I'm
attention,
referencing
too.
when I talk about something. But obviously,
The
with the
memoriam
current
nearby
strike
has been
going on,
mutating ever
I'm
since
sure a lot
Summer
of the
Nana
voice
Monkey
lines in the
gained
English dub
popularity.
are just missing, so I
I know
don't
the
know if
noise
I'm gonna
doesn't
do
cause
this
any
for the entire
tangible
thing.
impact.
But I thought, I
Leaves
could
me
just try to
feeling
voice it
awfully
myself.
drained.
Because clearly
Every
the ads
time I
gonna
use
go
the
up.
power
I'm
of
just gonna
harmony
reset the game
routine.
to make sure all of the dialogue actually has
Can't
changed over
explain
to
it.
English, and then we should be good to
Other
go.
than
But so
that,
one relog later,
I
we
also
are
paid
ready
a visit to the
start
Summer Nana Association.
5.1 Archon Quest, and I apologize for your
swung
ears.
by
If
that
I'm on
place,
top
too.
He's like, oh, that's
Let
your.
him join
Oh,
up.
Lord.
It's such a terrible time.
They
So on
didn't,
it. Do you
unfortunately.
speak? I'm not
Anyone
gonna
who wishes
try
to
be
become part of the Summer Nana
okay.
Association
Oh, it's Kachina's voice.
must undergo
Okay, I pulled up
onerous
her voice
entrance
lines. This
procedures
is what she sounds
before
like.
they can become one of them.
Oh gosh.
Besides,
I got this.
even if I did succeed in infiltrating them, I don't stand out too much. It makes more sense for me to focus on studying the noise instead.
So you can pass the
Oh,
test
good
either,
Lord.
huh? Don't change the fact that I still gotta get in one way or another.
I can't do it, man.
Got any bright
Failing my
ideas?
voice. Thank goodness you have a
I
voice.
can
was
offer
honestly
a few
terrified of what I
ideas
was
on
gonna do
places
to
you
her.
can make inquiries at.
Well, you know, on the
But
one
why
hand,
the
I
sudden...
don't have the voice climb up, which
Is
is
something
great.
going
It
on
probably
in
would have sounded a
Penacony?
lot like Kachina. But on the not so
Long story.
the other hand, there
I'll
are
fill
things
you
that-
in once I have more concrete
It's like,
details.
it's just
But
Kachina.
I'm just gonna-
I have to pass that entrance
The girly
test
pose.
or my crook.
We have years, and that's not a good thing for them. But in spite of that,
Queries, you say?
you're just saying the Bible.
Not a bad idea.
I also did look up how to use BSC.
Why
It's like
couldn't I
about
be a
6
fan of
hours,
Slumber
so
Nana
we're in
Monkey?
for an interesting time. Now,
Tough guys exploring their soft side are a thing these
most of the parts
days.
that I find to be more important. I mean,
If
honestly,
all
I keep
else
voicing
fails,
Katrina this
I got
entire
an
time.
easier
They might
solution to
actually
fall
reach
back
out to
on.
me to voice her because it
I can
sounds
just
so close.
borrow
Yeah,
a
what
membership
was that?
card from
I
those
mean, on the
little
right side, at
fudgeheads
least I
that's
have a
crapping
DS
over
on my
turf
right.
over
What?
there.
Okay, so we gotta go
Easy
meet up with
peasy.
Kenichi, and of course that also means probably gonna be here. We gotta go to deliver a letter for us. It's silent. You know what that means. Let's play a sample of his voice. I'm not the friend to come to for words of comfort or encouragement, but when it comes to weighing the costs of your actions, ask away.
Welcome! A Slumber Nana monkey toy for you, mister! I made it myself! Don't worry, I'm not taking any money for it!
Well, looks like someone who placed that
I'm
monkey
sorry.
beside my pillow.
Well, you never know. You look really cute after all.
Yeah.
You...
Sailor Moon is
What?
pretty much the quintessential magical girl series, and Sailor
Am I
Moon
dreaming?
herself is something of an iconic figure.
Hello.
Oh my, I was just listening to your newest album.
So
What
I
brings you
used
to
to
drink
work at
for free?
Best Buy. I've worked retail. I
I've
have a
been frequenting
lot of.
this place lately, actually. We just hadn't crossed paths until now. Don't worry, you'll be seeing me around these parts for a while more. After all,
Eh.
the Slumber Nana Association's entrance test doesn't seem that easy.
The Slumber Nana Association? Are you planning on becoming a member?
The evening at the barbecue restaurant was very tense.
Two of my favorite things together? I must be the luckiest fan alive. If it's you, Miss Robin, then of course we must make an exception and let you in.
I gotta see this. I'm
You don't
sorry.
have
I
to
like
give
watching
me
noobs
special treatment.
with a DVD.
I'm just a normal person.
How do you? Yeah.
Like every other Slumber Nana monkey fan out there.
But you know what they say.
Before
Good things come
discovering
in
Walton
pairs.
University,
There's no
I
harm in
never
making a
knew how
concession
much I
sometimes.
wish.
Here, bring this with you the
Alrighty,
next
so
time you head
we're
over.
once again
They'll
back
know
in
what
the
to do
realm
once
that
they
is
see it.
games that I have not
Don't
tried out
worry,
yet. So I
we're
was
still
scrolling through
playing by the
Steam
book.
recently and I stumbled
This is
across a
just to
game
keep them
called
from
Dead
making
by
things difficult
Daylight.
for you.
Oh Lord.
Okay, so I have no clue if this is funny or not. I just wanted to put in a random Dead by Daylight meme, and this was the first one that came up. There was only a cheeky $10, being 65% off. And sadly, I actually already owned the game, so there's no money saved for me. But it did end up reminding me that I had bought this game ages ago. 2019, actually, to be exact. Yeah, 5 years ago. Wow. Jesus. But yeah, I bought it and never ended up really trying it. So I ended up installing the game again and we went to give it another try. And because it was so long ago, I know nothing about this game anymore. But there is one thing I do remember, is that this
To
game,
be
a lot of
honest,
people slip
I
over
am
killers.
absolutely
But hey, things like the
clueless when it
Overwatch
comes to
community, they can
songwriting.
definitely
This song was
be
taken from
interested
somewhere
in their
else.
characters. You know what I mean?
But
So I think the Dead
first
by
time I
Daylight
heard it,
can be
I
interested in
knew
their characters too.
immediately
But
that
anyways,
it was
let's
the
go try Dead
perfect
by
song
Daylight
for
for the
telling
very
Slumber
first
Nana
time.
Monkey's
Technically
story,
not,
so
but
I
technically
wrote
yes.
new lyrics
Anyways,
for it.
okay, let's go read some of
This
the
is
reviews for this
the
game. I kind of want to
Slumber
see what I'm
Nana
getting myself
Traveler.
into. Makes
I
me want
hope
to
you
kill
find it
myself at times, but
appealing.
that's okay. If you enjoy hanging on a
Wandered
meatball while a
far,
homicidal maniac stares
wandered wide
lovingly
with
into your eyes as
Slumber
he pleasures
Nana
himself, and your teammates
Monkey.
rush in to get points despite the
Its
fact that they're going
voice
to
so
die because they
clear,
have
its
fed cake
voice
chips
so
as a
bright,
child, then this is the game
tells
for
me
you.
to
Huh?
remember.
Okay, I haven't really had a look too much into this game. Do
When
the
you're
killers just
tired,
put you on a hook
take
and then
a
jack off
rest,
in front of you?
take
Why
a
do so many
break,
killers
it's
have their
for
toes
the
out? More
best.
toes equals less than
Life
freshness.
grows
This game gave me acne,
beautiful
AIDS,
for
allergies,
those
Alice
who
in
will
Wonderland syndrome.
forfeit it
What's that?
all.
Bro, how many things does this game? The
They're
game
even
gave you
singing about
Crohn's
it now.
disease. Bro, what?
So,
I can laugh at the
what's
fact
your
that this guy
expert
got Crohn's
opinion on
disease from
this?
this game, because I have it, so I can't
I
laugh,
love
okay?
it.
Fuck you. He gave you
The
chest
song
pain?
finds
Yeah,
meaning
I think
in
I got the
its
same
existence.
thing when I played Final
Only when
Fantasy
it can be
14
sung
and
by
I
anyone,
complimented a cat
everyone.
girl and got told to kill
No
myself.
matter how
Good times,
hard or
good times.
tough an
They
ordeal
got
is,
Stranger Things,
it can never
and
take
they've
song
got
away from the
Chucky.
people.
No, look at my boy. He's doing the Fortnite Volts right now. No.
Like, I need a video about how the spirit should be removed from Dead by Daylight for being too sexy. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm glad because
Huh?
the spirit, like, I could
Do you
go
need something else?
Oh my. Bro, what you talking about? A spirit woman? I don't know who that is, but she doesn't look like she wants to reverse style with you, my friend. Let's go play the fucking game.
for
then
you.
putting in like
Last minute cramming isn't going to help, you know.
Don't worry. I'm a monkey expert
Okay, so I think it would really be
About as
smart
much
of me
as
to
I'm
just
a
jump
master
straight into a
marksman.
game and get my ass handed
Ask
to me.
away.
Because one, I'll probably get a bunch of
If
Steam
you
comments on
say
my
so.
profile just harassing me for
You're
being
taking
trash.
the
And
Slumber
two,
Nana
I probably should
Association
actually
way too
try to
lightly, if you
understand
ask
the game
me.
first. As
But
for
here
my
goes.
life and the kill of our repairing
What
generators in
tiers
our
make
game.
up the Slumber Nana Association's membership hierarchy?
Alright, so we've got Meg comments, and then you just above it, that's me with yes, it's 6 inches. I'm already kind of scared, and this is a tutorial. I'm just afraid that Chucky's just got to jump out of my screen and just swear at me a couple times and flip me off. I know that
Which
this is
of
a
the
tutorial, so I
following
know that they're going to show me
is
the
most
camera.
likely to
Say
be
it
a
this
famous
loud.
quote?
It's a tutorial, bro. Why am
Bingo!
I
On to the
scared?
last question now. Although the
It's
Slumber
EGP
Nana
445
Association...
is going to give away some cupcakes. What's up, bro?
Exactly! That's the most
Don't worry, man.
despicable
Don't
form
worry,
of
don't.
slander.
He's definitely going to notice you.
Congratulations, you passed! That was impressive.
I got you, man.
This way, sir.
Let's go, partner.
Oh,
See
no.
if those trouble.
What?
I'm afraid it would be
Oh,
best
whoops.
for us to
She just
continue
got
our
stuck in
investigations
the shoulder
together,
with a
Mr.
hook.
Bruto.
Don't think that thing,
What do
bro.
you mean?
No,
If you're hoping to keep a low profile,
bro.
my
Why?
presence
This
will only
looks
be a
terrible.
burden, Mr.
Bro,
Bruto.
the killer's gonna come past and just see this.
Moreover, if you intend
The
to
killer,
employ
dude. Why
certain
do we have to
means
heal
of
like
doing
that?
things,
Why would
it'll
we
be for the
like
better if
this,
I'm not
man?
around.
Can we kill each other in like a little bit of nicer
As
way?
expected of one in a seat
God,
of power in the
fucking
family.
sword. She must have seen how manly I was.
Sharper
Stepping
than
on the
that.
fan truck.
It's hard to tell
Sorry,
what all of
I'm
this
just
is
really
building
nervous.
towards.
I still can't get
It'll be
believe that
prudent
thing
for one of
will
us to
happen.
stay
But
on
no,
the
first
outside.
time, you know. I ain't gonna lie, if I'm playing as a survivor and I see the
Strange.
xenomorph, man, I'm shitting my
They're
pants.
linked, but this place...
Oh, yeah, here she
I
is,
don't
the skull
detect any
merchant.
noise
Okay, the
here.
skull merchant, you have to watch out for that
The
certain
answer's
behavior, okay?
simple.
Why would we stand like that, bro?
Gun
You were
may
just
fire,
awkward. You look
but it's
creepy. I
the
don't know what the
bullet
hell's
that does
going
the
on with your
killing.
belly button. Why you stapled
So,
your nipples? It's
Mr.
like the one
Bruto,
fucking Rick and Morty
I'm
episode.
familiar with the Galaxy Rangers. and
Honestly,
their
I know a lot of
exploits,
these characters come
as
from
well
like
as
actual
with the
movies and
entities
stuff,
they
but the
pursue.
character design on themselves are
For you
so
to
sick.
stop
I think
here,
they're actually top notch. Like this
something
already
must
looks
be
badass,
happening in
and then you've
Dreamworks
got the
Reef.
thing from Fortnite.
Hey, don't be a stranger.
Of course. All right, my first
You
game
just
on
call
Chuck.
me partner.
Let's see how this is
Yeah.
gonna go. It's gonna be definitely interesting.
Monkeys.
This
Monkeys.
is the largest bonfire
Monkeys. They're all model fudging monkeys. Evil Ninja Osaru, that doggone model fudger. This is way too familiar sight for comfort.
Hello, travelers.
Things had
Welcome.
better not turn out the way Rappa feared they would. Gotcha. Well, I'll leave things out here to you then.
I believe every Genshin Impact's player should have their.
For all the help so far.
You're too kind.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Should be
it is
thanking you
November
instead.
the 8th, which
You
means
have my
it is
gratitude for
basically
offering your
Christmas.
assistance,
Yes,
Mr.
that is a
Bruto.
scientific fact. Christmas
You
is
live up to the
November
name of a Galaxy Ranger, indeed.
This ain't my turf.
Yeah.
So let me just make
I
some
have both. I have both, and I don't regret it.
I don't
But it
give
takes
a rat's
from a long
behind
faded
about
Akron
people
adventure
doing
and
good.
rerun. Today we're going to go over some probably
There's about to
I'm
First,
prioritizing Akron.
let me talk about Akron that adventure and what it's supposed to be.
So, and then, like, everything else, I'm not even check. If I get lucky, if it was Avengers Original Banner, I will consider.
I will give a general idea of what they do and how they play. I will then talk about the state of them, so how they're doing, how good are they, do you want to invest in
I
them,
wish you all
not
the
just the
best.
reasons of how they are.
I'm tempted to
I
just
will try to trace
keep
the
trying for
noise to
Akron,
the source.
me too.
Whether they are a good pull for you.
We'll see each
With
other
that
again
info, you
later.
can influence your decision if you rather listen for Akron or listen for Adventuring, which one you want more. And that's all the videos and else. Before we get to the video, drop a like, drop a sub, hit the button before we visit this. As again, over 80% of you guys that are not subbed to one of my videos, I make all types of videos that could be useful to you in the future. You better hit that sub, or all your gotcha luck is going to be gone for the rest of 2024 and going into 2025. Anyway, let's get into it. Just like I mentioned in the beginning, we're going to be starting with Akron. So Akron was the first character to have more of a unique ultimate. The way she does work doesn't actually work like a regular character. She does not gain energy like a regular character would. You still gain energy by attacking, but it's in a unique way. The ways you can gain her all are by charges, and you get them by inflicting debuffs, or if you act on herself when she uses those skills, she can gain 1 point Dream, which is the charges you will have. Once you have 9 charges, you are able to unleash the ultimate, and thanks to one of our bonus traces, you are able to hold 3 extra overstack charges. So the way to get it is you can use Acheron's skill to gain 1, or you can inflict a debuff. So anyone on your team is able to inflict a debuff. If someone inflicts 2 debuffs at one kind of turn, so let's say you did 1 attack that would inflict 2 debuffs, you're still only going to be able to get 1 stack from that. Acheron herself, once again, her skill gives her a charge, and if you do have a signature Lycon or a Lycon that inflicts a debuff, you're able to get 2 off the skill. Because she's not inflicting a debuff with her skill, the skill itself states that you gain 1 stack, and then you're getting the additional stack from the debuff you would inflict with the Lycon. So that is the only way you're able to gain 2 stacks. Once you do have her ultimate, you're going to be able to unleash it once again, 9 stacks. Her ultimate, thanks to her talent, is going to both all-time regen 30%, and also reduce toughness for Vitus type. So they're not weak to lightning, you are still going to be able to lower the toughness. Her ultimate is her mix of the damage. Her skill can do pretty nice damage, it's not the greatest. It's still fine, but her ultimate is where she becomes an absolute and wipes the field. That's the general idea of how Acheron works. That's what we're at the state of her right now, and something you want to consider. So first thing you want to consider is there's a lot of info going around. There's people saying Acheron sucks now, which is just not true. I will say Acheron without her signature Lycon is a lot weaker. She's still alright, but she's significantly weaker.
That's why I'm going for.
When you compare her with others without her Lycon, she's significantly weaker. But with
Oh yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I've been trying her without her Lycon, and she's just not as good without it. Yeah, that's why I've been considering getting E1. E1, S1, Acheron, and waiting for the get her to E2.
Get her is the way she runs on a team. You have to have other Nihility characters on the team. Thanks to one of her traces, which will increase her actual original damage. I should say it increases.
There's certain characters I would go for Idolist or Starro, and I made a list.
Besides Acheron, the damage done by her attacks increases to 150% of the original damage. And if you have 2 Nihility characters, that 150% of the original damage becomes 160%. So there's a lot of things about her being restricted to Nihility teammates, but there's already a lot of good Nihility teammates, so if you add them, then it becomes really good. We're also able to make up for the second part of the phase by running a Harmony character, usually Sparkle, and now with Robin you're able to do that as well. Or if you do get Acheron's E2, which pretty much gives her an extra charge on her turn for her ultimate, and on top of that, it lowers the amount of Nihility characters you need, so just to get the full 60% of the original damage, you just need 1 Nihility teammate. But again, mainly talk about the state of Acheron. So Acheron right now, without a Lycon, back then was still 5. There are 1 options now, those are options such as there's probably going to be more coming in the future. That is going to be fine for her, but it does not compare directly to Lycon. As her signature Lycon gives her another debuff which increases damage down, ultimate damage, gives her crit damage. It's a very good Lycon that increases her performance by a tremendous amount. So that is something you definitely want to consider. Without it, she's still fine, she still functions, which is nowhere near the top of the be without the Lycon. And you do not need to consider getting the E2 for her to be meta right now. Even at E0 S1, there are multiple ways to make her really, really good. Probably just running the general teams. So just like Conversation with E0 S1, Acheron is going to be very powerful. But once again, E0 S1, if you're going to pick up Acheron, I definitely would recommend picking up her Lycon with it. If you cannot, that's fine. She still will be able to play content, albeit not as efficiently. And if you're going for E2, then I assure you will not struggle, because her at E2 with the Lycon just absolutely kills everything and you will not struggle. The thing you want to do though is we are going into 3.0 soon, which is seeming to be a new meta centered around summons. So obviously she is not a summon character, so she won't see too many characters potentially. So that's something you also want to consider. And another thing is there is a current character in the game that makes her perform a lot better, and that is Xiaochu. Xiaochu is going to up the performance on Acheron significantly more than any other character would, as every debuff provides pretty much tailored
and everyone.
He's able to.
And a lot of people skipped his ass because they didn't like him. I got him because because of his English VA. Oh, that's why I got it. And I don't regret it, not even a little.
Let's go and take a look at the classes, shall we?
Huh? I thought all classes were cancelled.
A Dreamweaving class will start soon at Dreamweaver Academy. It's more part of anniversary celebrations than it is a regular class. Slumber Nana Monkey's rise in popularity seems quite unnatural. If someone is stirring things up behind the scenes, We need to pay close attention to the actions of the teaching staff.
And that's going to give Akron a charge every time the enemy attacks. And it's very getting into a part of the game when enemies are significantly faster than us. That becomes more and more valuable for Akron. Xiaoshu is definitely a character you want to consider, or maybe you have. That's really good, but he's a character you definitely want to consider for your Akron going into the future because that'll future-proof her even more and make her extremely broken, or make her even more extremely broken right now. You do not need Xiaoshu, you do not need the E2. Those are things you definitely would pick up on the later half. More of a premium pickup that's going to upgrade her and have her more future-proof. But Lycone is definitely something you want to consider because her with better Lycone, once you get the 3.0, she might actually see a significant drop-off. But her with the Lycone performs very, very well. Now, the main decisions you want to consider if you want to study for Akron. So once again, at E0, her performance is fine, but it's not the greatest as compared to having S1. Her options outside of her signature are not too great, and her signature provides so much and it's really good. Another thing is having another character to make her perform at her best, being Xiaozhu. He's probably going to be another character you want to pick up if you don't want to get him and you maybe get her Lycone. She can still perform very fine without Xiaozhu, she's still very good. But Xiaozhu is a character you definitely want to consider for an upgrade to have your Akron even more feeling on the 3.0 when it is a tankier and all that kind of stuff.
That's why I nabbed him before he got a rerun.
Yes,
oh, really?
Willing to invest into Akron like that, then she's going to be a very, very good pickup. Another thing you want to consider, as I already mentioned previously, that 3.0 and above is potentially leaning towards a summon meta. So you do want to note that for the most part, it is seeming that Akron's not going to really receive another character to buff her specifically, which again, still could be wrong. They could still make a character that's good for the summon meta that's also really good for Akron. But it is safe to assume that she's probably not going to receive another buff besides Xiaozhu, which we already got, for at least a good while. So if you're interested in the summon meta and a summon DPS over that to have DPS needs and carry needs, then she is a character you can safely skip. You do not need Akron at all, as DPS is relatively replaceable. But if you're willing to invest into her, at least get a Lycone, maybe you pick up Xiaozhu, or if you already have the ability to it's built, because you will want to have good support on her to make her do the damage she wants to do, then she will be a good pickup for your DPS needs. Once again, if you're not going to get a Lycone, I definitely recommend saving the currency we get now to pick up a summon character in the future if that meta does happen, because that's probably going to be a more towards thing as opposed to Akron.
Yeah, because I've noticed that the meta has changed. The meta changes every update. But I am shocked at 3.0. Almost.
Significantly better without when you're compared to Akron. But without the Lycone, it's better than Akron. But you really need.
Yeah. But I have both of them. But I'm definitely gonna be going for. I'm still gonna try for Rappa at least until her banner goes.
If you're gonna consider the Lycone and pick her up, it's a very good thing. If you want to keep investing with her, she's going to perform fine. I just definitely recommend at least get the Lycone. And if you're not, and you're still on edge, then I can.
She's one of the characters I'm definitely considering.
Save for the upcoming stuff.
Oh, that way you made a list. Yeah.
If you're something like that, great option.
Yeah.
Talking about the goal himself of Venturing. So Venturing is a lot easier to talk about because he doesn't do anything too complicated and he's not really in a complicated spot right now. So first a general rundown on Venturing. So he is practically the only real shielder in the game right now. He's able to provide you a very, very big version of his own shield. And on top of that, he is a sustain that is able to deal pretty solid damage. Thanks to his talent, when you do get hit or the shield does get hit, you're able to build up points of blind bet. And once you have 7 points of blind bet, you're able to unleash a follow-up attack that deals damage based off his defense, and then also, thanks to one of his bonus fixes, reduces his shield by a little bit. On top of that, you're able to generate even more points of blind bet for him if you're running on a follow-up attack team, so every turn you're able to gain up to 3 follow-up attack points. So let's say you're running him on a team with Topaz and Feisha, so let's say the battle starts, it's Topaz's turn, you throw in Luffy, that's a follow-up attack that's considered, that's going to give Adventure 1 point, then it's going to be Luffy attack, which is going to give him another point as a follow-up attack. Let's say Feisha is the next one to attack, and once you proc her follow-up attack, which you probably already got in the beginning of the battle anyway, just give him 1 thing, but just to save another one, he's going to get a 3rd point. Once you get the 3rd point, then you cannot gain any more until his turn is up, so you can refresh that. So follow-up attack characters are able to try this follow-up attack even more. That does not mean you are exclusively restricted to a follow-up attack team. He works pretty much fantastic on every team in the game. On top of that, with an ultimate, he has a exclusive debuff, which is called Unnerve, and the enemy you hit with the ultimate does get affected with Unnerve, which increases crit damage down to the enemy by 15%. So critting that enemy is going to increased crit damage. And yeah, that's really it. That's really how I have to explain him. Very straightforward character, and his shield strength is absolutely absurd. A run-through adventurer practically never has a shield broken. And talking about his current state of character right now. So Aventurin is pretty much practically the undisputed best sustain of the game right now. There are some teams where others are better, like on the break teams, Linkshot Gallagher is obviously better. On the dot teams, Linkshot and that kind of stuff are better. But for the most part, he is able to literally be used on any team you want and keep you immortal with a well-built Aventurin. On top of that, you're going to have a practical sub-DPS as he does deal damage. I didn't mention this in the part of explaining his kit, but he does gain a whopping 48%
I'll
of
go and
crit rate.
investigate.
Every 100 defense you do have that exceeds 1600, that increases crit rate by 2% up to 48%. So a 4K defense Aventurin has a base crit of 48% from that talent plus the 5%, so a base 53% crit rate. So getting some crit rate crit damage rolls is very much welcome on him. Getting the 4K defense practically makes the shield insanely strong, and on top of that, he's going to dish out some pretty nice damage that can especially help you wiggle down enemies. So as I was saying, Aventurin is practically the best sustain you can pick up right now. Practically in no fronts that if you do decide to be iffy and pick him up and you might not be too sure about it, he is not going to let you down. His shield, once again, absolutely insane. The unknown debuff making crit DPSs deal more crit damage to the enemy is also very helpful. On top of that, his shield, anyone with it, has a 50% increase to effect rate, which is insane, and he has access to his own follow-up attack, which is really, really good. On top of that, he is extremely free-to-play friendly. You do not need a signature Lycon at all. Albeit his signature Lycon is extremely good. It gives him crit damage, gives him a really, really big increase to defense, and on top of that, gives him access to another debuff, which makes enemies take more damage, so it's general vulnerability. So it's definitely a good pickup that you could get, but you definitely do not need it. He has fantastic options, fantastic Lycons. His early tubes are also very, very good, so E1 is definitely one you could consider, as it does give you a 20% increase in crit damage for anyone with a shield. And on top of that, when you do use your ultimate, you get a shield refresh, which is equivalent to using the skill, practically making it to where you never have to use your skill. His shield is only so strong at E0 to the point you really don't need to use skills much either, but at E0 you're going to need to use it more as opposed to someone with E1 where they can just constantly refresh it with the ultimate. So it is definitely a pickup you could consider getting. But once again, he does not need it whatsoever. He does not need E1 or his Lycon to be considered one of the best sustains. Any team you want to run him on is going to be extremely good. Best in soft for fall attack teams, very, very broken, practically best in soft for Akron teams. And then any other team you really want to run him on, he's going to be great. The only ones he's not the best in is obviously, again, break, where Linkshot Gallagher perform better, or Dot or Foco or one of the others perform better, where they're better off of heals. And
look at the before and then look at the after.
Like I said, I already have both of them, and I don't regret getting both. Really. Yeah.
Hurry! Don't dawdle or the class will be over, but
Hi, I'm Cider Spider, and today we're checking out Brighter Shores, a brand new MMO from the original creator of RuneScape. I've been looking forward to this game for a while, so I woke up at 4 a.m. to play as soon as the servers opened. There are no Lalafells at Brighter Shores, but let's take a look at what it does have. This is my first time experience.
First, calm your mind.
Oh god, it's so loud. Important features that we don't got. No PvP, no trading, no special attacks, no 5th episode or leaderboards or additional quests. Alright, let's see. A note from Andrew Gower. I didn't originally plan to make another MMORPG, but so many people asked me to that I eventually gave in. Cool. There we go. A little bit better. So today we are checking out Brighter Shores.
Then
Holy
visualize
crap.
what
Wait,
you
can I
want
get
to
a
create.
portalist window? No, apparently not. This is awkward. It's just post created, that's fine. Today we're checking out Brighter Shores. It is a game made by Andrew Gower and the Gower brothers, the original creators of RuneScape. As a longtime RuneScape fan, I've been very excited about this. It is currently going into early access. Not all of the features are available yet, but they will hopefully be coming soon. Yeah, definitely read the rules. So we got character slots here. Let's go ahead and make one. It's a pretty cool character creator or a hair option. Very good long hair. Got face presets, including glasses. Oh, we can be favorite. The clothes don't really matter much. We can go full Shrek cosplay. I think we can change all this later, so let's not worry too much on it. Name your character. That could be Cider. That is not much of a name. Alright, confirm. Gamers, we are in. Look up things on a room to interact. Okay, got the captain and Jowl. It's been a new recruit. Yes, I'm Rourke. I'm the town guard. Yeah, still report to you. Rourke, okay, welcome to Hope Report, idiot. Thanks. Dress your senior officers correctly. Yes, ma'am. Be a town guard.
Yes, ma'am.
Adventure. And let a goblin problem from
That's
Jersey
funny.
Cyprus.
Probably
Freedom,
yes.
you have career
You
opportunities.
can't just break our destined chains so easily.
Are you an anime fan? Then like me, you're probably a huge fan of the Seven Deadly Sins. Have you been following the sequel? It's called The Four Nights of the Apocalypse. It's airing right now, and I'm loving it. Even better, it's getting a whole new chapter in the game, the Seven Deadly Sins Grand Cross. So now you can enjoy both the Seven Deadly Sins and Four Nights of the Apocalypse right from your phone. Whether you're a veteran fan or new to the series, it's a fantastic way to enjoy the story. So what are you waiting for? Don't miss out and download the Seven Deadly Sins Grand Cross today.
It's like certain levels on No Hope, but you can actually choose to start at certain points in the campaign as sort of a mini run to practice for the full one. And thank goodness for that, because if I wasn't able to spam practice this last group of chapters as much as I did, I quite literally had no idea how I was going to do this. For the first mission, you're meant to take out a bunch of zombie nests spread around a farm, which is fine until you need to make a break for the safe room, which is where the amount of zombies that spawn in becomes absurd. It's oh my god, dude, what is happening? So that level sucks, but then you get to an even worse level, because this game hates you. This one has 3 parts that are awful. There's the section where you have to hold out as a tow truck clears your path, except the majority of the time, the zombies will be the one impounding your face in. Oh my, alright, yeah. It turns out they drop down from here. Dude, it's just with the guns, you can't do anything. And then there's a part right after that usually spawns an ogre, which is insanely hard, because you need to run past it through some narrow pathways. The AI all apparently have claustrophobia. This is so stupid. But even when you're done with that, when it's more than likely that your entire team has completely shit the bed while having white sheets on, you're forced to break 90s in fucking Fortnite by building the safe room from scratch, and all the while getting swarmed by the entire infected encyclopedia. Oh no!
Let me explain.
Dude,
Ninja, space ice. Such formidable ice mastery. Ninja Ruri,
And then I have to do another roll up? Are you crazy? I was losing my mind here. And that's not even mentioning the third mission yet. That was also ass. Alright, yeah, time to go. Alright. You got it. Thank you, Gabe. Very cool. Damn it! How's he still alive? You know, I ask that question probably every single time I get into any encounter in this game. So you're not alone, don't worry. I just couldn't believe how guaranteed it was that something would go fatally wrong here. So I really put my singular brain cell through the ringer thinking about what to do. And after 16 hours of failure, it was time to flip the emergency switch. This, my friends, is my personal god build. A melee-centric deck that lets you stay healthy while also letting your ass do a ton of damage. Now, Brussels sprouts with back or blood builds, if you will. How it works is that there are parts in this deck that combine to let you swing infinitely very fast, and other ones that can even heal your trauma health based on how many melee kills you get. This ends up making your character self-sustainable, and makes the sections with infinite hordes way more manageable. Alright, so if I take it slow, I'm pretty sure I have the cover on where I can't hurt my teammates. Testing. Never mind. I don't have that correct. I thought I did! Alright, well, that's not good. So long as you build it correctly. Using strategy? What do you mean? I'm crouched. This is tactical gameplay. Just because I'm making it look easy, you know, doesn't mean that there isn't a lot of skill involved. There isn't a lot of skill involved, but it doesn't necessarily imply it. You know what I mean? So how do you stop it? But this build, unfortunately, didn't make the chapters a complete cakewalk, though. Because, like you've seen before, this game is kind of a mess. Please! Oh my god. Here's the safe room. I think everyone's up. Everyone's not healthy though. Oh my god. This is so crazy. Oh my god. Get into a safe room. There's safe room survive! Dude, please. This is legitimately chaos. I need to summon Jeffrey. Hold on, we have this. Get his ass, Jeffrey. Okay. Okay. That seems like one of the more chill levels. Yeah.
I was also the
that was super chill. Oh, look at all the turtles too. This is the greatest day of my life. Okay, well, it was the greatest day of my life. Regardless of the struggle I had getting here, I was finally at the last chapter of Act 1. For this finale, all you have to do is load 5 shells into a World War II era mortar, which of course is standard equipment for any modern mining company like this one, and then use it to blow up the entrance to a zombie cave. Thanks to me being the only non-AI fleshy on the team, I'd have to be the one vulnerable as I went through the 7 to 10 business days it takes to load the shell. And with that being the case, I wanted to clear the area of enemies before I got set up and called the horde. This seems like a perfectly intelligent idea, right? Well, my lack of game knowledge would actually make it the worst idea, because what I came to find out is that the special infected don't actually ever stop spawning here, and that one of the 2 weaknesses of the god build just so happens to be in the mix. Holy shit, okay. I'm now realizing Wolverine is really strong. Oh my god, where's my health? There's the cops almost killed too. What the hell is going on? Where's everyone going? Where? How are they still spawning? Alright, we have 2 people. Wait, I can't do anything!
Cast your attention this way.
There was nothing, all of a sudden, I couldn't do anything. The bulking Wolverine, the shitty Shredder, Hugh Jackoff was able to outdamage my maxed out melee build single-handedly. And once again, I lost all my continues and was sent back to the menu. I didn't even have a chance to attempt the finale. And what made it even worse is that because of how this game works, I was gonna have to go through the previous 3 levels again first to even practice it. And unfortunately, that is going to be a lot easier said than done. Oh my lord. This is all bad. Oh my god.
At that precise instant, you turned around. A look of dawning eureka graced her visage. Inspiration surged through her, and this came to fruition in just 0.1 microseconds. Imperceptible, even with a ninja's hypersight.
Everyone just keeps dying. What the hell I do? There's too much happening.
Swim. Just as ninjas never deceive. All ninja initiative deceive.
When the stars aligned and I made it back to the finale, they were aligned in the shape of a fat middle finger. There was the attempt where I found out the other weakness to my build was the guaranteed ogre spawn, since all the damage points are at the top of it, and I am very small. I don't know how I'm gonna kill this thing though.
As stated in the Kazi ninjutsu inscriptions, pythons slither without feet, as manta rays glide without
all the
wings.
shells I needed next to the border, only to soon after learn how physics
If your
work.
decision is firm, don't hesitate to roar with conviction.
You hate it here, dude. Dude, that's so unlucky. I just kept losing, and I wasn't even supposed to get an achievement after this, since I was told I still had to do a full act run once this was over. I don't mean to deflect blame here. No, that's a lie. I totally do. But due to the randomness of the function cards you get, there are a significantly large amount of combinations where you just lose, no matter what. And even in the ones that are winnable, you still have to play incredibly well. But because of how luck dependent this game is, it has to swing the other way too. And the dream is that eventually something's got to go your way. Are you kidding me? God damn it! Something bad. Especially Walker, great to see. You're kidding me. That's so fun. Come on, I go into the heel. Oh, that's so silly. Who the fuck is killing all my dudes? With 2 NPCs down, there wasn't going to be anyone to distract the ogre, and this attempt, like all the others, was looking great. But then, something happens. Another mechanic of Back 4 Blood is that you can pick up random cards as you go through the acts that you get to keep for the rest of the run. A majority of the time, they'll be a bit helpful, but nothing game-changing. But the card that spawned on this attempt, on this level, just so happens to be a miracle. Wait! That's actually so big. Oh, wow. That's really lucky.
Alas, the pretense of your tyranny has shattered. With that, a magnificent hunt shall be set in motion.
Out of the 191 possible cards that could have spawned there, and even more unlikely chance that anything spawned there at all. It was the only one that could have turned this guaranteed loss into the most surreal victory. And the best part was that this wasn't the only miracle that happened. It actually works! It turns out you don't have to do the entire act in a row to get the no hope achievement. You only have to beat the level once on the difficulty. So even though I have to replay some chapters when I failed, a line starts with 2, buddy, at least it wasn't 12 then. That being said, however, in retrospect, the finale to Act 1 that I beat thanks to an act of God only ended up at number 3 on the triple end scale. Because little did I know that even worse was yet to come. Except not yet, because the beginning of Act 2 was actually really easy. Now that I knew I could beat at least one real act, I was a lot more willing to experiment again. And Act 2 is where I learned a lot of things that was going to be really helpful during the rest of the playthrough. I learned how to take advantage of the corruption cards, like for example this one, that decays health when a horde attacks, but slowly heals you when you're with your team. Whenever this card came up, I found that I could get into the safe room, but not at the level, and then let the power of friendship heal me back to full. I also learned a lot of useful things about my teammates too, like how they rarely open important doors, no matter how much you ping, or that they always prioritize surviving, even when it's the worst decision of all time.
Alright, girl.
Just gonna get down again.
Already crushed.
Oh my god, please just shoot out. I was able to take in all this information because this act was pretty simple for the first half of it. It felt completely different from the one I kept failing when I first started the game, which I guess showed how much I'd been improving. It even got to the point where I started dropping my useful items in favor of the random gun skin drops, because I seriously wasn't facing any pushback whatsoever. We are gaining today, Shadows. We are absolutely fucking gaining. And we got an festive skin wrap. Nice. Now we have 4 skin wraps, which I think are called fungus, now I think about it, but that's besides the point. But once I got further into the second group of chapters, whatever powerful avatar that had been protecting me up until this point suddenly vanished. And then the Water Nation attacked.
But I don't think I've seen you around here
There's
before.
water
You're
literally
not a student
everywhere.
of
That's
Penacony
an issue.
University,
All
are
the
you?
enemies in this are pretty bad.
I'm only asking because we know a stowaway has recently snuck into
Yeah,
Penacony.
he's dead. Okay,
Eyewitness
great.
accounts from the
I'm feeling.
Bloodhounds describe someone with pink hair,
And
red attire,
God damn it,
blazing
dude!
scarf.
This level's so
seem
stupid.
to
The boss
match
knocking
that
us into the water was going to be a real issue every time I reached this chapter. But this level was the finale, and because of that, I could still
Of
take
course.
advantage of one
What
of the
I'm trying
most
to say is,
lopsided, in-your-favor mechanics that
if the
this game
stowaway
has
is
to
indeed
offer.
plotting something nefarious, it wouldn't make sense for them to attend
Alright,
classes
time to go,
at
team.
Maple
Let's go. We
So,
gotta go faster.
I'm certain you're just an inquisitive
This is
student.
possibly the most predictable.
Wait, what?
Every banana seedling has the potential to bear
So can we
fruit.
fall in the hive?
That's why everyone deserves
be in this.
banana
You might be
light.
wondering what just happened. Well,
Paperfolk
this is a hive.
University
It's a mechanic the
advocates
devs added that lets you
education.
enter one of
So
multiple
feel free to sit
rotating
in my
maps
class
completely
and be
separate from
sure
the
to
actual
apply
acts you're
yourself.
playing. Their main purpose is for you to venture in as deep as possible
Join me
to
in a
find
round
specific
of
type of
applause for
in-game
our new
currency. But
student.
on no hope, these things are your get-out-of-jail-free cards. Because if you hop into one in the middle of a chapter and beat it, it actually counts that chapter as being completed. Now, hives aren't perfect. They're only in predetermined locations. They only spawn in a level 30% of the time. They
Why do
don't
you
spawn
call
for
yourself
finale
ninja?
missions, and most
there really
importantly,
ninjas
they're
on your
harder than your average level. So the chances of you wiping in one is a lot higher than you'd like it to be. There's just nothing we can do against the breaker.
Rappa?
So done.
Thank you for spending
But when the level isn't going as planned, or you don't want to risk running through a part you know will give you trouble, it's always a good idea if you're desperate. And I'm always desperate. For validation, please like the video, by the way. On this attempt, I was able to survive the hive and make it to the exit in pretty decent shape. So now that the first water level was done, what about the second one? You know, the number 5 on the triple N rank. I'm sure that went just well, right? Damn. See how it goes this time? I'm sure it'll be great, and there's nothing that's going to go wrong. This game actually has a history of being really, really nice. So, unlike the finale to Act 1, this mid-act finale in Act 2 spawns an ogre and infinite horde immediately. And this would prove to be very difficult to do with a melee build, and almost impossible with anything else. Oh, it's already here. Alright, that's... No, already. I'm supposed to do this now. Oh my god, I can't do anything. I'm done.
Hey, isn't
The only way I was going to be able to beat this would be to send the ogre to the big swamp in the sky before it took us out. But with me being unable to melee it and my shotgun acting more like a squirt gun, this was a lot easier said than done. That being said, though, this was the learning act after all. And along with discovering the game's deeper mechanics and useful strategies, I also learned one other thing. And that thing was some disgusting cheese. Wait, can you drop flashbangs? I thought when you open the door you can't use the shop anymore. Actually, these big moves here. Hate the ogre works better for me personally, but masturbate? I might even reach that high. Yeah, that surely should be enough, right? Surely that's enough flashbangs. Oh, he's right next to us. Jesus Christ. Watch out! Okay, please don't fuck this up. Okay, good. Look it up. Yes, that's... Oh, wait, actually, we're not done with the act. But that's the hardest part! I had reached peak mental form here, and one group of chapters was all that was left for another completed campaign. But just like the final stretch of Act 1, this part sucks. I don't have a taser either. I'm gonna have to do, like, extra character therapy. Do that, right? I'm gonna use a medical assessment. I'm never gonna have to heal ever. I'll just not take damage. It's that easy.
To join us, I can refer you.
No. Alright, Jack, close your eyes and make a wish. I'll tell you when to open. Don't peek, otherwise your wish won't come true. Get it. Spit on.
Just that the club has a rigorous screening procedure, and we only take in a few members each time. If I refer Marchand, then the two
The final stretch consisted of 3 levels, and the first one has an ogre that spawns almost immediately. But I was able to counter that by running back to the safe room and shooting it where it couldn't follow me. It usually came at the cost of my whole team with the entire level left to play, but I wasn't too worried because I could usually do it by myself, and, you know, I hate that. Then came Mission 2, and would you look at that? Another ogre. Oh my lord. Dude, why is there an ogre? Wait, she was down because she fell? The especially fun part about this one, though, is that even when you're done with the ogre, a breaker spawns in to finish anyone off. So even with all the cheese in the world, it was usually barely enough to get by. Oh, nice. A breaker? Dude, there was such a spawn 2 seconds ago!
Monkey even has a fan club now.
Oh my god. So normally by now, all my funds were gone, our team's health situation was in shambles, and we were on to the final mission of Act 2. And with the game being as unfair as it is, I'll let you take a guess on what you see at the beginning of this one. You'll say, how is there a door? The mission just started! Is that another... Oh,
please, be careful.
Aww.
3 ogres. Even though it only ranked this finale at number 7 on the Triple N scale, this group of chapters was the literal antithesis of my melee builds. What made it even more tragic is that if I were able to get past all the ogres, a melee build would be perfect for the finale, since it requires you to catch 5 snitches around the graveyard, but instead of getting points for each one, Horde beats the shit out of you. Am I just dead? Why are there 5 of the solid boys? I knew that the only way I was getting through this was to switch to one of my other 2 builds, but getting back without the power of the god build was rough. I died over and over, and my total investment into my melee build to this point was looking terrible. I really should have invested in something a lot more surefire, like FTX or Enron. But eventually, I made it back to the finale again with my shotgun build. And I just had to hope that all the strategies I learned during this act would be enough. Last step of the stream? I like the confidence. Even I don't have that much confidence. That's crazy. I appreciate it, though. Insta forward, but like, where do we pull now? It's obviously not there. Oh, this is only like 1 horde. Alright, I sniped that one. But I'm gonna get the rest of them, but that one's good. Like, this is great. Once I can get to the church, it's good. But the problem is, I have to, like, get some of the other snitches, too.
It ran off.
Alright, to the church!
What now?
Hold on, I'm not be able to make it back in. I might be able to.
Alright, let's go get the toy back then.
We got it. Wait, pop it. Oh god damn it, no, not like this. We are kidding at the moment. We're doing some shot. What do you mean? I'm not sure, dude.
Isn't this the way to the Fortune Academy? Grappa. When did she...
Give
me a break, miss. I'll repeat this for the millionth time.
Please,
I'm not evil. Nor do I
oh my
sell
god,
any
he
Gorge
actually
Road.
did it. What the? That looked so
Ninja
bad.
Initiate
It
Merchant.
worked! Look, the
The
achievement's
other
right there!
initiates have verified that these
Oh my
failing
god, the
puppets
moment the
are from
breaker
your
and
shop.
the crusher got me in
Confess
that
at
corner, I was
Are
like,
you
it's
under
over.
the spell
Oh,
of
my
evil
heart
Ninja
hurts.
Osaru?
Okay, so now it was getting ridiculous how I was barely scraping by these finales, and each in different ways too, like luck and brains and dare I say skill. But with Acts 2 down, I only had 3 acts to go, with
help
2
me
of
touch some
them
sense
being the
into it.
shorter
I'm
DLC
just a
acts.
well-behaved
So I
student
started
working
Acts
to pay my
3.
tuition
However,
fees,
what I
not
didn't
whatever
realize is that
initiate she
Acts
thinks I
3
am.
was easily the
Never
hardest
mind
act in the
that.
game, because
The
not
monkey
only
you
did it have
sold
the
us keeps
second place
running
triple
off on
N
its own.
level, but also the
Are
first
you
place
sure
one. And
it's
failure
just a
here
toy?
was not an option, but
Feeling.
a
It's
certainty.
imbued
I
with
can't
life.
see it.
The epitome of ninja automation.
You rich folks are just being unreasonable. If
I
it were
can't
really
do
some
anything.
high-end stuff, would I
This
be
was
selling it at
like
such a
5
low price?
times. They kept knocking me back.
Please, take pity on this
I don't
poor
understand.
student. Have a heart.
I can't stop
As if
attacking her. I'm
squeezing in sales
sorry.
between classes isn't enough, I haven't slept a wink in 3 days just so I can
You
get this
can't
batch
do
of
this
toys
fast
ready.
enough. Wait, why haven't I done this before? I can call myself tongue. Oh, this is the only time in my life I'm gonna be able to do that. Wait, I should have done this so much sooner. Everyone say it. So we'll get back to that later. But in the meantime, I decided to start Act 5, mainly to build back my confidence after the 3-hour embarrassment that was Act 3 for me. However, the thing with the DLC is that it all has to be done in one shot. And in order to make up for it having less levels, it just stuffed 3 chapters with bullshit into each one. What happened to you? Did you just trip and fall? I mean, classic old lady activity, but you know. Both of Back 4 Blood's DLC acts are based almost entirely around the enemies in the Cultist faction, which means even if you don't draw their corruption cards, you're still going to see frequent appearances of Wolverine, Scarlet Witch, and all the other members of Back 4 Blood's Marvel Cinematic Universe that I'll still probably have a more positive opinion on than Phase 4 of the real one. Oh, and bear traps are more common too. That did not exist! Chapter 1 is already almost like its own finale, where you have to scrounge for randomly spawning book parts in order to finish the level. And Chapter 2 is also pretty cruel, since there are snipers on the roofs, usually an ogre, and at the end of all that, you get a surprise birthday party. Oh, hello. Greetings, you two gentlemen. Oh my god, they're all in here. So many views. Oh, we're gonna die? No way! Holy shit! Oh my god, what? Let's take my birthday. But chapter 3 is where the stakes start getting even higher, both literally and figuratively, since there's a lot of meat and blood hanging up everywhere, possibly to keep out of reach of the apparent bear infestation. This makes no sense. There's not a bitch there. Boards and traps were strewn about everywhere in this chapter. But the real fun thing is that there's a guaranteed ogre fight in the prison center and another boss spawn at a random point in the level. A random point like the prison center. Yeah, fuck you. Surprisingly, I managed to beat this chapter more often than not. But that then leads us into chapter 4. And this one is definitely something. Oh, oh my god, it's the Overwatch level. Oh no. Oh, get caught with your beard in the letterbox. This level is all about taking down a
Gosh, look at the time! I have to get ready for my Dreamscape marketing class! Excuse me, students. I'll take all other questions after class.
I should get to my class too, but do me a favor, buddies. Just come look for me if you need anything. Let's not involve Banana Advisor again.
I doubt he'll say anything more. Let's just follow him and see what we can learn.
Banana!
This atmosphere.
Behold, the sensational wave that's been raking in all the money these days. about Slum Banana Monkey that allowed it to spark a banana frenzy in Penacony. How about that gray-haired student? Wait, what are you doing here? Oh, never mind. You can answer the question then. Banana! Oh, there's no denying how cute Slum Banana Monkey is, but that's just one of its selling points. More importantly, it addresses the pain point of Penaconian consumers. Both rich and poor alike come to Penacony in the hope of leading a more fulfilling life.
I was basically... Oh, great. Okay. Timer. We know this. You plant explosive, we run. Where do we run to, though? Wait, do we win? Do we get the truck? Let's go, dude! Bless Thor's hammer, man. What a beautiful weapon. It is absolutely hammer style. So that was yet another axe down, and now it was on to Act 6. But aside from it being another axe where if I wiped, I'd have to start every level over, and it being the harder of the DLC acts, Act 6 is a really interesting one, because it's the axe that contains the level ranked at number 4 on our triple N scale. And unlike almost every other chapter on here, that level wasn't the finale. No, that level was the very first one, alright? Okay, there's nothing to get mad about, it's just a game. Nothing to get mad about, it's just a video game. No reason to be upset. That bear trap might not have ever been there before this stupid piece, but it's just a game. 99% of the time, 6-1 is the definition of unwinnable. And the only reason it's down this low and not at like 2 is because at least failing it doesn't mean you have to play 5 levels all over again. Instead, you're just playing and failing this level 5 times back to back. I see the hag is back.
Why did they
Is she stupid?
into their plan?
Oh, what, me? Why? Dude, I did nothing! And I still got singled out by the hag. I'm a cougar magnet. This is bullshit. In this level, there's the housing market boom that I died to way back when the video started, and there's snipers all along the roads. But I figured out strategies for those that got me past them pretty consistently. What I was to this day never able to find a strategy for, though, was the lighthouse section. Anyone that's played this part on No Hope will probably have one piece of advice on how to beat it. Pray for a high. It really is that dire, since you have to deal with an armored ogre, non-stop hordes, empowered cultists, and have to do so while leaving yourself vulnerable to plant explosives. Oh my god, what is happening? Oh, we have to wait for the whole thing? No way! You're able to do it! There are more huge Jackman behind the door! Oh my lord almighty. Oh, I'm gonna... No, dude, there's too much happening! How quickly do you die to an ogre? If it touches me, I am dead. It pretty much has cooties, and it's terminal. Instantly. I spent an unreasonable amount of time trying to brute force my way through it since I was just never getting lucky enough to have a hive spawn. And every time I would get completely overwhelmed by a tsunami of rotting meat that came down upon me whenever I existed for more than 5 seconds. I knew that my luck would have to turn around if I just kept trying though. 99% quit before they hit it big after all. But how it happened was something I genuinely wasn't expecting. Interested in a lumberjack simulator? Thank you. Very kind of you to say. I've been training, as you can see. The up and down motion my axe is making, I do that on like a daily basis, so it's kind of like really natural to me now. Why did the hatchet not go to work? It got axed from its job. You know what? Very fair. It's been a pretty shitty employee. I know we haven't had the greatest of luck before. I know everything has not exactly gone particularly well. For, you know, understandable reasons. But with Jeffrey, I think anything is possible. Steve, I mean, please, you're the tourist. Oh, please. Oh, please. Let's go away, banana please, put this. Let's go!
Can't you see how...
Yes, I got incredibly lucky here with pretty much everything. Items, enemy aggro, and Jeffrey, of course, too. But the problem now is that I had done this on a second attempt of the level, meaning that I had no continues left to use for the rest of the act. I had to lock in here. I knew that I was not going to be able to replicate what just happened ever again. And I really didn't want to grind that level for another 3 hours, hoping that a hive finally spawns. And so, my mentality for levels 2 through 4 was that barely passing was still very much passing. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Taking a lot of damage for no reason. Oh, Hopkins is dead? Okay. I think we should be okay. Jeffrey is also scaring off that guy, which I appreciate. Was he actually just running from Jeffrey and not us? Damn, dude. Jeffrey's got to run around here. Okay. Good. Okay, I'll have to open the best here, I guess. Okay, you know what? This is fine. This is okay. I'm alright with this. I don't know what to do. It's a little too chaotic at the moment. Oh, there's more snipers, bro. Come on. Oh,
No. He swung by a few days ago to check on how you're doing. I took the time to chat with him. Looking at how old he is, my heart really went out to him. Throwing in most of his life savings, only to slog his guts out in a foreign land. I could sense his exhaustion.
Our journey to beat every Gears game on the highest difficulty has been a pretty fantastic one. From beating Ram without taking cover, to taking on probably the most difficult boss fight in the...
Oh,
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead here and attempt to pull Lilith. I feel like I need her.
What?
Franchise era to the Swarmac in Gears 4. There have been many sections that have challenged our will to continue, but we have finally reached the end of the mainline Gears game, and that is Gears 5. And today we're going to be attempting to beat the game on Inconceivable completely solo. And while we're at it, we're also going to tackle the Hivebusters DLC, also on Inconceivable solo. Now the main campaign on Inconceivable has only been beaten by 0.15% of players, and the Hivebusters DLC has only been beaten by 0.17% of players. So these are both pretty rare achievements. Now I think everyone knows what the Inconceivable difficulty is, but if not, it basically takes the already brutal Gears campaigns and turns them into a battle for survival. Death is near instant for you, with enemies though having a little lower health than on Insane, and weapons and crates drop less ammo, making you scavenge for everything you need. But that's enough yapping from me. It's time to begin our final Gears mainline game, until E-Day blesses our Xboxes in the future. Gears 5 opens up following the events of Gears 4, with the squad reinstated into the COG reformed as the new Delta Squad. Our first mission has us sent to the ruins of Azura to launch a Hero of Dawn satellite, and on the way there, you can really tell that Keith is on the struggle bus. As we venture around the ruins of Azura, we realize that the place is completely falling apart, and this kind of acts as the game's tutorial for controls and how to use your new little robot friend, who at this point in the game is known as Dave. Venturing it a bit further, we unsurprisingly hear some swarm, and then we try to be a little stealthy boy before losing our cover and getting into our first gunfight, which ends pretty much exactly how you would expect it to. Let's see if it just lets me...
Seeming pest. What tricks did you pull on
Alright,
me,
here, if you hear the loud screaming, I set them off. You can tell the enemies are...
After breaking off the engagement.
Hold your banana, students. Allow me to explain myself.
Hello, travelers.
I was only trying to help relieve those pitiful kids of their suffering, letting them enjoy the rest of their happy life from a different perspective, and maybe make some extra cash while I'm at it. But this isn't anything new in Penacony. You may have your esteemed background.
The evening at the barbecue restaurant was very tense.
There were a lot of customers and work. Warnings were heard every now and then. Sometimes about the meat about to burn. Sometimes about a new order.
Father and son willingly took up. Seems like a fair and banal-worthy deal, wouldn't you say so?
As stated in the cosmic ninjutsu inscription.
The customers were demanding they needed fast and high-quality service, but they didn't have the patience to wait. The waitress was in a hurry to please all the guests, but she didn't have time. Reaching the back office at the end of her shift, she closed her eyes tiredly and thought that there were too many people today. She was packing trash into large bags and suddenly felt her head spinning. The second employee was watching her. She told the waitress that she had done a good job and could go home, but she objected that she still had time before the next shift came in. She wanted to have time to clean up. She assured her colleague that she could handle it, that she could go home alone, but the colleague thought that Hana was working so much that she could drive herself into the grave. Hana thought she wanted to take a break too, but Rent and Credit had other plans for her. She sat down on the floor in the utility room and put her head in her hands. She had been working day and night for the last few days, and now she felt like her head was about to explode. Suddenly, the phone in her pocket vibrated. Looking at the screen, Hana saw that the last chapter of her favorite novel was coming out today, and she thought that at least something was saving her from the hard, everyday life. She decided that she would first read the update and then close the shift. Suddenly, a red drop fell on the screen of her phone. It seemed to be blood. Hana looked at the screen as a thin trickle of blood appeared from her nose. Blood dripped onto the phone, and Hana's consciousness slowly floated away somewhere. The girl fainted, dropping the phone from her hand. Scarlet drops stained the screen, on which the image of a character from the novel that Hana was reading was frozen. "Help the children," she heard, opening her eyes. "Help them, Selena." "Am I asleep?" she asked herself, clutching her hand on the blanket. She could be late for work. This thought made Hana sit up abruptly. She sat on a luxurious bed and looked completely different from usual. She turned into a fragile blonde with long hair and green eyes. Hana saw before her a richly furnished bedroom with gilded stucco, candles and golden candlesticks, and an exquisitely set table. Hana didn't understand where she was, and heard a voice telling her to lie back down. She saw a young dark-haired man and a maid who was handing him a coat. The man looked at Hana, and said that she was probably tired after their first night. He said that he would call the servants and maids and turn to some Hans. Hana looked at his back, and she had one suspicion. This man looked exactly like the main character of the novel I Stole My Sister's Husband, Killian Seyfried. Hana couldn't believe that she was reborn into the world of this world. It was a yaoi novel with a fairly simple plot. One of the main characters, Sion, Selena's younger brother, admired Killian Seyfried, who was nicknamed the Shield of the Empire. At the birthday party of Selena, his wife, the men met each other. Sion fell hopelessly in love. Killian reciprocated his feelings, but during the passionate scene, Selena caught them. The girl, betrayed by both her brother and her husband, gave in to blind jealousy. She attempted to poison Sion, but was eventually killed by her own husband. Of all the characters in the novel, Hana was lucky enough to be reborn into Selena's body. It simply couldn't have been worse. The girl needed time to cope with the excitement.
Oh, jeez.
I didn't have to spend my life trying to find
a natural diamond for every milestone and every moment that makes us us. The Milestones Natural Diamond Collection, new and only at K. Do not play this game.
Miss Rappa,
Like,
can we talk about why the Rangers came to Penacony now?
Friends,
Did you pick up on something, Ninja
or doing
Hero?
handstands under rainbows.
Even though I had doubts before,
So
it was only when I saw this that I felt sure of it.
that trailer we were all in
The sworn enemy of the Galaxy Rangers, the horrific scientist who transforms humans into monkeys, the evil ninja Osaru you spoke of. It's Dr. Primitive, isn't it?
With my mom.
And then they give up. But let's be honest, there was a time when that kind of dialogue was okay, and that time was never. None of it's the incredibly marvelous dialogue. The gameplay itself was okay at best.
The combat wasn't anything new. The music was bland. The parkour was infuriating, and the story somehow manages to cram in hours upon hours of cutscenes, making it perfect to nap in between sequences. But I digress. After playing for an hour and watching 6 hours of cutscene / walking simulator into more cutscenes, I thought, well,
Member
I
number
made it this far,
64 of
so
the
I
Genius
sentenced
Society,
myself to
Dr.
be
Primitive.
spoken.
No one knows his real name, but
Why
his
do I feel like I'm in
atrocities
a
are
moment? I'm
infamous throughout
excited,
the
guys. It's the
cosmos.
first big game of 2023.
The most horrifying one of all has to be his atavistic experiment.
I see.
The dozens of worlds he caught up in this experiment were
Wait, is
mostly
that
home
like a
to
cult
prosperous interstellar civilizations. But every single one of these
Did
planets
I
was
steal a
reduced to a
baby?
regressed
Wait,
form
I'm
of
only 20
intelligence
years old.
by the
How am I
time he was
legally
done
able to
with them.
use the F word?
Intellitrons deteriorated into mere machines. Zatska's regressed into birds. And even the most ubiquitous human civilizations were subjected to the same fate. Millions of apes and monkeys now wander amidst the ruins that we once called home.
Person exhibit? You just observe
If Dr.
New York
Primitive
in the
is
natural
indeed behind
habitat?
this, we must alert the Astral Express and the family at once. We won't be able to avert this crisis on our own. Facing such an amoral emanator of erudition, even the slightest of negligence could bring unimaginable consequences.
Your analysis is accurate. However, in my humble opinion, now may not be the best time to call the Harmony Shogunate for aid. As stated in the cosmic ninjutsu inscriptions, when the net is cast for a catch, ready yourself to land a fish or forgo your net. With evil Ninja Osaru lurking in the shadows, and our locations not yet compromised, I suggest laying low to avoid alerting the monkeys. Rest assured, I've delegated Silvergun Shura to investigate the Forbidden Ground. Being the chivalrous and exceptional ninja hero he is, I have faith Silvergun Shura will accomplish the assigned mission. At this juncture, our priority is to rescue the ninja initiates of Paperfold Town. What ninja heroes would we be if we left those defenseless initiates to the monkeys? If we don't rescue those before us, how can we hope to save the world?
Indeed. We must not leave the students to fend for themselves.
There you are!
I finally found you, my beloved talent.
What's the building on fire?
It's Ninja Gamma.
Wait, Homer's a girl?
Oh, I see this actor is creative with her words.
Why
Mr.
wouldn't you just
Rekka?
pick up the money? Just pick it up, it's right there.
Do you
Just
need
pick
our
up
help
the
with
money.
something?
You're gonna lose if she loses it in the fire,
Yes.
I swear.
The Charmony Academy is filming a promotional
Why
video
would you
for
pick
their
up the
anniversary,
money?
but the Banana Advisor hasn't found anyone that makes the
Why
cut.
didn't you just leave that
That's
night?
why
She
I'm
had
here,
money. She
to
had
recruit
cash.
students
What
with
was she gonna
greater
do? And why
acting
did they find her and then
potential.
leave the money? Like, why would you light a building on fire?
Big shot
Like,
with
if
a
you have that
brilliant
kind of
pass.
holy purpose,
And you?
why would you
A
not have seen the
superstar
money?
that everyone will have their eyes on. And this actress with personality.
The whole
Please
story is
join
because
us
how we're
in
pulling
the
up to the fire
performance.
over back. If
Considering
she'll
how
take her. Why is
Charmony
the lighting
Banana
so
Advisor's a
miserable?
creator of the
Even
Slum
the
Banana
cigar,
Monkey,
look.
I believe only young and
Look at the light
talented
in the street. It
people
looks like
such
Gran
as
Turismo, the new
yourselves
one.
will be the ones to catch her
My dumb head
discerning
would think that's some sort of like cup holder.
Uh-huh.
Stargate?
I see. Thank you for thinking so highly of us, Mr. Rekka. We'll make sure to drop by.
That's the way. You will be at the photography studio. See you later.
You, the one talking to me right now.
Charmony Banana Advisor must be in league with the
She
mastermind
said
behind
the
this.
tough word. Well, this place might be worse, depending on how you look at it.
And
What do you mean?
I
And
can't
to go
help
completely
but feel like
silent.
there's
Now
more than meets the eye,
conversations
Mr.
with tough.
Rekka.
Oh, you'll occasionally
I
be able to
concur
stop
with
and
you.
chat with a couple of
Ninja
them.
Hiryu is a punctilious ninja
Not doing
indeed.
that. Oh, no, I have to.
Come on. Don't be shy.
Seriously, I would. Let's just keep moving. Okay, this is the equivalent of like coming across a bear in the wilderness and being like, "Hey, aren't you to fire off quick magic or online to open up a quick magic menu?" On-screen tutorials every couple of seconds. My favorite. Oh, no, that does not play very well.
I'll probably find it.
Alright, I get it. Serious. Let's go here.
You didn't capture stubborn banana monkeys.
What I'm doing right now.
Laziness,
Oh, quick, kick the dragon, kick the dragon.
parts playfulness at all.
Do more, do it again.
But I'm already
Prepare
doing the
the
best I
attack
can,
for
Charmony Banana Visor.
Arthur, then Rick Bandit, Tutorial's never in.
An utter disappointment to the monkeys. Oh, maybe we should change the cast. Acting skills alone won't cut it. They need to adore Slipper-Nana with every fiber of their being. Banana.
Any answer works for me, I guess.
Why do they speak English? Because they do.
I have a few candidates here. Perhaps they will be to your liking.
Point stick harder.
Of course it's wrong.
Oh, dang it, they locked the door. No.
Oh? They seem to have potential. Banana. I hope
They'll
you
never
don't
notice
leave
me
me
in my medieval garb now.
You know, we should stay
Is
off the
this
main
evil
thoroughfare.
seedling a
There's chance of
dragon
being
or a
spotted.
monkey?
You're right.
We should probably not get detected by going down the main street.
I'm Charmony,
What
Banana Advisor.
you've said has an inkling of truth.
How wonderful it is to have been scouted by
Like,
Mr.
look,
Rekka.
it's just walking from cutscenes to cutscenes to
Faith in a
cutscenes.
professional director's judgment. Have your scripts ready, actors. Show the Banana
Wait,
Advisor
hold on,
what
game
you're
just bug out?
capable of.
Oh no, she's moving. If she was breaking me out of prison, we're gonna have to sneak our way through the city anyway. It's not like I really needed this book. I'm actually not playing right now. The characters just walking on their own. Let's get some gameplay, gamers. Can't wait to play the game. That was fun. Can't wait till I get to play it again sometime. I just want to play games that are like this, but where you play the game. I don't.
Let's
Oh my
assign the
gosh!
actors to the
They're in this
roles.
for an
then.
hour and
The
20 minutes.
leading role of
The most
brave
pointless cutscene you've ever seen.
monkey shall be.
Mr. Rekka, I want to try this role again.
Such a poet.
Look,
You know what? I've listened to 500 cutscenes so far. Why not?
It's fine. Let's give this proactive actress one more shot. Brave Monkey
This
is
is the
known
map.
for
We
his
already showed
can-do
you. This is where you need
attitude.
to go. Go there. Click it to go there.
Next up is
Stupid
Wise
zombies.
Monkey
Perish.
who guides
Perish in my great
Brave
lady. Let's do this.
Your disposition
Yeah, this
makes
looks
you
better.
perfect for this role,
Yeah, like that
Don
looks better. Oh, that's a bit better, but now it's
As you
just
wish.
washed out.
And finally,
Let's play this
we
game in
have the
black and
villain,
white, I think.
the devil of stress. I'm confident you'll nail it,
I just keep cutting them
superstar.
off so nobody shuts up. My first glance on the open world. It's so beautiful. Oh, here we go. Here's
The
the
role
boss
of a
fight.
conflicted villain requires sublime acting.
They
And
forgot to
improvised
text you
lines
about
further demand a robust foundation in the
Oh,
art.
nice one, Frey.
Are the
All
only
right,
one
Mr.
who can
Boss.
take on
Wrap
this
this up real
most
quick here, okay?
challenging role.
It's gone in house.
Not so fast.
There's no way that
What
this is
role
the
do
boss.
I play?
Oh, it seems all
That
the roles
looks-
have been assigned. But yes, we'll need someone to narrate. Rapper the narrator. This is your role.
A lofty ninja hero relegated to the likes of a narrator? So be it.
Nope.
We'll begin once everyone's ready. The assistant director's camera is ready to roll.
I got to see this shit.
Are you an anime fan? If like me, you're probably a huge fan of the Seven Deadly Sins. Or have you been following the sequel?
Kingdom Hearts game's platinum was admittedly harder than I thought it would. To start things off, this game has a trophy to beat the game on the hardest difficulty, which is called Critical Mode. I mean, this is a game featuring me the shit, for Christ's sakes. How difficult could this game be?
Actors, take your positions. 3, 2, 1. Action!
Dreamscapes glowing, gold halls flowing, a legendary feast about to get going. This is the ninja mantra. Embellishing words with ninja enchantments is bound to make the play 100 times more vivid.
I knew this student
Yeah, this
wasn't
game may be
reliable.
filled with a bunch of Disney characters as well as mini games made for small children.
Nothing else matters.
Then I'll continue. From the hearts of men, monsters arise. The banquet turns scorched earth's laughter to cries. A
But the
passing
amount of
hero
times when
lends
I
a
got
hand. No
one-shotted
surprise.
in this game was
And up
staggering.
next, I have to come up with something obnoxiously conceited.
Behold the devil of stress, the ultimate master, the emperor, an indomitable
And then I get one
meme,
shot, I got
an
back in the box.
everlasting nightmare of the memory zone.
Turns out 90% of this game's trophy list can only be done during the post-game. Therefore, it made the most sense to beat the game as quickly as possible. And so that would be my focus.
Brave Monkey is the savior of our university. It would never utter such dainty banat gibberish.
Sorry, Bana.
You think everything.
Suffering and pain, the fruits of blind hate. A hero draws a sword ready for the fight to break.
Occasionally do some pretty cool shit alongside my childhood heroes.
Again! Brave Monkey hasn't gained the power to defeat the devil of stress at this point. How can it possibly have so much grit?
Sorry, Warren as a party member was just easily
It's
my
my
favorite
turn now.
person.
I should
Then
say
some more.
something demeaning to Brave Monkey.
And then have the Lord of all Disney, Mickey Goddamn Mouse, come down and clown on their asses.
Good for nothing, monkey. You're
But hey, at least I didn't have to feel bad about Mickey coming
loser
to carry
monkey.
my ass. Because I actually
Home
needed
and
this to happen
chomp
for
on
the
your
trophy.
bananas
Not like I died because
instead.
of a skill issue or anything. Since this used to be a PS2 game, the levels actually felt a lot longer back when I was playing this as a kid. But now, later in my adult life, I found myself actually blasting through this game faster than I ever thought possible. And the more I leveled up,
The heroes down and out,
got
defeat hanging
much
in the
easier.
air, but in walks the master with wisdom to share.
First tried to Hades, Jay. What was that? Giving myself a little bit. That was, of course, until I ran into the hardest boss in this entire game. Boogie Boogie.
You!
Tried as I might, one does not simply
Your
beat
lines are
Boogie Boogie.
fine.
This villain mastermind has transcended Disney. He was more of a threat
Thanks
than
for quenching
any
her
of the
wrath,
other
Don
post-game super bosses. Boogie Boogie
The
simply
master's
breaks the
wisdom
game
resonates
and
to
is
his
the most
core. The
unfair,
hero's blade sharper than
overpowered
ever
boss
before.
ever to be
Yesterday's
conceived
loser is back
within
in
the
the
PS2
fight.
era of
Fight or
gaming.
flight. Evil doers think twice.
It's my turn again. This time, I'll say something to taunt Brave Monkey.
Okay, so he's not actually that bad. Looking back at this footage now, I laugh because I realize just how bad at the game I was. So often I would hear him utter that blasphemous phrase.
Know when to stop, do you?
And this would
Is that
immediately
it?
spell my
Rinky
doom.
dink dink
I just
monkey?
kept on dying to this. And the reason is because I was actually fighting this boss while under the influence. I'm an adult, such am I right? But my inebriated brain wasn't actually catching on to the fact that every time just before this attack would come out, there would be an audio cue, giving me plenty of time to react.
None of them are cut out for portraying their beloved monkeys, Banana.
Wait! Please just give me one more!
Second chances don't come around that often, girl.
Please, I'm begging you! Being in one of Mr. Rekka's films is my dream! Don't say that. If you want my opinion, there's nothing amiss with Ninja Initiate Gaku's acting. In fact, you are being overly critical of her.
You think? Are you the advisor who grades her work, or the director who assigns her roles? It's up to me to assess my students' worth in this class. Let's stop filming, Mr. Rekka. We need to swap out the actors.
Stop! No, not yet. The show still isn't over.
Not this again. It feels like I'm in a dream.
Ultimately, I wasn't able to beat him until I sobered up the next day. Moral of the story, don't drink and trophy hunt, kids.
Bernard! Bernard! Bernard!
Oh, Roxy's like, I am. You're okay. Get ready, bitch. Oh, shit.
Looks like the academics is taking effect.
There's not a lot of hope there. Oh, shit. Okay.
Congratulations, students. Thanks to Slumber
Can't
and
take a minute to chat.
be glorified actors. Just as I thought. This is yet another snare laid down by
the
the
last one's been salvation.
Truly an incorrigible student. Nay, dinosaur fiendling. Your feeble sorcery stands no chance against my dazzling ninjutsu. Watch me snap everyone back to their senses. Hiya! Dazzling palm, let's chop!
Ah!
Ow! What happened?
Hit him with the reverse.
As stated in the Cosmic Ninjutsu inscriptions, the stone heart of a ninja is immune to pressure, immune to
Eventually, I
loss,
made it to
come
the
wind,
end
rain,
of the
or
game,
shine.
kicked the shit out of Sex Man in what ended
Never
up being
forget
an
who you truly are,
epic
Ninja
final boss
Initiate
fight.
Gaku.
You gotta admit that.
Are we on to another film now?
No.
Is this going to be about
It don't.
No, but we've come to the climax of the film. Just a small swap among the roles.
And then suffered through a very
Charming
long
banana
and
advisor.
unskippable
You're
ending
up
credit
for the
sequence
villain
with
this time.
copyrighted music. And as you would imagine, I loved every
What are you eating?
second of
I
it.
said to stop filming.
Shuffle or bogey jazz?
Filming!
Which is it?
When you're on my set, I am the director. Come on now, dear actors. Let's salvage this lousy film with electrifying fights.
So you got to hear that one. And now, a quick message
ninja
from
minds
today's
think
sponsor.
alike.
This video is ironically sponsored by
I agree.
Use my code currently on the screen to get 50% off of your first meal. And if you do, you would be directly supporting your boys as well. So if you're hungry and you're enjoying the content, then consider checking them out.
My
Now,
class,
get
you're
right
in
to get started on a
for
very
some
interesting one
corrective
to do.
bananishment.
Basically, there's this thing in the game called Jimmy's Journal, and it acts as a tracker for all of your in-game accomplishments.
Back down
And
the
long story
street,
short,
the
you
hero
need to
says
gather
never.
every
The way of
single
the ninja
entry
burning in her heart
in Jimmy's
forever.
Journal in order to platinum.
Fiendling
There
blood,
are
the sword of
12
justice will be
trophies
stained as the
directly
school
related
casts off
to
every
each
shackle, every
category
chain.
within Jimmy's Journal. And collecting all the entries for any given category will net you a trophy. And you'll see the golden 6 icon letting you know that you completed all of the requirements, of which there are many. Complete the answer report as well as the technique section of the journal, just for being the name. However, don't be fooled, there was still a lot to do here. The first thing I decided to tackle was filtering up the drive form so that I could get each of their unique abilities. And I would end up using these abilities for many different things throughout the game. The only pain in the ass is that every single drive form had some very specific requirements needed in order to level up the form. and some of them were actually grindy as all hell. Valor form gave energy based on number of hits dealt to the enemy.
Beneath the waters lies an endless abyss.
Oh, no.
I weep for the departed.
Wisdom form would level up for killing tons and tons of heartless. Finally! Limit form would level up via
why not have a meal before
form. That's progress. Master form would level up via grind form pickups from enemies. There we go. And now, die. And lastly, final form would level up via nobody
would advise all of them destroyed. Say goodbye to evil plot strategies and ploys. The life of the party, savior of the school. Let's hear it for the hero here to keep it cool.
Transformation called anti-form. However, this form wasn't actually needed for any ability, and you can't level it up. Anti-form actually exists in the game as a sort of punishment to the player for relying too much on drive form transformation. Basically, the more you transform into a drive form, the higher the chances are at becoming Anti-Sora instead. There was, however, a trophy to transform into Anti-Sora, a total of 13
It's
times.
as if some
And you would
unseen
think this trophy
puppeteer
was
cut
really
its
annoying because of
strings.
the RNG behind it. However, there's a nice little exploit to go into one of the Hades tournaments, and you could just keep transforming at the beginning of the match. And if you don't get Anti-Form, then you just restart the match, you get the drive back, and you try again. Eventually, once you transform enough times, you will eventually get Anti-Form. And so this made it really easy to just keep doing this for the trophy.
Can you kindly enlighten us on the proceedings thus far?
Oh, there we go. Once I maxed out all of my drive forms, and I got all the abilities I wanted, next I decided to farm XP in order to get Sora to level 99, which is the highest level in the game. And honestly, I was dreading how long this would potentially take. However, abusing some of the experience boost abilities in this game actually made this go by in a flash. Basically, there's a skill in the game that activates once your health bar starts making your ears bleed.
Mimetic corruption comes about from the dissemination.
I know. That sound makes you
It
wanna...
alters particles of information picked up by the cognitive module, skewing the sensory perception of certain objects in those that have been corrupted.
But
Much
in the
like
end, it was a
special
necessary
effects in a
evil.
film.
When your health is this low, the amount of
Words,
experience you gain per
songs,
kill is actually
videos,
double.
these
And if you
are
equip
all
the golden
mediums
keyblade
of
with
transmission.
the exact same ability,
Humans
these abilities actually
have a
stack,
curiosity
meaning you'll end up getting triple XP
and
per
mimetic
kill.
viruses
This meant that
take
every time I
advantage
ran through these two rooms and killed
Mimetic
all of the
corruption is known
nobodies,
to
I
influence
would
one's
gain at
thoughts
least
even in the
level
real
every
world
single time.
and in the dream
And so I
state.
just ran this
They
circuit
catalyze
over and over
nightmares that
until I
corrupt
eventually hit level
humans
99.
into
And
monkeys.
it honestly really didn't take that long. I hit level 99 in under 2 hours, which for a JRPG game is actually a pretty good time to reach max
Masking it
level,
as
all things
entertainment
considered.
to implant the seeds of dark sorcery in the hearts of the ninja initiates. Misappropriating the role of actual educators
Once I was
gave
level
them
99, I
the
decided
chance to
to get the
mangle the
bulk
minds
of the
of
minigames
innocent ninja
out of the way.
initiates.
Now, for the
Only
record,
to
I
hasten
love
the
the
growth
Kingdom Hearts
of those
franchise,
fiendish
but
seeds they sowed.
holy shit, the amount of
And
minigames
so,
they
all
pack into
ninja
these
initiates
games
of
and
Paperful
force them
Town
down your
will
throat
succumb to
really gets
fiendishness,
crazy sometimes.
becoming puppets
Especially because
of
some
the
of these
evil
minigames
ninja.
have some
What
stupid as
a disfidious,
requirement.
degenerate, and dastardly ploy.
What are you talking about? These lines in the script?
This actor's lines may be somewhat cryptic,
Like,
but
just look at what I
yes,
had to do
the
for
general
this
plot
struggle
direction is on
bullshit.
point.
Ninja Gamma, why
Apparently
are
I'm
you
missing
bogged down
characters
by
in
an
Twilight
action
now.
when
What
you've
the-
long realized the truth
Oh,
behind their
are they missing
pretense?
Setzer?
I'm
Yeah, you
just a
gotta get 'em
director
by
that stumbled
getting
upon a sinister
struggle.
plan. A reckless move on my part
Let's
can bring
struggle,
dire
young.
consequences. It is
Sure.
up to very important stars like you to defeat that hell kite
Hater
of a
doesn't
villain.
get to play.
These banana advisors were appointed by the acting dean, Prof. Nana.
Oh yeah.
I believe I
supposed to be a
don't
hater
have to make
3
this any more
times to
explicit.
get Setzer.
Go to the dean's office to find the
Or
answers.
was it 10?
Oh, and keep me updated on how the plot
Wait, is it 10 times? I thought it was 3. God damn it. This is so pointless. Can I not prove how hard I beat his ass the first 3 times?
Come over here and choose a script.
How could I lose? No, but how could he lose that? How could he That's gotta be text.
A castle showdown looms ahead of us, fellow
Shit.
ninjas. We ought to make haste with
Like
ninja
Cypria?
speed.
I'll slap his ass. How is Hater not sent in the back room yet? Come on! Oh, he moved. Something changed. You got skills, but you're no match for Cypher yet. We'll have to beat Hater another 30 times.
Ah, what a surprise, my dear students.
Why is Setzer the second
No
opponent if
appointment
he
or
was the
polite knock
champion?
on the door,
Oh.
but I welcome you nonetheless.
Cease the shady evasion!
This is
I
so
urge you to come
stupid
clean
and
now.
pointless.
You evil ninja Osaru's feeding
Like, why do you have to fight them so many times? It's so dumb.
Excuse me, dear student.
Like, there's
Could
no
you help me
struggle
translate that?
here whatsoever. Despite
The
the name
short
of the
story
game.
is that a mimetic virus has broken loose in
No,
Paperfold
gotcha.
University.
Gotta beat him another
It's going
7
around infecting the students' minds as we
And
speak.
then and only then.
Slumber Nana Monkey is
Maybe
that virus,
stand
Prof.
a
Nana.
chance against Cypher.
And its transmission was orchestrated by none other
Hey, look, he
than your
moved.
banana
Bravo,
advisors.
you're worthy of basic Cypher.
Okay!
Cypher's an asshole.
I thought this class would last a little longer than this.
Your confession came sooner than we expected. So,
Like, look, he has even
is
less
this one of
health
Dr.
than Setzer.
Primitive's
Why
schemes?
would he even...
A scheme? But
One combo.
you're thinking too highly of this place.
Understand.
Penacony is nothing but a cesspool of riches.
I'm so...
It will never be worthy of the great doctor's
So wait, I'm
sublime
just missing...
experiments on humans.
I still need shit from Atlantica.
Here, it's just me,
that.
a second-class
That's
research
what
aide,
the
working in
kids
Penacony
doing
on my
here.
graduation
Oh, God,
thesis.
no.
An atavistic experiment centered around mimetic entities.
Oh.
My research is going along
Oh,
smoothly.
God.
People here adore Slumber Nana Monkey, especially students from the youth demographic group. Soon, they'll create a new synesthesia dreamscape, the moment of Slumber Nana, and foster its growth,
It's literally only X. I keep expecting other commands to show up, and there's none.
Endless atrocities that Osaru unleashed into the world. Just to build an evil realm
Oh.
where 100 malevolent spirits prowl at night?
Put them. Girl, I cannot begin to fathom your cryptic speech. It doesn't sound like you're speaking ill of me.
どうでした？びっくりしたでしょ？ついに
Mind.
私もこれ
Ordinary
のところ
folks
で
will never
こっそり
understand the
隠れ
great
る場
cause
所
of
を
our
見つけ
atavistic
たんですよ。
experiment. How about a pop quiz before I clarify your doubts?
そ
Who
れを
knows how
最初のこと
bananas
は忘れて
reproduce?
ください。
Amazon early holiday deals are here. With everything you need to kick off the season. Shop Amazon early holiday deals now. Be over now, like please. Okay. So thank God. That's what you think. No. Bitch. What if that shit? What if that shit gets tailed there? Alright then. Just it speared him. Oh! And then he did just that. We did it! Prince Eric's a really great guy, and he totally didn't get speared and executed.
To maintain their taste, the majority of commercial bananas are produced through asexual reproduction. Lacking seeds and pollen, they are grown from the same rhizome.
That's correct.
Oh, God, wait,
5
they
Ember
just want
Eras
you to
ago,
do
the
them all
intelligent
again?
Field cultivated
They
a
just
banana
want you to
species
do them
that
all for
humans
fun.
deemed perfect.
As
The golden
if they
slumber
would be
nana.
fun. Oh, God.
The golden slumber nana swiftly dominated the food market. Nutritious, sweet, and its peel gives off a mesmerizing golden sheen. It transformed every interstellar banana plantation into a spectacle akin to the golden hour at night.
This is stupid!
But it eventually became extinct, didn't it?
Exactly. Because it was cultivated by humans, the Slumber Nana lacked room for evolution. Having the same set of genes also meant sharing the same vulnerability. And when a fatal cosmic fungus wormed its way into the production line, the same banana species that reigned over all the others of its kind was scrubbed clean from the entire cosmos in just mere months.
Are you saying that humans will suffer the same fate?
Of course. The Golden Slumber Nana's predecessor was the highly reproductive Jade Green Banana. If not for human intervention, it would have
I need to
blossomed much
replay these.
much like Penacony as we know it.
Oh, why did you do that?
It's a pity those on Penacony just had to be second-rate copycats. But with
It's hard to
constructing
nail the
skyscrapers, building cities, printing currencies, and even making the decision to become like the other cogs in the cosmic marketplace. Following the exact path of the Golden Slumber Nana, stubbornly holding on to the status quo, creating fatal vulnerabilities for themselves, and ultimately becoming useless.
And then you have to do them again.
Having undergone a full banana enlightenment, the Doctor seeks to return these
Because,
misguided
like, they're part
worlds
of the
to their
thing.
embryonic potential, giving them a fresh chance to develop. This is the atavistic experiment.
We even got a
However,
trophy.
I have visited those planets.
So we go to start doing some of these
As
mini
I
games, and I
traveled
begin
from
to
one
notice that
planet to the
some
other,
of them
a
are really
prevalent
hard
but
for some.
unpalatable
Like
observation
getting
struck
this
me.
stupid shit
Not
up the
a
hill in
single
under 10
ninja
seconds.
could speak.
It started to feel borderline
They
impossible.
had all become penguins.
Was that acceptable, game? Or did I have to do it faster?
I
Leave it
know
at
for
15
a
seconds?
fact that they were not born this way.
After doing some research, it actually turns out that
monkey
having
that
a longer
spent
combo
passion
actually
was
makes
necessary.
some things in this game much
He
harder
knew
to
how to
do.
ferment his
You'd think it
own
would be the
wine
opposite,
and
but
would
this
do
actually
so
happened to be the
regularly.
case for multiple different challenges in this game.
The one in
I
the
was starting to
distance,
get really
fighting with
frustrated
the
with
other
how
monkeys
often this
over a
would
piece of
reoccur
fruit,
and end up
used to be the smartest person on his
So I
planet.
decided to take out my
Even
raging
having the knowledge
frustration
to send
on
people
one of video
soaring
game's
into the
most
sky.
iconic villains, Sephiroth. What's Cloud?
From now on,
Turns out defeating him grants you one of the most useful keyblades in the entire game. And this would help me complete some of the harder minigames.
Am I imagining things, or did you learn how to speak like a normal person?
Turns out Sephiroth was no pushover. He's actually one of the game's
Could it be that
optional
this
super
familiar
bosses.
scene
And this was
reminded you of your
definitely
past?
evident. What is Cloud doing?
Given the Doctor's brilliant mind, his ambitions are lofty and are sure to be realized.
However,
But the
with a little
commoners,
bit of practice,
all they
take
do
long
is
to
lose
become
themselves
gamer
to unrealistic
what you
fantasies,
imagine.
becoming an impediment to a civilization's
He's like, I'm
evolutionary
trying.
progress.
Yeah.
Whether imbued with life or not, everything ought to be used
I'm
to its
talking my
full
butt.
potential. How long has it been now?
What is Cloud?
I'm surprised that
Fortunately, the one-winged angel made the mistake of preventing these from
Doctor's
getting
failed
trophies,
creation.
and so his fate was sealed.
Your scheme ends here.
Oh, is that so? Ever considered why I allowed you to do as you please on campus? Even going as far as to guide you to me?
Alright. With
Paperfold
Sephiroth
University
done and
is nothing
dusted, I
more
was
than
able
an
to
incubator.
complete some of this
No
game's
great
much
loss
more
at this
challenging minigames.
But if it can eradicate the pests in the lab, then it'd be used to its full potential. Banana. That's all I have for you. Class dismissed.
Guys.
Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Such a brilliant film. It'd be a shame for it to end now. Alright, cast, get ready to switch scenes!
Not too bad, not too bad. So, now it's just the data battles and the tournament.
Just what do you think you're doing, Memo
Alright,
Keeper?
so,
I've already met all your demands, dearest producer.
Oh, so
Please
she's a memo
hold up
typer?
your end of the deal as we've agreed. Lift this abominable curse that stifles my artistic expression.
Demands? I'm afraid not, Mr. Ricker. Until you hand over those incorrigible and willful monkeys, you have not met all of my demands.
But that's not our deal.
I
went to
did not know
great
that.
lengths to help you infiltrate the school, disrupted the family's surveillance, and even dealt with the ranger who was causing you the most trouble. And now you want me to give up ownership of the backdoors? We're talking exceptional talents that are incredibly rare to come by. They have so many more stories waiting to be unearthed. I can't allow their journey to end here.
Mr. Rekka, there is no room for negotiation here. I have no need to negotiate with the captain. If you don't acquiesce, then in less than 3 system hours, you'll turn into a slumber nana monkey like those students. Hand them over now if your directing career even means anything to you.
No, I refuse. Prof. Nana, have you ever wondered why I ended up under your control?
Some of the requirements in this game are
Tracking down the
like
doctor's whereabouts shows you have some skill. However, believing you could follow us unnoticed was quite presumptuous, wasn't it? Even if we were to need animals for our experiments, you're nowhere near qualified. Great director.
And if you don't do that,
I'm counting
you can't possibly do it.
I put my life on the line just so I could make this wonderful film a reality. I decided a long time ago that I'd do anything for art. So your threat means nothing to me. Every film crew knows full well the risks they run the moment filming begins. And in turn, a dedicated director would never stop rolling the cameras. Even if it meant having to insert an obelisk next to a crew or cast member's name in the credits.
In the end, you too are just a pitiable monkey, struggling for worthless dreams. Be prepared to sacrifice yourself then.
Many more to go. He's doing it. It won't be enough. Let's do God's. Oh God, hurts the final.
Hatred is the frailty of the weak. Flushing banana. That one again. And that is everything that Slumber Nana Monkey taught me. Think about this, everyone. The emotions we experience, be it joy, sadness, or an epiphany, every one of them is produced from a subtle shift in chemical composition within this vessel of ours. With some manipulation, we should be able to easily create or erase emotions. That means triggering a sudden change in your own temperament isn't out of the question. So here's my conclusion. Even if a behavior is generated after thorough deliberation, it is no more sophisticated than the simple act of jumping. What a load of horse manure. I'm checking somewhere else.
Huh? Wait! Where are you going? It wasn't easy to get in, so don't do anything that'll draw unnecessary attention. At least, stop pointing your gun at people.
Appreciate it, nameless gal. You have quite the authority around here, huh? Has the Astral Express begun to take on monkeys?
And so, you know what's so funny about this tournament? It literally says there's no
talent. They even gave me a membership card with a high level of clearance.
And it's like, how do I? Because some of these rounds, I have some random ass stipulations. Like, not being able to summon for some unknown reason.
Am I? You were so darn
Are
mesmerized
you
by
ready
that
to
speech
own
back there.
that perfect fitting, bold story?
Well, I was
Hit
just
the trail,
listening to what they had to
kind of
say.
day.
It's not like they managed to convince
Designed
me
to
anyway.
perfection and all in
Plus,
for
if they
everything.
don't talk and rhyme, it's probably
You
just
own it.
nonsense. So, what brought you here? You don't look like you're a fan of these monkeys.
Why not? Galaxy Rangers are forking monkey fans. We go bananas at the mere sight of them.
So, he's on the hunt for some kind of fugitive? That explains why he's dressed like a sheriff.
No. I guess you could say he is a fugitive.
What?
Yada yada. Tell her my life story then. I'm gonna go check the place out.
Like every round is so deliberate, you asshole, man. It's a good night. Oh man, that was genuinely really stressful. I was actually sweating on a few of those rounds. Holy shit, dude. It's a shame Orin couldn't be in any of those fights.
Hey,
He was literally standing there,
can we have a
but he wasn't
talk
part of any of
over
it.
yonder?
But as you can see,
Just me?
I've also
Why
done
can't
all
we just
mini
talk here?
games, baby. Let's go.
okay.
It was at this point
You
that I
guys go
decided I
ahead.
would synthesize
I'll wait for
every
you
single
over
item in
there,
the game.
March.
I made the shit. Now I can do the thing, bro.
What are you up to?
Yeah.
I only just
We're
convinced her
making
everything's fine, you
Now,
know.
most people consider this to be the grindiest
Awful
part of the
chummy with
playthrough,
someone you just
because
met,
gathering the
ain't you,
necessary
Lino?
materials requires a blessing from
Alright,
RNG.
great nameless
However,
one.
I actually did a lot
Drop
of
the
grinding
act
throughout my time
What's the
progressing through
deal
the
on
story
your
mode,
side?
and this actually
When
ended
did
up
you guys
saving me a
start
lot
laying
of time
eyes
in
on
the long
Dr.
run.
Primitive?
By the time I made it to the post-game, I was
Dr.
sitting on most of the
Primitive?
materials that I needed for synthesis. Gathering the materials that I still needed for the last few synthesis recipes didn't take me all that long. By the time I had spent a couple more hours grinding for materials, I had successfully made every single synthesis recipe in the game, and I was rewarding my trophy relatively quickly, all things considered.
So, did you find anything at Dreamflux Reef?
There ain't a
Next
thing
up, I
here.
decided to tackle 4 more trophies in this game that were all
Seen
related
this
to the
plenty
gummy
of
ship.
times.
This was a
There's only one
bootleg
solution.
Star Fox type minigame that can be
read
found
this
in
rodeo,
most
so I
of the
reckon I don't
mainline
need to spell
Kingdom
it
Hearts
out.
games. To sum these trophies up, I have to earn a bunch of S ranks on different gummy ship routes, as well as acquire all of the gummy ship blueprints, most of which are acquired from earning an S rank on the different routes. So basically, I would just try to S rank every single mission I played. Okay, wait a minute.
I was just trying to make a joke, but you took it even further?
Oh yeah, I got the shirt too.
Ruffling
Okay, this wasn't nearly as bad as I
That
thought it
wasn't
was
a
gonna
joke.
be. Very good.
If it were the IPC lackeys,
Oh,
I'd
yeah.
have them lined up right this instant for a one-way
There
ticket
we
to the other
go.
side.
These trophies were made
They only
much
planted
easier
kids
to
in this
obtain
place.
once I had created the Donut Gummy Ship, which basically resembled a flying etch-a-sketch. And this ship may look incredibly stupid. However, it's actually the most overpowered gummy ship design that you could make, believe it or not. Basically, when you're in the gummy ship, the way the enemies operate is that they will always be targeting you specifically at your center mass. However, if you don't have a center mass, then this funny ass shit.
I got no clue what kind of monkey business this club's up to. I know from the static noise at Dreamflux Reef that they're sure as heck interested in Penacony.
Truth is, having the donut gummy ship actually trivializes most of the difficulty throughout the gummy ship journey. So getting these trophies wasn't all that bad at all, and I actually had some fun doing it.
I do have an idea. Sort of. Just hold your horses. Let's go back and meet Montana first.
Oh, wait, the secret mod
nice.
was a drop? It wasn't even a reward? So I didn't even ask. Whatever. Whatever, dude. Oh, alright, we're
bullshit. No more gummies, Chad. Now, it was at this point of the game that I finally felt like I was ready to take on this game's hardest challenges. Those being the rest of the super bosses. And this game actually has some really difficult boss battles. But first I had to get to them. And so I started by making my way through the Cavern of Remembrance. And I immediately fell in love with this place because of its god-tier music. The music in here is so good. Oh, it's playing! Holy, finally, dude. Woo! That was rough. That was like the hardest fight, like ever, that I've ever fought with like regular enemies. Got another map. That had to be the last map. It has to be. We done with maps? Oh yeah, we are. After several different obstacle courses, as well as some pretty challenging fights, I finally reached the data battles. Here I would be able to fight every single member of Organization 13 yet again, except this time the catch is that they were much, much harder, and some of them were downright ridiculous. I decided to start the data battles with Demis because he's easily the most mean member of the organization. This guy, which I probably won't do. Oh, now I see why Witchel Form is the way to go. It's so good. It's like Vegas. Street Fighter. Donald get tips for like longer than 5 seconds, my guy. No! Basically, if you're wondering why this is so over, it's because once you enter anti-form, you cannot revert, which means you're stuck in it. And the thing about anti-form is that it is terrible at crowd control. Sure, Sora has some really cool-looking combos in this form, however, they're all mostly single-target. And the whole thing about Demix is that you have to be killing all these water clones as fast as possible. So AoE moves are definitely the preferred way to go. And Anti-Sora is terrible at this. So if you ever transformed into him, you pretty much just auto-lose the fight. Yeah, you do, Demix. You got me now. Completely, skillfully, and totally fairly, you got me now. He earned that W. He earned it. That was a hard-earned victory for Demix. Good job, man. Good job. So impressed. What the fuck? What is this fight? What is this? How am I supposed to win if you keep dominating? What the fuck? What do I do? What do I do? Demix, you suck. Just a stupid gimmick boss. Why is he even an organization? He's got a unique design, I'll give him that, but gameplay-wise, he's ass. And like power-up wise, why did the organization even take him in? Did Demix take him in out of pity? And he just felt really bad for the guys? Because, I mean, that would actually explain it. Okay, so, heal, get my mana back, final form, resets the counter, back to the system, here we go.
Don't just take classes, take charge. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
Yeah, eBay.
Struggling with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis?
Talk to your doctor about #1 prescribed Entyvio, offering 2 maintenance options, including the Entyvio pen. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. PML, a rare, potentially fatal brain infection, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Entyvio, relief, remission for real.
A message from the Sonic Department of Research and Deliciousness.
Save on any occasion with the $1.99 menu. Grab 3 of your favorite entrees for under $6, or choose a dinner for 2 for under $10. Create the fun you want with the Sonic $1.99 menu. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hella. Alright, I beat my first data battle. Gibson, what are you doing, my god? What the fuck are you doing? Being a goofy goober. Gibson, what are you doing over there, my boy? What are you doing? Oh my god, Chad, he's gone berserk! Oh, I love that. His battle cry he does. No. The window. I can't. Donald, just slow down. I'm throwing. We've been dead for like 20 minutes. I haven't seen the whole fight. He finally woke up. Move it down. Just hear Donald's death sound immediately after he wakes up. Oh, Christ. Oh, I got literal tears in my eyes. Donald's made a face for the actor, really. It's like it's that again. Oh, yeah. That boy said if he had a heart, he would have beat me. Not in your life, dude. That is one angry organization member. He was like, Mr. President, oh God, he's even angrier, Chad. Just when I thought he couldn't get any angrier. Oh God. He's the angriest he's ever been. Yeah. Took me weeks to beat these guys, and you just beat 4 of them first try. That's how we do over on my channel. Minus a couple of hiccups, I was actually making quick work of the data battles. That was at least until I got to Sullivan. That's about it, this. Yeah, this guy was my kryptonite in every sense of the word. I was hard stuck on this boss for hours. 2 hours and 45 minutes to be exact. I kept rematching him over and over and he would beat my ass until I blew blue in the face.
Why did it run
Are you
off?
kidding me? I'm in the middle of jumping on you!
Play with it, too. March, you're finally back! Yeah. Let's do this again. The right way. This is Boot Hill. You guys started off on the wrong foot.
I found that Zolman was just
Actually, a
more
really nice
scumbag
person.
than all of the rest of the organization.
Oh, don't worry about
Parrying
me.
his quickest
I thought
attacks
about it
actually
earlier.
requires some
Penacony sees
pretty
a ton of
decent
visitors
human
and
reaction.
transiting travelers. It's only normal to meet people of all sorts of background here. Yeah, I was wanted on a few occasions too. Maybe a dozen times.
When he hits me with that shit, I want to rage quit. I really wish
now.
was that there was just a retry button.
Let's talk
I hate that you have
about
to
the
let
Slumber
him
Nana
kill you
Association.
or close
There's an
application to
important
get out
seminar
of the game
scheduled for today, right?
and reload your
Are we in
file.
time
I
for
hate
that?
it. Why is there not a retry button?
Oh, March,
Not to mention his
you
lame-ass
remember
wind aura makes it so that you cannot combo him at all. Or even punish him in the traditional way that you would punish most bosses after their own bit.
Just a bit. We'll get to see
Instead, you have to spam the learn reaction command in order to stock him on jumps. Then you wait for him to throw out a specific attack, and you can jump punish spam him accordingly. The shittiest part of all of this is that you absolutely cannot go on the offensive unless you have jumps.
No matter what people choose to believe,
You can do the reflect and wait for him to attack and jump, but I don't know when I'm allowed to hit him otherwise. Like, every time I try to combo him, I just get smacked out of it every time. And if he decides to just fly his ass into you, instead of throwing out moves that can let you stock up on jumps, you are literally just at his mercy. And that's why I cannot stand this boss.
We have a few other students from campus who attended a few theophanies before.
Are you?
What did they say about it?
I'm standing there waiting to block an attack. He just flies into me for contact damage. Oh, I'm not gonna attack. I'm just gonna fly next to you. He forces you to play the game his way. And if you don't, well then you'll never get the W.
I want to feel like that too.
Well, ain't that something? I reckon I gotta see it myself. Still got a bit to wait, huh?
The sad thing is, all I had to do was jump. He did the move that I needed him to do. I only had one jump, but it would have been fine. One jump in the double finisher, I think that would have been a full health bar. I had him dead if I just pressed down. And so I fought him again and again until I finally got the upper hand. It's definitely gonna do his finisher after this. Oh, if only that killed.
Hey.
He didn't do his finisher. He's literally dick hair health. And he doesn't do his finisher. On what planet do you not do your finisher there? Try something new there. I had no idea if it would work. I've never seen him do this attack this late into the fight. What a generous guy, letting me get jumps. I can't believe he did that.
Watching TV gotta be this complicated.
Oh, you're back. This is the theophany that Montana told us about. The only way to see Slumber Nana Monkey is apparently through forming some kind of connection with the assistant Nana.
Thank you for waiting. Oh, another member hoping to see Slumber Nana Monkey?
No, not her. Just me.
Trying to worm your way in again, huh? But you won't be able to establish a connection if you know nothing about Slumber Nana Monkey.
I think Solid, like, I had a great groove when I was doing all these ones. When I got to Solid, my soul died inside, and now I have, like, no patience for any of the other ones. My mental game is suffering because of it. Like, even ones that are considered easy are frustrating me, because it's so easy to set me off because I'm in such a foul mood. Because of that bitch.
244.
Wait, you can literally just limit for the entire
It's you. Yes, I've heard it.
Oh, that's.
You have the potential to
Oh, that's funny.
the source.
I did not know you could do that.
Come over to me.
Not so fast.
Back right
what are you up to this time?
Get back, Jack.
Dinner of us two place a date. The other gets ready to fight.
Get the
Keep watch outside.
Oh, he nicked me into the wall.
Hey, wait!
You didn't get back.
Hey! Hello? actually talented?
Every time! Even the easiest boss in the world is making me so mad. Because it's Alden, man. It all comes back to Alden. He made me angry. And now I'm permanently mad. He infected me with his cancer, dude.
The answer is simple.
This
Gentleman here, he wants to visit the past more than anyone else in the room.
What's the big fudging idea here? Is this all there is?
We meet again, sir.
I've seen run-down saloons fancier than this place.
Eventually, there was only
You call
one
this
down
a
battle left
theophany?
that I had saved for last.
Crafting
And
an
that was
attractive
Dexter.
but
I had
deceptive
the
vision
suspecting
is a
feeling that this guy
crude
was
method,
in me a lot of
entirely
trouble.
opposite
And
to
guess
the
what?
values that the
I was
Slumber Nana
wrong.
Monkey aims to share
Really
with
ended
people.
up being the second hardest member of the
Many
team
other
to me.
members before
What
you
really
have come
pissed me
here
off about this
seeking
boss
something.
was,
But
much
these
like
tend to be
Golden,
the
the
usual
traditional
truth,
ways
happiness,
behind actually
peace, and the
fighting a
like.
boss didn't seem to apply to
Unfortunately,
Dexter.
there are
And he felt a
no
lot more
answers
bullshit
here.
in some ways.
Only one
See, with
question.
Golden, sure,
Will
it was
this make you
frustrating,
worse
but
off?
at least there was a method to
What
his
is
madness.
this fudging
With Sexion,
nonsense?
at times it feels like he breaks the rules
Have
of
patience.
how an enemy is
I will
supposed to
explain
fundamentally behave.
everything in
It's for this
detail.
reason that I found this boss to be
For
extremely
example,
frustrating. And
if
although I
I
didn't
asked
spend
you
as
to
much
give
time fighting Sexion as I did
juice,
Zaldin,
what would
it
be
still
your
took me a
first
lot
thought?
longer to defeat him than I would have preferred. And he definitely left a bad taste in my mouth.
You want to get a drink before that, won't you? That should be the exact thought in your head right now.
Don't pull that nonsense on me. A classic will always be a classic. Hold on there, partner. Sometimes you gotta try something new.
Introspection is key, no matter the hour. You see, these are the thoughts that come to your mind when you are
Yeah,
given
that's
that
why I don't
question.
avoid the.
Sadly, it appears that whichever option you choose, there will be some lingering regret. With that,
That sounds like one of
to
the.
imagine a scenario that doesn't hold true in reality.
A large number of honored guests gathered.
If the dependence on the drink was never there to begin with, this problem would naturally not exist, and the
In the
resulting
4th year of
thoughts
our marriage,
would also disappear. Here's a question. Will this make you worse off?
Holy bananas. What's gotten into me? He's right. I don't have the urge to drink at all. Messing around in my head like that. No wonder the synesthesia beacon's all screwed up. No. This busted thing can't do
So
it
back in
alone.
February, I decided it was the best idea to beat the game that no one was bothering to even try.
Moving on. Let's turn our attention toward issues that are a little more
After breaking off
complicated. I see. That is one vast and endless wall of rage you have there.
Since you know,
I think we are on the same page.
think before you speak. Don't go asking for trouble, you banana.
Calm yourself. Slumber Nana Monkey wouldn't preach about forgiveness or burying the hatchet. Now that's something even I'd find annoying. Instead, it'd support you taking vengeance into your own hands. Just like this.
Enjoying yourself? Still the same.
Come on, let's do this.
Does anyone remember those Choose Your Own Adventure books?
I absolutely loved them as a kid. You would read through some sort of
Existence is unity. I'll catch up. Let the show begin. Let's
Customers love the app. Why? Because we can find digital coupons.
Bring it on. There's your reward.
All will be swept away by the wind.
Fun and endearing action RPG game that is downright addicting to play. However, deeper, there comes a time that earning every single game is an absolute nightmare. See, this game has particular affection in many of the reports, which is essentially one giant checklist for everything that there is to do in the game. And as you may have guessed, every single thing that can be recorded in this checklist has to be completed. Opening every treasure chest, collecting every sticker, learning all of the abilities, as well as learning every single finishing move, crafting every single command in the game, leveling up all of the different transformations, winning on every single golden monopoly, finishing all the races as fast as possible, besting every single challenge in the arena, win every round of
what would happen if their hatred were to vanish?
Combat challenges.
Will this make you worse off?
Song in the rhythm game Ice Cream Sheet. I hope you're good at rhythm games, Jimmy. Actually, I'm pretty active.
What wacky theory are you trying to prove?
It's just story-related stuff. Xanor's fingers, dude. He loves that shit.
Pretty good right now.
You're gonna get shown the door.
Banana fucking cares about revenge.
Kick his crusty ass out of there. Yes, there is a lot to do in this game. But would you believe me if I told you that that's not even the worst part? See, this game has 3 different playable protagonists. And the same exact report section that I just showed you has to be fully completed with all 3 different characters. Which means every single thing that you just heard me list off has to be done 3 times in a row, back to back. Well, that isn't the experience difference in each character? Well, Jimmy, besides combat differences, playing as any of the 3 different characters is exactly, and I mean exactly, the same experience when it comes to completing the reports. Oh, and by the way, completing everything there is to do in the reports is going to take you roughly 30 hours, give or take, minimum. And that's if you're being mostly efficient with your time.
Ain't
boy,
quite sure what you're talking about, but
everything about the easiest
sure
Jimmy,
seem
here's where
mighty
things get real interesting. I won't bore you with the specifics, although it is
what's your name?
possible to platinum this game
isn't
while
the
playing
first
on
time
easiest
we've met,
difficulty.
but
Doing so would require
you
to
can
split
call
your
me
playthroughs,
Prof.
causing you to
Nana
replay the game 4 times than you should have to, which would result in an overall much greater time sink. Long story short, platinum the game is going to take way longer if you do that. So, ironically, you're actually saving time by playing all 3 characters on the difficult. But as
handling the commotion at the university is easy. The main concern has always been
sure
here,
does, Jimmy.
Dreamflux
Sure
Reef.
does.
If
But
it weren't
that's
for
why
the
I'm
need to
going to do it for
eliminate
you.
you as a
But you don't
variable,
have to.
I wouldn't have
Thanks, Mr.
purposely
Dogtail.
slowed down.
You're quite welcome, Jimmy. Now sit down, shut the fuck up, and pay attention because it's time to go to work.
Get a move
Been
on, dear
thinking
student.
about
I'll be
streaming.
waiting for you at the
Well,
end
think
to
again.
unveil a new
Okay, so I know I'm missing a chest in Olympus. Don't know where it is. Wait, is that the last chest I'm missing in the game? It is. And then, am I missing a sticker here? Yeah. Tara, you're the hottest thing to hit this place since barbecue meat on a stick.
average person cannot bear.
Wait, that's the chest I'm missing?
Will not make you any
I'm
worse
shit, Mike. And there's the sticker I'm missing. Alright, that does it. I'm missing a sticker here somewhere. Where could it be? I will be sure to not spend too much time here, chat, because God knows the music
will not make you any worse off.
Oh God, where's that sticker? Oh wait, it's up there. Oh, I see it. Wait. Oh, I have to go through the whole sewer system again? Wow, that sucks. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, thank God that didn't take too long. Yeah.
Sound
Alright, now we
will
can
only introduce
I don't know where this
frustration and
sticker is.
anxiety.
I don't see it. Oh, maybe it's behind this thing. Oh, that would have been such a good spot for a chat. Imagine if it was behind this. Where the fuck is the sticker? I can't see it at all. In one of the last rooms you went into, in the room on the right of the stairs. Really? The homies in chat hooking me up with that information. How did I not fucking see this? Oh my God. I'm trash. I'm trash, chat. I gotta clean that shit out of my eyes, out of my peepers. And I got some shit in them. Alright, here we go. Last sticker. We got it, chat. Alright, so that should be all stickers. Now I gotta arrange them? Oh my God. Does it matter where I put them? This is stupid. Oh my God, chat. Look at this. Look at that. It's unbelievable. I feel like a small child again. Wow, I'm really doing it, chat. I'm really doing the thing. The sticker album is complete. Points earned 126. I need 140 for rhythm mixer. God damn it! Oh, so if they're like super glittery, that means you did a good job, right? Where do they want chicken?
Thank goodness you didn't end up like that.
Chicken shit. Here? Yep, got it. I don't care how hideous it looks.
What happened?
Chip and Sin are definitely my favorite, dude.
Hurry, I need your help.
Dude, bro.
I'll go wake Montana. Hurry!
Look at those squares.
Wade, what's going on?
Disney Town.
This is my Grace, Miss Nameless.
God, not the ice
As
cream.
for your ranger friend, though, you just single-handedly destroyed his path to happiness.
Ice cream heartless.
Stay where you are.
Into a giant thing.
Don't come any closer.
Naturally, resorting to violence is not my intention. I'm
That's where they are.
only here to prove something, not to subjugate.
That sucks. Now I gotta do pinball again. And I got into watching Planet Hunting back in late 2021, and in my opinion, no one is really going for hard stuff anymore. A lot of people don't. Trophy hunting content has become so oversaturated, and most people think that like monkeys can do this, and so people are just pumping out tons of lackluster, bland videos. People think that you can just pop a trophy and have like a box standard reaction, and that people will eat it up. And unfortunately, it's ruining what we do, and now most people are going to think that most trophy hunting content sucks. But I'm trying to keep the dream alive, baby. I'm trying to show the world that it can not only be fun, but it can also be hell, but that makes it fun. Holy shit, that was
I think...
Let's get out of this place now. Hurry.
Wait, I didn't get
As you wish. I look forward to you providing the last link in my proof.
Oh, you poor bastard. You're not in the know. Yeah, you gotta do everything in the game with all 3 characters. My guy. Is it extremely pointless? Absolutely. Does the game care? No. See, this is why I hate where the prize pods are in this level.
Banana?
Oh, God.
What's your problem? Why are
Look
you
how
blocking
pain
our
in the
way?
ass it is. Like, I literally just want to go check and see if the prize pods are
Not
there.
with my subject.
But instead, I
He's
gotta
still
back
under
around and
observation.
kick around with this
Your subject?
pinball game.
Mm-hmm. Unlike typical humans, his modified body is impervious to physical deterioration. With a steely grit and determination that never wavers, he can easily resist all forms of corruption. A Galaxy Ranger like him. It'll be worthwhile to see what I can turn him into. Let me guess. You want to call for help right away because you're convinced these monkeys, formerly humans who have lost their minds, are under my command.
This is why I just ask for money and gift cards.
That you really woke up the Ranger.
Yes.
Like me, you're probably a huge fan of Seven Deadly Sins.
Be right.
I've been following this secretly. It's called
Mr. Galaxy Ranger, would you please fire a shot at this young lady?
Hey!
Just gotta remind myself how much I love
But like that was. Or my mom needed my damn headset.
Oh my god, yes. Why can't it always be that easy?
Killing folks is against the law. Especially when it's a lovely lady like her.
Oh my god, they're here. I spoke too soon. Alright, we're halfway done with ice cream.
I'm gonna start the show now.
All
because of this here gun. It's a nice gun, alright. Using it to take a life. I have no such intention.
Nothing makes for a good grind like a good soundtrack to compliment it. It just is your song.
Wait a minute. Is this what you wanted me to see?
That's right.
I guess we're doing...
This is merely a hollow dream. So even if they turned into monkeys here, their physical bodies in the real world will not be subjected to any biological deterioration. The Ranger's extraordinarily staunch and unyielding mind made him an even more valuable specimen to be studied. His mind hasn't been completely wiped out. Instead, he is neither a monkey, nor is he a Galaxy Ranger. He's a young boot-hill, one from many years back. Back when his homeland hadn't been ravaged, when he lived as a carefree child in the grasslands. A partial regression. How very interesting indeed.
So I think the only reason I didn't one rotation is because my mind
is at
squared
least 10 years removed from the older Bill, when he first fired a shot at a bandit. It's miraculous. Be it the Sweet Dreams Troop or myself, he can end it all with just one shot. It just so happens that the decision to pull the trigger has to be made by his soul rather than his body. The child version of him now is completely incapable of firing his own
I think I'm gonna go level up my mind squares before I do that again because it sucks to not one rotation. It just sucks, alright?
A Galaxy Ranger that stands on the side of Dr. Primitive, a traitor born from nurture. This won several more research papers.
Maybe even top 5.
Dreams.
Definitely top 10.
Hey, don't go over
100% in my top 10. I cannot get over this game's soundtrack.
Mind your manners while class is in progress.
I can't help but feel like no matter which world I visit, no matter where I go in the game, it's just banger after banger after banger. It's like it's so hard to find a bad song in this game. That sweet
This dream is based off your memories.
We're going
What do you last remember? Were you herding or chopping firewood?
Neither of those. I was eating some piping hot stew. That's strange. How did I fall asleep? There's a lot of things I should be doing. I guess Nick's gonna kick me awake soon.
You haven't haven't brought up that name in quite a while. But I suppose that's only right, considering where you are on the timeline. For you at this point, everything the IPC does is still in a far-off future.
What a strange dream. Everything sounds like nonsense.
Alright, well...
It doesn't matter. It's time for you to come back to reality. How does it feel? Does waking up from a dream bring you misery?
Enemy officer!
I know. It's a shame you're stuck in a dream. Can't lay eyes on the land I love.
Another
so gorgeous. You'd be willing to die. Right there.
It's hard to believe someone so young would use that kind of
Harry's will
analogy.
was so strong.
Ain't
His
nothing
armor
strange
said
about
no.
that. People gotta find ways to soothe their souls.
So why does
Part
your
of that's
mind
coming
risk?
to terms with life
I'm
and
about
death.
to bring this shit back to KH2
There's
when I
a saying
kick
from Aragon
Loud.
Partial. Death
Place the
is
same
the
game
fairest
as
form
it's
of
cool.
grace. For the good-hearted, death keeps their purity
Not
intact.
you.
For the cunning scoundrels, death ends things clean and cool.
I see. Does that mean you're not afraid of death? If so, please extend your hand out for me. I suppose you're perfectly willing to apply the fairest form of grace to every corner of the universe? In the name of Dr. Primitive, that is. This is my final lesson.
Still lots to do.
You shall thoroughly understand his philosophy. And with that, the star will pitifully fizzle out.
No problem, teacher.
I like that.
But
But I wouldn't mind
there's
doing the unversed mission.
something else I have to tell you.
You're a goddamn
I was
shit,
worried
you
about
know
missing
that?
my shot.
You're the shit
But now
stain
that I've
on
gotten
my
a hold
heart
of you, I reckon I will.
Attacking the gloves and spoon will make it drop colorful orbs. Collect as many as you can in 2 minutes. And just easy
This lesson should have occurred already.
Whew. You want to know something? I was worried I had it all wrong just now.
It's just
But now,
the orbs, right?
there ain't
It's
no
literally a
problem.
struggle book.
It's
That's the
only
only rule.
an evil dude
Step down
asks
for
why before he dies.
In which case, it's
I ain't deaf,
It's
alright?
doubled over.
Well, you
Dumbass
yapping so
I feel
loud.
different.
It ever
Sit
crossed
your
your
ass
mind
down, boy.
I
Oh,
could
did I
tell
need
good
90?
from
Oh,
evil?
shit. Chad told me too late.
It's as Nick said, revenge needs no excuses. Just like how there's one thing in the world that doesn't need to be taught.
God, you
Taking a shot at
Oh my
bad
God,
guys.
How did things take such a turn?
You literally
You're
smacked
just a
him and
child.
get him all back. Okay, we're
Even
good
for
now.
someone
We're good.
born with a
Now
bad
we
nature,
stumbled over.
the first
You'll
time doing
literally
something like
kick
this
me.
should weigh heavily on their conscience.
Easy.
Is that so?
Harry extracted you
Well,
poison.
I reckon
Attacking
you
the
got that
vitality
wrong.
vial will make it release clouds of HP.
Be it a wanted criminal with the blood of many on their hands, or a young cowboy who's never fired a gun. Both share a common instinct in every sense of the word. And that's to put a bullet in anything evil. Muddle butcher.
Secret little
Temper of my synesthesia. I'm gonna put a bullet in it. You think this is the fault of big talking? No, it's your fault. I actually death is a very form of grace, especially for motherfuckers like you who only become worse with time.
Let's improvise.
Remember to aim for the heart. Loaded gun.
It's got to be the last one. Crack the fireball launched by the flame dog in the ground element.
Bring it on.
Oh, God.
There's your reward.
Oh, I can't.
swept away by the wind.
Let's improvise.
Okay, this one might be
Let the
tricky.
show begin.
Let's do it. Time's up. Good.
Let's do it.
Time to mix things up.
Bust out that family best. Yeah. Let's go. Alright. Treasure tussle. Let's go.
Plain simple effective theater. It's not an end.
Tamper with my synesthesia, baby. I'm gonna put a hole in you. You think it's your fault to be talking? No, it's your fault. I actually need
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead here and attempt the full blow.
It's the fairest form of
I
grace,
feel like
especially for motherfuckers like you.
I'd like to go work out. I'm hungry.
Dreams do come true.
Let's do it.
Ice cream. Oh, here we go. Yeah, there's 5 minutes. Like, I think the goal was like do it under 20.
Let's improvise.
Win the arena. I'm playing this Terra game.
Let's do it.
Oh, yeah. Ice cream is done and dusted. Yeah. I can do this stupid fruit shit. I hardly even remember how to play this shit, bro.
Eternal.
Get done, kid. Get the hell off my clothes. Get down. I know which one of them it is. But they make some funny get down. Just get out of here.
Dreams do come true.
Let's do it. There's your reward. Thieves or devils. Crush them all.
Reminds me of Bilbo when he tried to take the ring from Frodo.
All will be swept away by the
I
wind.
know the last one beat. Is it just 3? Oh my god, it's 3. Please no more.
Good.
Okay. Getting the closer.
That's another good thing about dying.
Whatever
your excuses
I got
and ideas are, I ain't gotta waste time listening to them.
Oh,
I swear.
am I late?
If I lose this.
You referring to what's finished or what's only just beginning?
The one that's about to begin? Oh, right. I should go get help. You need to get your head checked, like, right now.
Get my head checked? What forking hell?
Like, why would Tara and the Emerald have the tattoos when it's all gone down?
Dagnabbit.
So king of the day. I'm kidding. He hates it and him.
Hot
Defense.
Huh?
I don't know why
So, you're saying everything went back to normal once you smashed this thing to pieces? I see. No wonder those assistant Annas only want to teach students
Are you an anime
one-on-one.
fan? If like me, you're probably a huge fan
I
of
had a
Seven Deadly
hunch.
Sins. Have you been
Sometimes
following
it's just
the
dead
sequel? It's
simple.
called
Don't gotta be a genius. Follow me,
Kingdom
nameless.
Hearts
No need for
Birth by Sleep.
reinforcements.
One of the most discussed and arguably the most controversial entry of the entire Kingdom Hearts series for many reasons. However, this game is not only one of my personal favorites in the entire series, easily within the top 3, but it's also a game that, when coming back to it, feels like coming home, in a sense.
Much like every game prior to this one, I've never done a level 1 run of Birth by Sleep, but that changes now. And you already know we're playing this on critical mode, the hardest mode of the entire game. So sit back, relax, and let me tell you guys how I beat Kingdom
That's right,
Hearts,
fellow members.
Birth by Sleep
Everything
Final
that's
Mix
about to happen
at
next
level 1.
isn't the end for us. With
For
Dream
those of you that
Flux
haven't
Reef
watched
as
my
our
other level
starting
1 run
point,
videos and are
a
thus
beautiful
unaware of what a
world shall
level 1 run
descend
is,
upon
to briefly
all.
explain a level
And
1
he
run for
will
those that
eventually
do,
cast
in
his
Kingdom Hearts there's an
gaze
ability
upon
called
us
EXP
and the
0.
grand
Equip it and you
cause
don't
that we
gain any
forged
EXP for
together.
defeating enemies, meaning that you cannot level up, making the game a lot harder than it would be during a casual playthrough. Now, the way that Birth by Sleep works as a whole is a lot different compared to your typical numbered title, among many other things that I will get into soon enough. For starters, the most notable difference is that in Birth by Sleep, you can choose between 3 playable characters: Terra, Ventus, and my personal favorite character of the game, Aqua. And together, their stories comprise one complete story. You can play any of their stories in any order you choose, but I literally don't know a single person who doesn't go in the order the game suggests. Like, if you say Terra first instead of Aqua for some reason, you're weird. Like, what are we talking about? But I, of course, am a normal person, so I picked Terra first since he's without question the hardest character to utilize in Birth by Sleep, for reasons I will also get into soon enough as well. And I honestly just really want to get him out the way so I can play with Ventus and Aqua faster. But for now, it's time for the Mark of Mastery exam. And before I say anything else, is Ericus fucking stupid? Like, why did he purposefully invite Xehanort, the guy that literally gave him the stars in the first place among various other things, then act surprised when the exam briefly goes off the rails? Like, I get he's your friend, but like, dude, are you serious? Ericus' intelligence aside, we get rid of these orbs, and then our first command style of the game, Critical Impact. More on that later. With this, Aqua passes the exam while Terra fails. I sure hope this doesn't backfire later, and as Ericus informs us of a new threat in the Unversed as well as Xehanort's disappearance, we take our leave from the land of departure into the lanes between. Here, we have 3 worlds we need to visit: Enchanted Dominion, Castle of Dreams, and the Dwarf Woodland. In order to unlock the latter 2, though, we need to complete Terra's visit to the Enchanted Dominion first. So of course, we equip EXP 0 and touch down in the Enchanted Dominion proper. Now I can actually explain more in depth about the gameplay of Birth by Sleep, but for those that don't really care for this long-winded explanation, skip to this point in the video. But for those that do care, the way that this game works is that as opposed to having a command menu where you can choose to either attack, cast magic, use items, etc., you instead have a command deck where you can place a series of commands of your choosing into a deck. And while you yourself cannot level up with EXP 0 equipped, your commands are the exception to this. Leveling these commands up not only makes them stronger, but also allows you to take some of these commands and fuse them together to make better ones. This is how you inevitably get some of the best commands in the game, but this is also how you receive abilities as well, since by using specific synthesis crystals found by defeating enemies or traversing the world during the melding process, you're able to learn things you wouldn't normally be able to learn during, say, Kingdom Hearts 1 or Kingdom Hearts 2, such as Once More or Second Chance, for example. The tier of ability, of course, depends on the tier of command you're melding, and since it's the early game, the commands at my disposal don't really become that good until about the mid-game where I can grind for them. Apart from this, you also have command styles, where by performing a series of commands, you enter into a power of sorts reflecting the commands that you use. In this case, Terra has Critical Impact, for example, reflecting the physical commands you have at her disposal. I'm not going to mention every command style I received throughout the game. I'll only mention the ones that I feel are important to each character as we go along, since some command styles don't really have that many uses in a level 1 run. Each character shares the majority of command styles in the game, but they also learn command styles throughout their stories that are specific to themselves. Terra, Ventus, and Aqua also have their own unique commands that they can create. In addition to the fact that Terra, Ventus, and Aqua also have their own unique finishers, which they can acquire more of as the story progresses and you fulfill certain requirements. Finally, we have Dimension Links, or D-Links, where we're able to connect with our friends and use some of the commands representative of them instead of our own. We can also level them up as well and acquire abilities centric to that D-Link. D-Links can be pretty 50-50 at times. Some of the ones you can acquire can either be really good or completely garbage with really no in-between. Honestly, D-Links are only really useful during the early game of Birth by Sleep with some exceptions. As I say this though, The one universally good thing about D-Links is that by using a D-Link, you get an automatic full heal. So if things ever start to hit the fan, you can pop a quick D-Link and revert from it to turn the tides of battle back in your favor. Last couple things I want to say before we move on is that Birth by Sleep's EXP 0 functions a lot like Kingdom Hearts 1's. What I mean by this is that EXP 0 in Birth by Sleep has a hidden function to it of sorts, where if you use finishers, your damage actually increases, allowing for some commands in Birth by Sleep to do ridiculous amounts of damage. I'm gonna need this because the regular level 1 damage of Birth by Sleep is like pitiful. Like I'm doing tip damage here, and it doesn't get any better. It doesn't help that Terra is the slowest character in the game either. This is of course why I wanted to get Terra out of the way in the first place, because Terra not only has some of the slowest recovery on most of his moves, but this is of course meant to compensate for the fact that he is primarily a strength-focused character. At least that's what Birth by Sleep likes to make you think, until you play as Ventus and Aqua and realize that Ventus and Aqua are leagues ahead of Terra in every statistical category, but more on that later, I guess. With that long-winded explanation out the way, we can actually continue with the events of Terra's story now, as we encounter Maleficent, who completely manipulates Terra into stealing Princess Aurora's heart for her. Get used to this. This is actually like a trend in Terra's story. There's not much we can really do about this, unfortunately. And as we try to take our leave from the castle, we have to take down the Wheelmaster first. The best way that I found to deal with the Wheelmaster at level 1 is to make use of Vintage's D-Link, since one of his abilities is Haste, which increases the speed of my attacks. This is really good for this fight since I'm able to do enough hits in succession to completely knock the Wheelmaster down and get good damage through finishers, and I continue on with this until the Wheelmaster is completely dealt with. Not really much to say about this fight at all. With the Enchanted Dominion done, yes, that was a very quick visit. I know, it's the theme of this game actually. Castle of Dreams and Dwarf Woodlands open up to us for real this time, so I decided to visit the Castle of Dreams first, where one of the saddest songs in the entire game plays because Cinderella's dress got ruined. Normally this wouldn't be a problem if we didn't have to immediately fight the Inverse while the song is still played. Pretty weird, I know. But anyway, Cinderella's fairy godmother appears to help Cinderella out, and we make for the castle ourselves, where we have to defend her from a burst as she tries to reach the ballroom. This was, unironically, very tough for me because, damn, Cinderella was getting pieced up. I'm not gonna lie to you. My defense was getting exposed out there. Doesn't help that Terra can't move, but ultimately the game decided it was a great idea. It spawned 3 bruiser inverse all at once. Eventually, though, Cinderella makes it to the ballroom. Relatively unharmed. Don't look at me, just top left. Pay that in mind. Completing this section, that's his counter hammer for Terra. A counter move that applies to Terra's block where he can retaliate if he successfully guards an attack. Using counter hammer is also good for the invincibility for him as well. With that out the way, we head towards the antechamber after citing some first, and it's at this point that I'm actually able to craft R Solemn for Terra. R Solemn is one of Terra's best commands. Normally you wouldn't get this until much later in Terra's story, but if you melt Thunder and Strike Raid together, you actually have a chance for the resulting command to turn into R Solemn, which does have a movie. Well, after various failed building attempts trying to this, but we don't want to talk about that. But now we actually have our song. We make really quick work of the Symphony Master, and after an encounter with Aqua, God, I miss you so much, we take our leave from the Castle of Dreams and make for the Dwarf Woodlands, where after defending Snow White from the Inverse, we get Air Slide in the process and do the same thing to the Magic Mirror like we did to the Symphony Master, and get completely carried by our song. And after a quick visit to the Mysterious Tower, as well as the Badlands, where we finally make contact with Master Xehanort as he informs us of Vanitas, a point of mass who acts as the source of the Inverse, as well as the manifestation of darkness and Benson's heart. Well, more or less, until Remind told us he's kinda not that, and that he's more of an amalgamation of other things, but like, what can you really do, right? Gaslighting aside, we make our way towards Radiant Garden, fend off some Inverse, and team up with Aqua and Ventus at the reactor to take down the Trinity Armor. Now, I ain't gonna lie, I was kinda surprised by how many times I was getting caught lacking by the Trinity Armor. I usually never die at this fight. Doesn't help that by this point, if I ever get hit by this big laser the Trinity Armor does, I kind of just get one shot, and the Trinity Armor splitting apart can also cause various problems, so there's that too. But besides that, I'm still carried by our Soul. Like, what, Drew said, different our Soul of a bird, baby. Let's go. We beat the Trinity Armor, that just gives us some lifetime passes to Disney Town, and after a quick falling out with Van and Aqua, we leave the reactor. And after an encounter with this man Bray, who says he's holding Master Xehanort captive, we head towards the Purification Factory to take it down. If you haven't figured it out by now, Brig is the original form of Zigbar, so of course this fight is centered around him using his arrow gun. Like his fight in Kingdom Hearts 2, he starts things off by shooting at you from a vantage point. There's no reaction command here to bounce the bullet back at his scope, but all you really need to do for him to come back down is to just block his shots back at him. Honestly speaking, this is basically just how the fight as a whole goes. Due to Terra's mobility or lack thereof, I suppose, it's actually a lot safer to simply just bounce his bullets back at him by blocking and using our Solemn to get good damage on him whenever he tries to charge this big laser at you, which you cannot block. Believe me, I tried. It didn't go so well. But besides that, this fight is pretty simple, but can definitely trick you up if you think you can fight him on his level as Terra of all characters. Also, by beating Brig, every slot in our deck is completely unlocked by this point as well. After some more gaslighting by Master Xehanort, surely this will not result in anything bad happening to Terra or anybody else connected to him. We take our lead from Radiant Guard. Now with this visit done, 3 new worlds become available. Disney Town, Olympus Coliseum, and Deep Space, with Neverland becoming unlocked later on after all 3 visits. Before we continue on with the story, we can actually grind up some really good commands and abilities by this point. See, by completing Radiant Guard, by heading back to the reactor, you can fight a series of waves of a burst, which nets you really good EXP, and is without question the best spot to grind in the entire game. Even though I'm of course not gaining any actual levels, this is still an amazing spot to grind up commands and prepare for whatever the game has to throw at me later. So I take this time to get Renewal Block, a guard that restores HP and is essential for any run of Birth by Sleep, as well as multiple Charadas, Second Chance, Once More, multiple boosts to different elements of magic, along with HP boosts, etc. By this point, I'm effectively ready to handle the rest of the game as a whole. I'm gonna need it to, believe you me, because the difficulty curve by this point becomes pretty steep. Let me tell you. Now that I'm officially prepared for the rest of the game, though, we head on over to Disney Town, where we can actually pick up Aerial Slam for Terra by heading underground. And after proving to the world that I am speed, Terra contemplates over the darkness in his heart, smack dab in the middle of a cartoon town surrounded by absolutely no one save for Minnie and Chip and Dale. It's funny because this scene is good for Terra's character development, but out of context and in a vacuum, the scene is really funny to look at. Said it on a lot of Kingdom Hearts scenes, actually. Jokes aside, after completing Disney Town, our journey takes us to the Olympus Coliseum, the world that no matter what will continue to persist and be brought back in almost every Kingdom Hearts game, no matter what the situation is. And after defeating some reverse, Kurt tells us that it might be a good idea to enter the games. And so we decide to do so. As Terra, once again, gets gaslit, only this time it's by Hades. And as we enter the games and make it to the final round, we have to fight against
What Prof. Dana said
also hinted at the possibility. But yeah, Zack isn't too hard. Save for the fact that he actually pulls out of phase 2 as it's revealed that Hades is controlling him. And this phase is definitely harder than the first one, mainly because of this attack right here.
As stated in the cosmic ninjutsu inscriptions, when used correctly, the venom of the scorpion neutralizes snake venom. Just as poison wine may sometimes be used to quench thirst. What you said is right. I once fell into the clutches of
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels.
I had to undergo endless
Also from Advil, Advil targeted release, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
Become a story I leave behind in my past. Though, if Penacony's future hinges on it, I am willing to bring back that memory and face it once more.
Well. If the mimetic entities can overwrite one another,
That
so
hands,
can
with all
mimetic
due
viruses.
respect. Funnily enough, this level 1 run was the
edit this
first time in my
virus
life that I
out of our
actually
ninja
learned
actor's
how to
memory.
dodge this thing successfully. The timing to dodge it is extremely precise since Terra's dash doesn't have that many invincibility frames. Besides this and the fact that Zack will summon meteors as well, our Solemn helps me to get through this fight just like the phase prior. Our Solemn has been carrying me through this game, you can tell by now. After freeing Zack from Hades' control, I'm definitely not getting war flashbacks to Crisis Tower as we speak. We get some cheers from an audience consisting of 0 people, and we take our leave from Olympus as we're gifted the first genuinely good Keyblade for Terra, the Mark of a Hero.
No matter the
If you've been
type,
wondering why I haven't changed my Keyblade until literally right now, yeah, most of the other ones suck, including a good amount of the ones that come after this, save for like 2. But now we've got that out of the way, it's time for the last world of this current set, Deep Space. And it's here in Deep Space that we can actually get high jump for the first time between all 3 characters. So after agreeing to help Dr. Jumbo Chikiba free Stitch, we eventually make it towards the containment pod where we have to deal with Experiment 221. This fight sucks, man. Mainly because of the fact that it takes so long to beat because Experiment 221 just does not stay still at all. And even when he does, the windows that you actually get to attack him feel extremely brief. Mainly because of the fact that even if you get close to him at times, he'll do this big shockwave move which depletes your health. And once you get him down to a certain HP range, he actually jumps inside of these 2 guns which shoot at you for a period of time. Normally you would be able to complete the health of these guns so that he would hop out of them. But because of the fact that I'm at level 1 and once again I'm doing literal chip damage, I kind of just have to weather the storm. And this is kind of the theme for the entire fight as a whole until I get it done. Following this, we embark from Deep Space, meaning that with all 3 of these visits done, Neverland is now unlocked. And Neverland in this game is actually not just Captain Hook's ship this time. It is instead the real Neverland. It's way too long for the real Neverland to become an actual world. I know. But now that we've touched down on Neverland properly, before I say anything else, I want you to listen to this.
At this juncture, the legendary scroll of the Ninja Hero is on the cusp of being unfurled. Do your best to maintain your sanity as you watch dazzling ninjas
I just really needed to get that one off my chest. But now that we're actually in Neverland, we defend Captain Hook and Smee for some verse, and decide to help him defend his treasure chest from Peter Pan, believing that this treasure chest contains light, supposedly. We make our Skull Rock, and it's at this point we can actually get another R solo. Instead of heading into Skull Rock through the main entrance, we can actually head up from the side and enter that way without triggering the next cutscene. And from here, just use air slide and a sliding deck to get to the other side, and we can pick up our second R Solemn. And with our next task being to put Peter Pan in his place, supposedly, you know what that means. Let's go.
Green, Peel, Toe, Sha, Break.
Password input correct.
So yeah, after just beating the shit out of Peter Pan, Terra realizes she's been bamboozled, and after freeing Tinkerbell from captivity and defending the Lost Boys from some adversity, we take off from Neverland. After a quick visit to Destiny Islands, where we entrust the future to Riku, we get the ends of the Earth Keyblade in the process.
It's kind of funny if like they each just
Xana informs us that Ventus is chosen to confront Master Ericus, and so we make our way back to the land of departure to defend our friend from harm. With no other choice but to utilize the darkness inside us to protect what we hold most dear, we face off with Master Ericus. Now in this fight, not only do you start off entering Terra's new command style, Dark Impulse, which is a very powerful command style change, but every time you enter into a command style at all, you automatically enter into Dark Impulse. Why would they set things up this way? Well, Master Ericus got hands, I ain't gonna lie to you. Ericus has a lot of really strong attacks, including what I can only assume to be its own version of Sonic Blade. His attack where he tries to hit you with some light orbs, but you can easily block them as well as using counter hammer frames, as well as this multi-hit combo attack. Ericus can switch up on a dime on how aggressive he wants to be at any given time, meaning you have to adapt to his fighting style on the fly. He also has this move called Mist, where he summons these swords of light that he sends flying towards you. Now you can block this, but the amount that you can actually block depends on how close or far you are from Ericus, because of the fact that Terra does not have an omnidirectional guard. So even when he guards, some things can still clip him regardless. It's weird, I know Terra is a very poorly designed character. With all this being said, I'm opening when I can using Sansatsuken to get some good combos in on him. And at about 1 or so HP bars left, Ericus will gain access to 2 new moves, one of which being where he summons some more swords of light that spin around him until they transform into beams, and rotates them either to the left or the right, though you can just as easily strafe to whatever side they appear to be rotating, nothing too major there. His second move is where he summons more light swords, which then transform into 3 pillars of fire which chase you around the arena. This is the scarier one of the 2 moves, since he would just spam this move more than the other one when I was fighting him. but besides that, my agenda when fighting Ericus is more or less still the same, as I eventually finish him off very stylishly, might I add, with Zantetsuken. Defeating Ericus rewards me with the Chaos River Keyblade, probably the best Keyblade in Terra's story. And as Xehanort sets the stage for our final battle, we make our way towards the place where all Keyblade wielders leave their mark on fate, the Keyblade Graveyard. Once we make it to our final reprieve, I take this time to sort out my deck and decide on what commands I want to ride with going forward. I eventually decide on this. Arsola, because it's been holding me down for the whole game at this point, so if you're wrong to take it out. Zantetsuken for combo openers, Aerial Slam, Thunder Surge, which, you know, in hindsight, if I was smarter, I would have just stacked my whole deck with Thunder Surge, but I didn't want to abuse it too much since it's one of the best commands of the entire game. I also equipped Dark Firaga, and of course I have 2 Kiragas by my side. By this point, I also ended up filling out most of Terra's finished commands, and I decided that Heal Strike is the play for the next set of battles.
So the decision
Not only
is
because
yours
of its
to make.
own invincibility for its namesake, it heals you. With these final preparations made, we move forward and meet up with Aqua and Ventus as the 3 don their Keyblade armor to square up with both Master Xehanort and Vanitas. It's always so crazy to me how this scene was originally the second secret ending in Kingdom Hearts 2, much like how Deep Dive was originally a secret ending in Kingdom Hearts 1. Getting to actually experience these moments in real time without a context is always something I find extremely cool. But with all that aside, we're getting fucked up! God damn!
You will now
But as Terra flies to the top of this rock structure, we face off with both Vanitas and Master Xehanort at the same time. Here, you want to deal with Vanitas first since depleting his health triggers the next set of events. But at the same time, Vanitas is also weirdly passive during this fight, though he will of course still attack you, while Xehanort provides some timely assistance in the background here and there. Once we finish off Vanitas, Xehanort stokes the dark fires within us as we have to fight him proper. Xehanort makes use of a lot of ranged magic attacks, such as firing multiple blizzards at us, calling out lightning strikes, summoning pillars of earth from the ground, and even summoning a wave of keyblades to strike at us. Besides that though, this fight isn't anything too difficult since you can combo it pretty easily. The only thing you need to remember is that if he's knocked up or away, he'll instantly teleport, so just keep that in mind. But besides that, I'm more than up for the challenge thanks to, you guessed it, our solo baby, Osaru. However, this is exactly what Xehanort wanted, as he did body jacks Terra completely, giving him as nothing but a pile of armor driven solely by hate and a strong will and desire to take back what is ours. As our final battle is with Terra Xehanort. Xehanort is without question the hardest main boss of Terra's story by far, and Xehanort body jacking us means that he now has access to many of the moves and commands that Terra has learned throughout the story, including Terra's own slide, counter hammer, dark volley, which you can easily guard back at him for good damage, and it was my main way of damaging him throughout the fight, because I don't nearly do as much damage to him as he does to me. He also has access to Arsola. Yeah, remember how Arsola was backpacking me the entire game? Well, not everything that was done to every other enemy in the game is now being done back to me. Though you can easily guard it and use counter hammer for some iframes. That being said, if you get hit and you try to heal and he immediately doesn't want to do, yeah, you're getting stung a lot there, buddy. There isn't really much you can do, so just hope for the best. He even has access to the command Quake, where he summons some rocks from the ground. At times, Terranor will immediately start attacking using Dark Impulse, eventually completing this combo by using Dark Impulse finisher, but to counter this, I utilize the iframes of Thunder Surge to keep myself safe. At about 2 HP bars depleted, Terranor will not only gain access to Cure, as he will heal himself at times, but also this move where he summons a series of meteors from the ground and hurls them at you. There's honestly no real consistent way to defend this because, like I mentioned, Terra doesn't have an omnidirectional guard, and when you couple that with his slow recovery time, you have to be really lucky with where you position yourself in order to not take any damage from this attack. Though at the same time, I was able to do it during my winning run like once, so I felt good about that to tell you the truth. Besides that, he also gains access to the Ultimate Cannon, where he transforms his Keyblade into, you guessed it, a giant cannon. Once he actually performs Ultimate Cannon, Xehanort will then teleport next to you to try to hit you with some attacks and Dark Impulse. So my advice here would be to just keep dodging until he does it so that you can get a punish hit. He'll also just randomly summon one giant meteor on its own as well, but this isn't anything too challenging to deal with.
Able to handle it.
Besides all
The
these
future
new
of this
moves, my
laboratory is all in
strategy
your
stays
hands.
relatively the same. Deflecting Dark Baldy back into him when he does it, guarding off Solomon using Thunder Surge on him whenever he tries to control Impulse on me. Honestly speaking, me and Terran were just boxing for like an hour or something, but eventually I pulled through and come out with a W. After finishing him off stylishly with Tatsuki, you already know I'm willing to sacrifice a good attempt for the content, like, come on. And we even spawned in a cool cape as a reward. Why this wasn't a regular part of the design, I don't know. Thankfully, Kinemasi rectified this. Unfortunately, this was all we can do right now, as we can only wait for the day that someone else comes along to accomplish what we could not, hoping to one day make things right. I hope you didn't think this was it, though. We still got 2 more characters left to play through. Run it back! Now it's time to play as Ventus. Ventus and Aqua by extension have several more upsides to their gameplay as opposed to Terra, more on Aqua later. But both of them are simply outright faster than Terra, and with many more ways to exploit iframes than Terra does. Terra really just got the shortest end of the stick in this game, especially since Ventus receives dodge roll as his primary dodge too, which unlike Terra's slide, not only has invincibility frames for days, but you can effectively spam it as well since the recovery time isn't anywhere near as slow as Terra's was. Ventus also wields his Keyblade backhanded, which doesn't really have any gameplay advantages to it at all. I just think it's really cool that he's the only Keyblade wielder that we know of that does this. But now that we are Ventus, we once again go through the Mark of Mastery exam as we assist Terra and Aqua, and as Ventus is shown to have encountered Vanitas first as he tells him to go touch grass outside the land of departure, we embark on our own journey. Same setup as before in terms of the first 3 worlds, only this time Ventus' only available world at this point are the Dwarf Woodlands. We're into hunting down each of the 7 dwarves, and after defending Snow White from the curse, a much easier process than defending Cinderella with Terra. And by this point, we actually already have enough to make Ars Arcanum with Ventus by combining Quick Blitz and Blizzard, as the resulting command can turn into R. Well, you know, after another several attempts at getting the command in the first place, but once again, we're really not talking about that in the line. And we use ours to completely decimate this tree universe, taking our leave. I'm fairly sure this old lady with an apple means absolutely no harm whatsoever. Now after unlocking the Castle of Dreams and the Enchanted Dominion, I decided to tackle the Castle of Dreams first. And after gathering materials for Cinderella, you have to remember this before Terra ever shows up, we have to deal with this big cat, but using Terra's fully upgraded D-Link makes this fight a piece of cake since you can just use Sonic Blade as well as the first finish command to just completely stun lock it. I know for a fact by the time you guys see this video, it is already banging at my door trying to lock me in the waterboard changes, but just so you know, I'm just using to the mat. Afterwards, we touch down in the Enchanted Dominion, where we head over some of the castles with 3 Aurora's heart and gets answered. And if you do so, we have to fight for Lex and Copper. It was actually not a pushover at all, if you can believe it. We actually team up with the 3 fairies in this fight, who give you some assistance against Maleficent's attack when she tries to put you to sleep, but initiating the command with the fairies allows you to stun Maleficent, opening her up to some good damage with Ars Arcanum. She also calls down lightning strikes, but these are really easy to dodge. The main move of hers that scares me is this move where she like turns into a galaxy or something, but yeah, this move basically just one-shots you level 1. This attack is the main reason I would say she's not a pushover, since if you aren't on your feet, you can easily clip and die. But besides that, you know the rule at this point. Ars Arcanum go verge, baby! I love being backpaddling. What do you mean? Following this, we encounter Vanitas in the lakes between as he guides us towards the Badlands, hoping to gauge our strength as we hope to settle things early. Before I say anything about how Vanitas fights, though, just watch this.
Ending nights of tribulations, I now boast the unrivaled stature of a ninja hero.
Yeah, I'm so serious. I'm so serious when I say I was not throwing for content, man. I really did not think I would just get one tap like that. You know, he fried me. Thankfully, even if you lose the first round, it still advances the story enough against. Even though Vanitas tries to quite literally disintegrate Ventus, Mickey actually appears to help us out as he teams up with us for round 2. Now, if that clip of me dying didn't make it clear at the start, let me first tell you, Vanitas got hands. Not only because of his lightning attack, which, as we've established by this point, one-shots me, but also this attack where he casts Firaga does as well.
Excuses.
He also hits incredibly hard, at least by early game standards, but the main reason this fight with Venus was pretty challenging for me was actually because of the rat right next to me. Mickey actually being here hurts me way more than it helps, if you can believe it. Our reasoning for this is that at times Mickey will start to glow with light as a command procs to team up with him.
But make
But
sure not to
this
bring
is
your
way more
personal
intrusive if nothing
feelings
else because it
The
takes away my
research peeps
momentum,
aren't
but also
exactly
my
happy about how you're
agency
allowing number
because of the
3
fact
to
that the
run
command
around at
is
will.
tied to square, which takes priority over guard and dodge roll, which I need. Also, Mickey can attack alongside you, and while it does some pretty good damage, his attacks will trigger Benitez's teleport much faster than if I were on my own. For all my Kingdom Hearts watchers, if you're wondering why I haven't mentioned anything in the way of revenge values throughout this video, well, it's because of the fact that Birth by Sleep doesn't really have them the way that it's designed. Things just kinda happen at times. Vanitas is the closest to having a revenge value, which is his teleport, and this is the reason why I don't want Mickey here, because he messes with it. Manipulating his teleport is actually my main strategy for this point by using the first couple hits of Ventus' normal combo, and after some hits, eventually, Vanitas will be triggered to teleport with me dodging away from him in response to this. And once he's open, I go back in for some more attacks, using any of my finish commands for invincibility frames from any of his one-hit chill moves. And after some back and forth with him, we got a W, learning to hide them in the process. As you can tell, things are off to a much better start than they were with Terra. Well, barring getting my ass kicked.
Illusory sorcery that the
After this, we get transported to Radiant Garden, where we pick up counter-rush for Ventus at the Fountain Court, head to the reactor, deal with the Trinity armor again, ours are getting go bird, baby, and we head back to Town Square, save this very nice boy from someone first. I'm sure him and his caretaker won't be committing any crimes at all in the future, and we pick up reversal from this encounter, a sort of spot dodge Ventus can do by timing square with the moment an enemy attacks. And after a brief yet painful encounter with both Lee and Isa, God, I love Axel so much, or Lee in this case, which I prefer, we obtain the frolicking Flame Keyblade and depart from Radiant Garden. For about 5 seconds, of course, because much like with Terra, now that Ventus' visit to Radiant Garden is done, we can head back to the reactor and pick up all the high-tier commands and abilities I need going forward. Rule Block, Curaga, Once More, a Second Chance, you already know we're on by now. Now, Ventus' visit to Disney Town is actually very important. I briefly touched on it during Terra's second of Birth by Sleep, but in Disney Town, you can actually head underground, and this is, of course, where you can pick up not only Aerial Slam, but Break Time as well. Even more important, though, is the fact that once you make it all the way through the underground portion of Disney Town, you actually end up back in the raceway, just completely above ground level. Here, you probably notice a chest all the way at the other side. I didn't mention this part in Terra's story since in his story there's only a sticker at the other side, so it wasn't really worth mentioning, but for Ventus, this pickup is actually very important. To reach the other side, all you really need are 2 sliding dashes. Simply using them is more than enough to completely close the gap. Open the chest and we'll find that what's in it is
banal concepts of good and evil. Haven't the Galaxy Rangers given us enough trouble already? You'll never get the doctor to notice you if you keep being so narrow-minded.
When you order 4 more items for $6.99 each.
Is that so? Would Doctor really notice ordinary mortals like us?
Let me tell you about a new upcoming post-apocalyptic sci-fi mobile strategy RPG gacha game, Apocalypse. This game is all
You're
about
transferring number 3 to Denise 722? Why? Simple. You won't be able to graduate. According to Denisovan 22's reports, you have been guiding the experiment.
With no need to come back to pick it up later. We even pick up reversal slash from the raceway as well. And with these pickups, we do a quick rhythm game. They must not know that I beat Hi-Fi Rush and complete this visit to Disney Town. Over in the Olympus Coliseum, we deal with some Verse with the help of Herc and Zack, help her train for games, which actually unlocks all of Ventus' deck slots, then deal with some more of these jellyfish Verse back in the town of the planet, picking up air slide in the process. Not much really happens in Ventus' visit to Olympus Coliseum, save for the fact that I love Sorry. But just like with Terra, we pick up the Mark of a Hero Keyblade and head on over to Deep Space. Or at least try to, before we're attacked by the Metamorphosis Unversed. And for some reason we have to fight it using Keyblade glider controls. Why would they do this? Oh no, actually. I'm glad they don't do it again though, because these controls are fucking dog, and it took way longer than it should have to not even save up the full health bar so I can continue. But for my troubles, we're actually rewarded with the wing blade command style. I said that I wouldn't really be mentioning that many command styles, save for when I felt that they were important, and this is one of them. Wing blade is so good, and I'd argue it's probably the best command style in all of Birth by Sleep. And for me, it's always the most fun to use. Great combos, amazing for crowd control, does really good damage, even for level 1. This form has no negative to it. Terra really did get the shortest end of the stick in this game, because goddamn Wingblade is nuts. But now that we're actually on the ship, we give chase to the Metamorphosis universe, eventually catching up to it in the Machinery Bay, and with some help from Stitch and, of course, Isaac. I'm like, oh, dude, expect anything different? Like, come on! You're this deep in the video and you expected different? Let's be serious. We finish up Deep Space and head on over to Neverland. Here, we decide to team up with Peter Pan in order to put a stop to Captain Hook's antics, heading on over to the Cove in order to deal with Hook properly. Now, dare I say, the Hook, at least for me, was one of the most enjoyable fights in the entirety of Ventus's story. Like, is that weird? Like, the only thing I can really say I don't like about this fight is the fact that you fight Hook on this really small platform. Also, that Hook has a tendency to back up before certain attacks, like reversal slash can connect, for example. And some of his attacks feel a bit unreactable, like a lot of moves in Birth by Sleep do. But besides that, this fight was genuinely a lot of fun at level 1, to my surprise. I don't know, I just really love the fact that a lot of this fight was focused on guarding Hook's attacks, doing counter rush, and that the fight feels like a sort of back and forth between Hook and myself. It's weird that it's Hook of all characters, right? But it was just really cool. I also love the fact that the Firestorm command style holds a lot of weight here. It makes my newly acquired Fire Surge command really impactful because of the fact that Hook gets stunned when he gets put on fire because he's a cartoon character. There are also times that Hook will get close to falling over the edge of the arena, and if you knock him off, he gets bit by this alligator, going for some free hits. Overall, the fight is very fun, and with all that being said, we beat Hook, get teleported over to the mysterious tower for a quick visit, where we try to ascertain Mickey's whereabouts, head to the Badlands where Xehanort reveals his plans to Ventus about having him and Vanitas fight to form the key, or some say kind of meaning is some say blade. We confront Ericus, get saved by Terra, end up on Destiny Islands where Vanitas appears to tell Ventus that the time has come for the two to merge once more, and after getting the Lost Memory Keyblade, the best Keyblade Ventus can get at this point, we make our way, once again, to the final world of the game, the Keyblade Graveyard. Once we reach our final reprieve, I take this time to, of course, make my last setup, get things prepared for the next couple of fights. I decide on having Ars Arcanum because, you know, I can't not have it after being carried throughout the whole game, can I? Aerial Slam, 2 Thunder Surges, because I'm definitely going to need them now more than ever before, and 3 Chiragas for safety. By this point, I had also unlocked all of Ventus's finish commands and decided to use his ultimate finish command, Stratosphere, going forward instead of Heal Strike. You'll see why soon enough. But for now, we push forward and once again face off with Xehanort and Vanitas. And just like before, we get pieced up all the same, but before Vanitas can land his finishing blow on Aqua, we use the light within us to make one final stand. Now, this version of Vanitas isn't actually that much different from any of the other prior versions of Vanitas, save for the fact that at the start of the fight, he rides this with Keyblades for a really long time. In real time, I think he does it for like 2 whole minutes, as well as some of his moves gaining new properties. This fight isn't that much different. Now, as for how I actually dealt with this version, remember way back when I said that D-Links were mainly only useful during the early game, with some exceptions? Well, you want to see something cool?
Master Kucha? I understand. This must be Master Kucha's trial for me. He's testing my ninja skills of letting go.
I know you're probably thinking, what just happened? How did you do that much damage? Now you see, I could explain what just happened, but I think it's a lot funnier if I don't, so I won't. So moving on, by defeating Vanitas, he reveals his face in a moment that has made anyone who has ever played Birth by Sleep completely confused when they first did, and inside the dive to the heart, Ventus hits Vanitas with the sickest burn in all of Kingdom Hearts. Also, I just really want to shout out Haley Joel Osment for his performance as Vanitas, especially like his last. He plays villain characters almost too well. All of that aside, we face off with Vanitas one last time. Well, Ventus anyway.
burned out.
But this time with the broken Keyblade. Final Vanitas is actually pretty tough at level 1, though I would say that this is probably the most fun version of Vanitas to fight. For starters, he has this multi-hit series of attacks where he ends the string with a well-telegraphed X-shaped projectile, which you can easily dodge roll through. He also has this move where he leaps into the air and charges at you using the Keyblade about 3 times. Finally, he still has his teleport, but in this version of the fight, it got a considerable buff. When Vanitas teleports, he'll do a series of attacks which contain some lingering shockwave hitboxes, but this is honestly a lot easier to deal with here than ever before. My strategy in fighting Vanitas is actually relatively unchanged in regards to times before. This fight is actually where Stratosphere comes in really handy. The way this finished combo works is that Ventus leaps into the air off of enemies' heads about 5 times. The reason why this command is really good is that this completely stuns Vanitas and stops him from doing whatever move he was currently locked into. And doing the full Stratosphere actually allows me to reset my combo. It also does some pretty good damage as well for what it's worth at level 1. And I do this for about the entire fight going forwards until Vanitas ends up with about 1 HP exactly, to which he will leap into the air and dive into the ground, completely destroying the arena as we enter into a D-Link with him, as we have to go head-to-head with him in a series of clashes in order to fill up the command gauge to its fullest, which we do and use the last word command to finish Vanitas off. And as Ventus defeats Vanitas, content with his actions, his heart enters into a long sleep, capping off his story completely. And now, there was only one
within its pages
Run it
lie
back.
the secrets of dazzling ninjutsu. It shall cast a brilliance that makes feelings fear.
This is what I've been waiting for. As the last character in Birth by Sleep, and of course, my favorite, Aqua has everything you could ever want. She's fast, just like Ventus. She has an amazing dodge in her own right, Cartwheel, arguably the best dodge of the entire game. She not only starts off with several magic commands and a surge move, but best of all, she has an omnidirectional block and barrier. She easily has the best guard between her and Terra Venice, and it's not even close. Couple that with some of her insane commands specific to herself, and you have what is easily the best character in the entire game by far. This only becomes more apparent once you finish the Mark of Mastery exam and are granted the Spellweaver command style. Probably just straight up the best starting command style of the entire game, mainly because of its finisher and just how much damage it can do, even at level 1. We embark from the land of departure on one more journey, only this time as a Keyblade Master who seeks to protect her friends. We equip the XP0, and while Terra's first world was the Enchanted Dominion, and while Ventus's was the Ward Woodlands, Aqua's first world is, of course, the Castle of Dreams. And immediately upon touching down in the Castle of Dreams, we encounter the Fairy Godmother, help Cinderella, and as we do this, Lady Tremaine and her daughters literally get set on fire by this giant pumpkin on verse. I don't know, this scene's always kind of stuck with me. It's kind of morbid in retrospect, isn't it? But this boss is extremely easy because, of course, we have Spellweaver, and Spellweaver is just amazing. Look at how much damage that does. It doesn't matter which character I am, I will always be carried. Over in the Dwarf Woodlands, we can acquire Raging Storm from Aqua, one of her best and most damaging commands at level 1 by combining Fire Dash and Fyra, with the resulting command having a chance to turn into Raging Storm. I do know how many attempts of trying to get the command infused, but I feel like you should already know this by now. But now that we actually have Raging Storm, we can use this to completely decimate not only the Magic Mirror, but also Dragon Maleficent in the Enchanted Dominion, getting high jump in the process. As you can tell, we're just speed blitzing through the early game at this point. And after catching sight of Terra in the lanes between, we end up in Radiant Garden, where we head towards the castle and defend a young Kairi from something first with the help of Mickey, receiving the Destiny's Embrace Keyblade as a reward. And afterwards, we head on over to the reactor to take down the Trinity armor one final time, using, of course, Raging Storm, baby! Woo! God, I'm so carried. And we get Blade Charge from this fight. We actually get Blade Charge as a command style during Terra's story too, but Aqua gets far more usage out of it. And following this fight with the Trinity armor, we head after Terra, picking up Counter Blast and Fountain Court. And now, we have to fight Vanitas again for, let me see here actually. Oh yeah, the 5th time. You know, I actually forgot how many times you actually fight Vanitas across all 3 stories, but at the same time, at least this is a Rika replica. Also, it helps that this is one of the weakest versions of Vanitas as well, and Mickey isn't here to disrupt any of my tactics like with Ventus. To be honest with you, this version of Vanitas is kind of a pushover with Aqua, but beating him completely unlocks every slot in my deck, and don't worry, we'll see him again later. Also, if you ever see someone like Vanitas just laughing after he gets his ass kicked, run. But with this, Aqua's portion of Radiant Garden is done, meaning it's time to grind one more time for all of the abilities and commands that I'm gonna need going forward. I of course pick up Renewal Barrier, easily the best version of Renewal Block in the entire game, but also Triple Pyraga, Triple Pizaga, Bandada Shot, and Secret Mind. And I pick up Pyraga Burst as well, which is great for crowd control. All in all, most of these are pretty amazing commands going forward. I'm feeling pretty big about how stacked my Aqua is right now, and I pretty much just speed ran the entire first 4 worlds of the game. And with this last real grinding session, we can head on to Disney Town, beat someone first at football, and clearly they don't know ball like I do. And after Pete literally gets banished to the void by a group of broomsticks just for trying to rig a contest, we set our sights on the Olympus Coliseum, where Aqua and Zack participate in the games with hopes of facing Terra in the finals. Zack isn't that hard at all. He's really just the first version of Zack from Terra's story, minus a couple of moves. But Hades provides some notable challenge here by calling in some help from the Ice type. But any challenge that would have been there is nullified by Raging Storm just completely dealing with the Ice type in its entirety. And with regards to Hades, though some of his attacks are pretty scary to get hit by, my commands are just so good by this point that Hades doesn't really stand a chance. Also, shout out to Zack for asking Aqua on just one gate. Oh, why? Why would they do this to me? Why would they do this to me? But anyway, much like Hades, where his difficulty is completely cut in half by just my command setup, the same goes for Captain Gantu over in Deep Space, where we just completely melt his health bar. Unironically, the hardest part about this visit to Deep Space at level 1 was this fourth section where I have to defeat the Unversed with Blade glider controls. It took way longer than it needed to, man. But even with that, we acquire Air Slide from this visit. Lastly, we can make our way over to Neverland for our third and final visit of the game, where we go on another treasure hunt with Peter Pan and the Lost Boys, ending back up at the gully where we learn Double Blade, and face off with Vanitas for the 6th time in the Indian camp. Yes, this is in fact the 6th time you face Vanitas across all 3 stories. Weird, I know, it doesn't feel like it when it's across 3 stories and it's not Riku, but here we are. Now, although this version of Vanitas is harder than the one we fought in Radiant Garden, he doesn't really have what it takes to measure up to me at this point. Honestly, this version of Vanitas is pretty tame compared to what's come before it, and especially with what comes after it. But after beating Vanitas and acquiring the Ghost Drive command style, we take a quick visit to Destiny Islands, to which we receive the Stormfall Keyblade, the best Keyblade, and after one last trip taken to the mysterious tower, it's Aqua's turn to arrive at the Keyblade Graveyard. My final deck going into the preceding fights was as follows: Triple Pyraga, Triple Pizaga, and Bandada Shot for elemental coverage, and the fact that these are also great Keyblade moves. 3 Thunder Surges for iframes, heals Y, and 2 Chiragas. And much like with Terra and Ventus before her, with Aqua I had unlocked all of her finish commands, opting to use Heal Strike, of course. Now, since this is the last recap going into the Keyblade Graveyard fights, first of all, I just want to give a huge shout out to those of you guys that are still watching by this point, and to those that are not subscribed. Please, feel free to do so. Maybe even leave a like as well. It only takes 10 seconds to click 2 buttons. But with all that being said, it's time to push forward for the last set of Keyblade Graveyard fights. As Aqua tries to protect Ventus from harm, her first fight is with Bray. Save for some new moves this time around, Bray isn't that much different from his fight with Terra and Terra's story. Save for the fact that in this fight he doesn't have a vantage point to go to. Now you see, I could explain this fight, again, but instead of that, you want to see me do something cool?
How dare you question the doctor's theory?
To actively repair acid weakened enamel, I recommend Enamel Repair Mouthwash. It penetrates deep into the tooth, locking in vital minerals, and repairs acid weakened enamel beyond just brushing. I recommend Enamel Repair Mouthwash.
Kindling!
You're wrong. Dr. Primitive wouldn't care about ordinary people like us. Rappa, this trial is over. You should go.
But... Master Kucha...
Leave,
I stopped
Rappa.
thinking. So we made a new diaper. Huggy Skin Essentials diaper helps protect your skin.
You're secretly concealing weapons as well? What are you planning?
Denisovin 22. Thanks to you, I finally understood that morality is indeed a hypocritical and superficial concept. That's why I've decided to ditch it for good.
Wait, my friend.
Damn, he's good. But with Greg defeated, we now reach the final boss of Aqua's story.
Head mistress.
Because while Ventus was fighting Vanitas inside of himself, Aqua had to fight for her life against Ventus Vanitas. If you want to count it, this would probably be like the 7th time we fought Vanitas throughout following Birth by Sleep. It's probably the hardest version of Vanitas out of all the main story bosses. One of those reasons being that, of course, the rat has returned for Aqua's final battle, making this objectively harder simply from him being here at all. All of Vanitas' moves are tuned up to the absolute max, and he even has new ones. He has this move where he charges at you using the Keyblade, and really, I don't even really know how to properly describe this one. It's like so weird and like impossible to react to. You can even get some pretty funny moments with this, like, what is he doing here? There are also times where Vanitas will teleport to the middle of the arena as he eventually jumps into the air and dives into the ground, creating a shockwave which can easily cartwheel or thunder surge for invincibility frames. There's also a great way to get some good damage in on Vanitas since while he's charging up, he is effectively immobile for the time being. I think the hardest part of this fight is honestly trying to avoid entering any command style. My reasoning for this is because of the fact that since a lot of this fight is predicated on using counter blast for invincibility frames against Vanitas' attacks, eventually you'll build up enough command style gauge to enter into the Ghost Drive command style. Ghost Drive is really good on its own against mobs, but against bosses like Vanitas is where this style's flaws really start to show itself. For starters, when entering Ghost Drive, Aqua gains some new properties to her movement, but these properties are honestly pretty bad because it takes away some of her invincibility frames, meaning that you can do a successful cartwheel and still get hit sometimes. This is honestly why I try to avoid entering any unnecessary command styles, and even when I enter Ghost Drive, I honestly just opt to let the clock run out until I revert to normal form. With all this being said, though, we eventually do beat Ventus Vanitas, ending Aqua's story as she builds up the strength to break the Keyblade, and vows to protect her friend for all eternity. Now that we've successfully finished all 3 stories, before we can put a cap on this run for sure, by beating all 3 stories and having 3 saves and collecting all the Xehanort reports along the way, we can actually unlock the final episode of Birth by Sleep. So, we load up the final episode, and after one of the greatest plot twists in all of Kingdom Hearts, we're guided towards Radiant Garden for one final showdown against Terra Xehanort. Terra retains all of the same moves that he had during his fight with Terra in Terra's story, save for like one, and this time he hits extremely hard, as he should, as it's the final episode. But I find this version of the fight a lot easier than Terra's version, simply off of the fact that I'm playing as Aqua this time. My command setup is pretty much the exact same as it was during the Keyblade Graveyard fights, only here I just decided to bring along Secret Mind for safety. I don't really feel like I need to tell you exactly how I fought this boss this time around. I'm pretty sure you can piece together exactly how I did so from everything that I've stated prior thus far. It's only when I beat him that things start to get a little serious.
For my last breath, my bow drawn, no turning back. My heart shall remain unmoved. Whoever follows the way of the ninja is a ninja. I've made my decision.
In a moment that has surely made every Kingdom Hearts fan shit themselves, Terranort pulls out the Guardian as he initiates Phase 2. In Phase 2, not only does the Guardian have his own unique attacks, but Pterodor also attacks alongside the Guardian. He only really does one move, which is R Solemn, but the way he does it is completely unreactable. But he literally does a Tekken wave dash and immediately does R Solemn. And this is the thing that caught me off guard and killed me during my first attempt. In regards to the Guardian, though, he has about 4 moves, and all of them are reminiscent of moves that he's had prior to Kingdom Hearts 1 and Recon. He has this Shockwave move, but you can easily cartwheel through that. He throws these balls, but you can block them and then use Counter Blast for some extra damage and invincibility frames. He has this move where he tries to give Aqua a hug so that he can trap her while Pterodor goes to attack her. And finally, he has this move called Dark Aerial, which is really just his Aura of Darkness or Dark Shadow move from KH1 and Recon. I don't know why they keep changing the name of this move, but here we are, I guess. This move is easily avoidable simply just by cartwheeling away whenever the shadow comes up from the ground. With all this being said, Pterodor is actually much easier to damage than in the phase prior, because of the fact that in this Guardian form, he only really strafes to the side and makes himself a very easy target whenever he does Dark Aerial. So I exploit this as best I can to get a good damage, and eventually I beat Terra Xehanort. And as Xehanort tries to condemn Terra to darkness, we do what we feel is right and protect our friend one final time, condemning ourselves to the realm of darkness, forced to wander until someone picks up where we left off and saves us
at the
from this
Slumberland
never-ending
Association
nightmare.
is evidence enough.
Now, though we've completed the final episode of Birth by Sleep, this isn't technically the end, because by completing the final episode, we unlock the final next exclusive episode, the secret episode. Now, before we handle the secret episode and put a nice little bow on this run, we've got a couple of things that we need to tackle first. Now that we've completed the final episode, we can reload a save with any of our characters. In this case, I choose Aqua, and we actually unlock a new area in the Keyblade Graveyard, the Badlands. And in the Badlands, we can access this very familiar-looking marker. Touch it, and what we'll find here is Vanitas' lingering spirit. This is the last time that we have to fight any version of Vanitas in Birth by Sleep. Now, as a secret boss, Vanitas' lingering spirit has some new moves, such as this move where he encases himself in a barrier and shadow versions of himself attack you. But like with Aqua, you can easily just spam cartwheel and get away scot-free. He also has this move where he turns the screen dark and places a series of crystals, I think, around you, but just like before, you can just cartwheel to get away from them. In addition, any of the moves that Vanitas had before have been completely overtuned as they now deal much more damage and are much faster. Don't let his one health bar fool you. Vanitas' Remnant hits extremely hard. And in the case that you do get hit, instead of bringing your normal Chiragas, you want to bring potions instead. The reason for this is that if you heal normally using Cure, then Vanitas will heal using Cure himself. But potions are the exception to this. As for the actual strategy when it comes to beating him, you want to just bring a bunch of mines. The reason for this is that the mine commands are some of the strongest commands of the entire game. And because of the fact that Vanitas is extremely aggressive with his attacks, he essentially runs into the mines themselves. Rinse repeat, and after a little while, he essentially ends himself, making this fight extremely easy, at least with Aqua. Now that we've defeated Vanitas' Remnant, there's one last thing we need to take care of before we can do the secret episode. Now that we've defeated Vanitas' Remnant, we can head on over to the Land of Departure, and you'll notice that the level has increased to 13. And because the level has increased to 13, this is a signal that he is here.
Use Hydro Boost water for 9 times the hydration for replenish, dewy, glowy skin. Grab at your nearest store today.
It's the Ashley Find What You Love and save up to $1,000 store-wide Black Friday event. On now.
Those who load gun, those who dig the grave. Get that!
Eternal. Enjoying yourself.
Those who load gun, those who dig the grave. Get that!
Dreams do come true. Let the show begin.
Let's duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, witness the worst boss in Kingdom Hearts. Never in my life have I seen a boss that is a true mysterious figures. To this day, there is not a single boss that I have ever faced that is this overtuned. Like, the amount of things that the mysterious figure actually has is so plentiful, it makes me want to tear my hair out thinking about it. Let's actually go over them now, because he can summon clones, use Tornado, he has Doom, Raging Storm, he can turn invisible in the second phase, he can use Mega Flare and Meteor. These aren't even the only moves that he has. I'm just listing the worst offenders. Couple that with the fact that none of the patterns with which he does these moves have any rhyme or reason to them, and this is just objectively the worst boss fight ever designed within Kingdom Hearts, and it's not even close. Now, if you're wondering why it sounds like I'm kind of upset, there are a multitude of reasons. One, I ended up having to fight the mysterious figure for essentially 5 straight hours, and what was supposed to be maybe a 2 to 3 hour recording ended up being a 6 hour recording in real time. The sad part is that this is the experience I had with Aqua, who is the character who's supposed to have the least bit amount of trouble. You know, I wanted to actually do this with Terra, then I ended up fighting the mysterious figure, and then I realized, yeah, I'm good with just doing Aqua for this vid, man, because I don't want to stress myself out any more than I need to. Sorry for the little rant dash tangent. I just really needed to get my feelings about this fight off of my chest, because everything that I went through, I just hope that y'all can get at least a little piece of it. Now, as for how you actually fight the mysterious figure, pretty much you just want to load your entire deck up with Thunder Surges. Anything about honor or whatnot, yeah, that's just out the window for this fight. You want to abuse the hell out of Thunder Surge. Now, if you want, you can try to use the Peter Pan dealing strat on the mysterious figure, but killing him this way is, in fact, the rarest way to kill him in Birth by Sleep, and even when I got damn near, I think, the best setup that I could have gotten, I ended up crashing my game because he blocked it. So, unfortunately, I was just completely locked into doing Thunder Surge for the entire fight. Now, as to how to actually exploit the mysterious figure, usually, in all of my prior runs of Birth by Sleep, whenever I would fight the mysterious figure, I would always end up exploiting this move where he was in the air to do an X-shaped projectile. But I don't know if it's like a glitch in the PS5 version. I don't know what I did to deserve this, but for some reason, he doesn't do it here. He never did it a single time unless he summoned his clones. I don't know. I literally don't know why. I don't have a plausible explanation as to why this was a thing. So what I actually ended up doing was that I was forced to take way more risks than I would have liked, and I had to sort of use Thunder Surge when I could, whenever he did Tornado, whenever he attacked this, that, and the third. It was just a really stressful experience. Also, because of the fact that the mysterious figure never did the X-shaped projectile move normally, you would actually spam certain moves a lot more than he had ever done before. Like Tornado and Doom, for example. I think one run, he spammed Doom like 15 straight times. It was madness. I don't think I've ever been killed more by Doom in a single sitting than I ever have with here. But yeah, man, like I said before, there is no rhyme or reason, no common sense to the mysterious figure's design philosophy or AI. I just had to thug it out through the trenches to get this W. Now, of course, there are actually 2 more secret bosses that we could do that are exclusive to the Final Mix version of Birth by Sleep, in the Armor of the Master and No Heart. But by this point, I didn't feel like subjecting myself to 10 hours of command board grinding, so screw that, we're going to the secret episode now. The secret episode of Birth by Sleep follows Aqua as we wander through the realm of darkness with her, getting at least a little piece of her experiences there. During the secret episode, instead of fighting the Unversed like you fucked up the entire game, you'll of course end up fighting the Heartless instead. For this challenge, the game grants you the Master's Defender Keyblade, which is of course Ericus' Keyblade that Aqua took with her to the realm of darkness. The session isn't too long as you'll fight some Heartless, perform some platforming, and eventually make it to where you have to fight a large wave of Heartless by the end of it. All of this culminates in you fighting one final main story boss in Red Eyes. In order to have Red Eyes reveal his true form to you, you need to deal enough damage to him first. The sad part about all this is that for the first time in this run, not counting bosses like a Tyrannor or a Vanitas, Raging Storm didn't actually work here. So, honestly, I was kind of stun-locked as to what to actually do here. I know during the early portions of this run, I said that my damage is basically the equivalent to chip damage, but here it's actually just chip damage. So, I looked back, thought about what I could do, researched some strategies, and I found out that Ignite is actually the best command to use here. Ignite is one of those commands in Birth by Sleep where it's not really that useful in a vacuum, save for like one specific niche use, and this is where it gets that use. All this command does is, per its namesake, light your enemy on fire, which shouldn't sound useful, but this is honestly the command that does the most damage to Red Eyes at level 1. I don't really know of any other strategies besides this. So yeah, the true final boss of Birth by Sleep goes down by simply getting lit on fire. Pretty anticlimactic ending, I know, but hey, what can you really do? I love Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep a lot, even through all of its flaws. And it does have a lot of them, believe you me. This is a game that, to me, is one of the most emotionally resonant of the entire series. The relationship between Terra, Aqua, and Ventus, seeing how everyone ends up in a worse place than they were at the start of the game. And seeing how...
Sorry.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Boothill. How are things outside?
Same old sorry side. Not that I miss it.
Have we really come to this?
What do you mean, partner? Am I gonna have to start learning how to greet the family now?
On the contrary, that's something that will never happen in Greenfoot's Reef.
I'm trying to get this shit done.
At the end of the day,
So I don't have to worry about it.
Hearts is one of my favorite JRPG series of all time.
I'm loath
From the
to
characters and
interfere
stories, to the combat, to the music. I mean, Yoko Shimomura, you did miracles on me. As well as just those vibes of childlike adventure and wonder. It's absolutely just for me. And given that Kingdom Hearts Over was announced,
I don't believe
wait, that was a year ago? Jesus Christ squared, the masses are starving over here. We need a trailer, please. Anyway, I was thinking to myself that a replay of this series was in order. But I didn't want to do just any replay of the series. I wanted to challenge myself like the masochist I am. And so, I decided that I would level 1 run the entire series starting with Kingdom Hearts 1. Before you ask, yes, I'm playing on Proud Mode, which is the hardest difficulty. So sit back, relax, and let me take you on a journey. This is how I beat Kingdom Hearts Final Mix at level 1. So before we start anything, for those of you that either haven't played a Kingdom Hearts game before or have just never undertook this challenge, you might be asking yourselves, what is a level 1 run? Well, in the Final Mix versions of these games, they introduced an ability called EXP0, which, as you can imagine, means I get no XP for any enemies I kill. And in this game, blocks access to many of the abilities that you get from leveling up. The main two being Scan and Guard, meaning that for the entire game, I had to play it without knowing what any enemy or boss's HP was, and that I had to get through this game off of just pure knowledge, not to mention the fact that I could not block any attack at any given time, and that my only real means of survival was dodge rolling, curing, and using items. But hey, on the bright side, EXP0 protects me from dying in one hit, and can even increase my damage after doing a full combo, so there's that, I guess. May God have mercy on my soul. As the game starts, we equip EXP0, and we're already met with an important decision right off the bat, as we have to choose between the staff, the sword, and the shield. Not to be confused with the hit game Pokemon Sword and Shield. Because I'm playing at level 1, I choose a staff and prioritize magic builds, and magic in Kingdom Hearts 1 is extremely broken, and I give up the shield in return. Now before I continue, I need to make a couple things about this game clear so that we can have a smoother experience here. In Kingdom Hearts, there are these things called revenge values and desperation move, or DMs for short. Bosses in Kingdom Hearts have these revenge values, some more skewed than others, but they all have them regardless. Essentially, every boss has a predetermined amount of hits they can take before they retaliate, which is their revenge value, and their DM is a move that they can do once they get to a certain amount of HP. A good example of this is Riku Ansem's Dark Aura, or Ansem 2's Aura of Darkness. Now that we've got that out of the way, it's time for the first boss of the game, Darkside, who I have never lost to in my life, ever. Before the run can really start, we've got to get off Destiny Islands. But not before I show Riku why he has never beaten me a single time in his life, ever. God, I'm so good at this game. After gathering materials for Kairi's Raft, it's time for us to get the Keyblade for the first time, and face off with Darkside again, who's never beaten me a single time in his life. Now that we're in Traverse Town, the run can really begin. We run into Squall from the hit game Final Fantasy VIII, and I beat him first try because I'm simply just like that. And after taking care of some very important business, we head to the 3rd district, beat down on the Goofy for the first time, beat the guard armor, and acquired not only our first spell of fire, but also dodge roll, which has saved me various times throughout this run, as you'll soon see. From here we acquire the Gummy Ship, and 3 new worlds open up to us: Wonderland, Olympus Coliseum, and Deep Jungle. You can visit these worlds in any way you want, so to make this run go much smoother, I head to Olympus Coliseum first in order to acquire Thunder, and then leave to take care of the Jungle.
Thank you for letting me use it.
Is
I need to
one of my
explain
least favorite worlds in the entire series. But it gives us a very important early game reward and cure.
You forgot to give me the dongle back.
And you're probably thinking I was going to do this sliding minigame, but y'all know that ain't happening. Once we get Donald and Goofy back to the party, we head to the treehouse. I hate vine swinging, and eventually we have to save a bunch of gorillas from a series of power wilds, which are actually extremely easy to deal with, given that I got Thunder already. We save the gorillas, deal with this tiger who yields us a white fang, and now we have to deal with Clayton, who is absolutely built like one of those hosts on the Discovery Channel. Clayton is probably the first real roadblock of this game, but not because of his first phase, but because of his second, where he rides on top of this lizard heartless and shoots you with a shotgun. But once you can actually get him off the lizard, you can cheese him pretty easily by climbing this rope, waiting for him to jump up to your level, and cheesing him with a series of air combos and thunders. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I definitely fumbled this a couple times, but we're not gonna talk about it. Beating Clayton gives us Cure, we seal the keyhole, get the Jungle King Keyblade, as well as some insightful commentary. Now we can head back to Olympus Coliseum, where we enter the tournament and face off with Cloud, which, side note, this is still one of the coldest designs ever. If you don't like it, you're weird. Like, the table and the Buster Sword, the wing, the claw, come on. Anyway, we beat Cloud first try. I am just so good at this game. And now we have to take on Cerberus, who I beat by taking advantage of his attack where he tries to bite at you with his 3 heads. After beating Olympus, we head to Wonderland, where we have to find a bunch of evidence, and doing so gives us what is, in my opinion, the GOAT spell of this run, Blizzard. We gather the evidence, deal with the Queen of Hearts guards, and face off with the Trick Master, who's extremely easy due to us having Thunder at this point. After beating the Trick Master and sealing the keyhole, we head back to Traverse Town, where we encounter Riku again. And honestly, I was going to leave this part out of the vid, but this was too funny not to include, because look at how Sora hits this pose, bro. You know he thinks he's in an edit for doing this. Like, you know he's about to post a pic of that to his IG and Twitter talking about something, you might be heartless, but I have the key, like, bro, who are you in this? Anyway, after Riku starts to fall into his E-Boy arc, we talk to Sid, meet Merlin, and gain access to the 100-acre wood, as well as getting Simba as our first summon of the game. After that, we ring the bell in the 2nd district 3 times, which means it's time to fight the opposite armor. The guard portion of this fight is really easy since you can just parry him by hitting him when he does a spin attack, which leaves him extremely vulnerable for some air combos. The opposite armor portion of this fight wasn't too bad, but definitely tripped me up when he turned into a cannon? But yeah, I just spammed Blizzard here, beat down the remaining parts of him, and sealed the keyhole. With this visit to Traverse Town done, 5 new worlds open up to us: Agrabah, Monstro, Halloween Town, Neverland, and Atlantica. But really, it's more like 4, since
I did not do Atlantica at all. No, wait. Before some of you get mad at me for skipping the world, hear me out. Do some of you truly expect me to be Ursula? At level 1? With these controls? Oh, no, that ain't happening. We head to Agrippa first, save Aladdin, and go deal with the pot centipede, which was way harder at level 1 than I was expecting it to be. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, it's filled with some bullshit, but maybe I'm just bad, I don't know. With all that being said, we beat the pot centipede, head to the Cave of Wonders, where we gotta beat the darkness out of it, and eventually make it to where Jafar is. Jafar isn't even hard, just extremely tedious since he just runs the entire time. The only attacks you really have to look out for are his laser attack and this ice tornado he does, but besides that, he's just a loser.
Oh.
And since Jafar just got his ass kicked by a 14-year-old, he decides it's a good idea to turn himself into a genie that is no longer reach move. Yeah, how's not being able to hit me working out, you dumbass? All you have to do
I called a dumbass.
And the fight is done. It's honestly kind of sad the pot centipede was harder than Jafar was. Anyway, we did out the King of Wonders and we were rewarded with the 3 wishes keyblade, as well as Genie becoming the summon bars.
Yeah,
And
because
you
I don't
guys
have
are
very
gonna see soon
many.
enough why
I have a full
Genie
set
is at the front
of,
row. With Agrippa done, the next world on our list is Monstro, who's just a giant whale.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the gimmick. We encounter Riku again, and this world is definitely pretty easy to get lost in if you don't know what you're doing. To get to Chamber 4, which is where you need to go for the story to progress, you need to go to Chamber 2, 3, then back to 2, to Chamber 5, 6, back to Chamber 5, and finally into Chamber 4. The next fight
Because I already have enough
Parasite
5 stars
Cage, isn't that hard, he just doesn't let you attack that much. We beat the Parasite Cage, and we get rewarded with High Jump, which lets us get the water clean. By using High Jump, we head into Monstro's stomach, which, side note, I think it's funny that we're just inside Monstro causing various types of gastrointestinal harm, but, you know, anything for the blind. We face off with the Parasite Cage again, and this is where Genie gets his first use. Summon Genie and cast some showtimes on the Parasite Cage. After that, it's a simple process of looping him into doing the same attack over and over until I get the win. With Monstro done, I decided to take a quick detour and go back to Traverse Town and headed back into the 100-acre wood to get the Nature Spark. After talking to the Fairy Godmother, I was able to get both Dumbo and Bambi as additional summons. With some new summons acquired, we head on over to Halloween Town, one of my favorite worlds in the series. Once we get to Halloween Town, the artificial heart Jack is trying to make it stolen by Oogie Boogie's underlings. Now, before I say anything else, I think it's worth mentioning that Jack was trying to manipulate the Heartless into dancing at a Halloween festival. I don't know why I felt the need to mention this. I just thought it was really funny. After heading over to Oogie Boogie's manor, we're met with Locke, Shock, and Barrow. Which, this fight. Oh my god. If there was ever a fight in this game that exposed how Kingdom Hearts 1 is not balanced well enough for a level 1 run, this is it. I hate this. I spent like an hour on this fight, and the run back is just as bad. You have Shock spinning around like a Beyblade, Locke throwing shit at you, and Barrow rolling at you. Like, bro, you are not an Autobot. Optimus is not enlisting you to fight for him. Megatron will flatten your ass. But no way am I gonna let these 3 little shits be what kills me. The way to beat this fight at level 1 is that you have to get up on the couch and parry Shock as she runs towards you, backing off as Barrow sets up his roll attack. Enough hits and you eventually kill Shock, leaving Locke and Barrow. The same applies to Barrow, and with no one to keep him in law range, Locke has nowhere to go. Fuck them kids. Once we unlock the green door, it's time to face off with Oogie Boogie, who is marginally easier than Locke, Shock, and Barrow. I was able to kill him within 2 cycles of this dice scheme by getting a combo on him to increase my damage, doing 2 well-timed showtimes with Genie, and killing him on the 2nd cycle. The only remaining thing we have to do now before we put a lid on Halloween Town is destroying each of the black orbs protruding from Oogie Boogie. This was another really stupid section which led me to adopting a hit-and-run strategy on the remaining orbs. Am I proud of it? Not really. But at this point, I'll do anything for these W's, man. Let me cook. Once things are done in Halloween Town, I head back to Traverse Town where I get the Spellbinder from Merlin since I have every spell in the game now. I head into the 100-acre wood to get Stopra, as well as heading back to the Olympus Coliseum where I do the Bill Cook to get Gravira. Now, it's time for Neverland, which, despite its namesake, is not actually the real Neverland and is only just Captain Hook's ship for some reason. Also, Riku is here. He's being stupid. Anyway, this is a pretty simple world to complete. Once we maneuver around the ship, it's time to fight Antisaur, which is an extremely
troll fight. It depends a lot on your RNG. I mean, for me, he spent a whole minute doing this fucking attack from the ground. I hate him. Regardless, I summoned Bambi and immediately started lighting him up with fires. And after that, it's time for phase 2, where he can split into 3 of himself. But the basic tactic here is get a well-timed combo during a stack window and loop him, since in retaliation, he'll teleport into a telegraph slash. Pretty easy fight in theory, but also extremely annoying depending on what RNG you get during the fight. Also, Sora can't hit anyone for shit. After Anti-Sora, we make it outside the ship and have to fight some waves Heartless, meaning it's time for Simba to shine. I get the first couple of waves done, and once the ship Heartless spawns in, I cast a series of stomps and Graveras to finish things up. Now, it's time for Captain Hook. And before I do that, I manipulate the fact you can just leave and come back. I don't know why this was a feature, but shit, I am definitely pussy enough to not want to do that Heartless fight again every single time I die to Hook. Go fuck yourself. Now, Hook himself is actually pretty easy in theory as well, but like Anti-Sora, depends a lot on your RNG. I also died at times because I'm stupid, but in fairness, there's no way you can expect me to remember that I get punished for casting fire on him. Anyway, I get a quick combo in to increase my damage and then summon Genie. I use up all of Showtime and then immediately summon Dumbo afterwards to take advantage of Hook getting pissed off and me beating his ass. Finally, I summon Bambi for some Blizzard spam and we take the W. Neverland not only gives us a stronger cure, Tinkerbell as a summon, but also Glide, all of which being extremely useful. After wrapping things up in Neverland, we head back to Traverse Town, talk to Sid, and make our way to Hollow Bastion where Riku hits the meanest lick on Sora. I mean, he exposes him for being a fraud, steals his friends, and leaves him with nothing but a wooden sword. Like, god damn, did you need to roast him like that? Also, I feel like I needed to mention this, Riku showed why he is a part of Weave Nation. Anyway, since Riku took the Keyblade from us, we have to rely on Beast for damage, which is way easier said than it is done. From here, I head into the castle gates and immediately drop down and head into the waterway, and after doing this puzzle, we can head into the castle where we take the Keyblade back and square off with Riku, who's officially committed to his E-Boy arc. Now, this first Riku fight is kinda challenging, mainly because Riku's windows for stagger, as well as just his overall mechanical structure, is kinda bad, but I'm able to get a W after a couple tries by manipulating him to do his spin move. Completing his first fight nets you the White Trinity, so I take another detour and get all the remaining Dalmatians in the game that I couldn't get before, as well as the Lady Luck Keyblade. From here, we head into the library, complete the book puzzle, and make our way towards the castle chapel and pick up the royal crown along the way. Now, the Maleficent fight isn't exactly hard, but can definitely trick you up if you aren't careful, especially at level 1. At the start of the fight, I get a quick combo in on her. Cast Gravira on a rock, then summon Genie, who does most of the work after a couple of showtimes. And after a little bit of back and forth, we get it done, causing her to retreat. Now, if you've played this game, you know what happens next, as well as just how hard this next fight actually is. Dragon Maleficent was one of the hardest fights of the original game for me, so much so that I basically have the entire scene before the fight memorized because of how many times I had to watch it, because in the original game, you couldn't skip cutscenes. Now, what if I told you I did this on the first try? Once the fight opens, I dodge her slam attack, cast stop, double my damage by doing a full combo, and immediately summon Genie, who just completely kicks her ass. Thank you, Genie. You are truly the hero of our times. After just beating the shit out of Dragon Maleficent, we head towards the Grand Hall, where it's time to face off with the bane of my existence, Riku and some. Despite calling him the bane of my existence, I actually quite like this fight, since it's someone of your stature fighting on your playing field. Well, mostly. Anyway, I didn't have too much trouble dealing with his attacks, but mainly with timing my hits with his stagger windows. What I did for this fight was that I strafed to the side once he would do a slam attack. Once his hand starts glowing, the fight becomes a little tricky, but the same shots he applies, for the most part. Now, it's his TM, Dark Aura, that makes me say he's the bane of my existence. Fortunately for me, I am good at the game, and I can dodge it every single time. I am just like that. With all that said and done, we eat that W, get back to Traverse Town where we pick up Mushu from the Fairy Godmother and head back to Hollow Bastion to seal the keyhole. Eventually we make it to the Grand Hall, but not before I had to deal with this regular encounter, which was so hard for no reason. I lose my mind. Thank you, Simba, for saving my life. Anyway, we head back to the Grand Hall where I pick up the last of the Dalmatians and get Eruga. And now, it's time for the behemoth.
I get hit by
This
sudden
fight is
hunches
easy,
that a great
even at
film
level 1.
is in the making.
Summon a genie, do a
More
couple of
often than not,
showtimes, cast a
these
couple of
tend to be
Rapiras,
just
and
scenes
attack a
from
horn a
different
couple
groups of
times.
people
Easy.
that are then
After all that,
edited
we get
together.
Firaga from the Princesses of Heart,
Most of
and
the
we unlock
characters
the
in this
final
film
world of
aren't
the
what
game,
you would
the
call
end of the world.
protagonists.
Not to be
You're
confused
ready
with
to
the
see
JoJo opening, of
full
course.
character
However,
arcs
before
on
we
them.
do that, I head back
They
into
still have a
Alabama to
light
pick
in
up
their
Firaga
hearts
from there,
that can
as well as
save
taking a quick
humanity's
detour to
soul.
the Olympus Coliseum where I do the first section of the Hades
do
Cup
these
to pick
people
up
really
Lizaga,
mean?
which in
When they have
turn
lost
nets me the
everything?
Shiva belt by catching
Guidance
Lizaga on the
of
fires
wise
outside the
or
arena.
aid
With
from
all
the
that
strong?
said and done, we can go beat the game with nothing standing in
I'd
our
say
way.
neither. All they need is a camera.
Show
to
me
capture.
your strength.
That's when others would be able to see the most wonderful show in the entire universe.
Don't make things sound so complicated, Director Pal. If you were to ask me... Forget it. That's exactly what life is.
Sephiroth is without a doubt the hardest
Yeah,
weapon to use as far as points. It's damn near unreactable attacks, unpredictability, mixed in with Sora's lack of mobility, and the size of the arena you're thrusted into, and you're looking at a fight that has basically shaved off several years of my life. Also, in this game, Sephiroth's health bar is actually so high that it goes over the limit of what the game can show. If you remember, I can't actually see what his health is at, so quite literally, I am moving off of pure instinct. Call me Goku. Why did I decide to fight Sephiroth at level 1?
Is
I'm a
there
master.
anything else I can do?
So to kick things off, Sephiroth will start off pretty tame.
You don't have
So
to
preemptively high jumping will help dodge not only his really fast slash attack, but also his attack where he slashes forward, leaving himself open for a punish. Now, actually punishing him, at least for me, was way harder than I care to admit. Because yeah, I don't think I've ever been whip punished more in anything that wasn't a fighting game.
Oh?
Anyway, doing a quick 4-hit combo will trigger his revenge value, and he can counter in several different ways. You can teleport slash, immediately raise his Firaga wall, or just instantly slash you. What he does is not telegraphed at all. I hate it. And sometimes this bastard will just teleport fire pillars? Like, bro, you're weird! Anyway, once I got past phase 1, he gives you a signal that it's time for phase 2. I immediately get some hits in, and he introduces Heartless Angel, which will take away all your HP and MP if you let it hit. And,
I believe my brother must be doing the
yeah,
same right now.
it might have hit me a couple times, but so what? He would just teleport to the edge of the screen. I can't reach him.
Not exactly.
From here, Sephiroth becomes more mobile as he starts to run, as he starts to take you more seriously. He'll typically do a slash and then teleport, followed up by his telegraph slash, leaving her an easy punish. He also introduces Wild Dance, which is actually pretty easy to deal with once you know the timing. That said, I'm bad, so it took me quite a few deaths to fully figure this one out. But basically, you jump over his first set of hits, dodge roll the second and third set, and then do a well-timed parry once he rises into the air to create invincibility frames. This is once again way easier said than done. But once I figured it out, I was able to get phase 2 down to sort of a science. But once phase 2 is down and Sephiroth decides he's had enough of you, he kicks it into phase 3, which is by far the most erratic phase of this fight. Fun fact, you can actually get a really well-timed combo on him once he enters into phase 3. But from here, he summons orbs, he's got this stupid spin attack, he still has Heartless Angel and Wild Dance, and last, but certainly not least, he has his DM, Supernova, which is ironically the easiest of his newest moves to dodge by simply dodge rolling the meteors and dodging into the supernova once it hits into the ground, plus some invincibility frames. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you, I pummeled this phase so many times, but eventually, with some extreme luck, good dodges, I was able to take down the hardest boss in the game at level 1. And I never want to do it again. And since I beat Sephiroth, I think it's only right that I take on the secret boss exclusive to Final Mix, Unknown, which is actually way easier than Sephiroth, which is good for me. To start off the fight, I summon Simba to quickly get Donald and Goofy off the field. The trick to this fight is getting a well-timed gravity on him, since this puts him in a stun state, then doing a quick combo to launch it back, and quickly casting gravity on him again. He'll typically counter with his electric balls, which we can simply jump over because of the gravity we just casted. He's once again in a stun state, meaning we can loop him. Now, because I'm bad, I messed this up quite a few times, but eventually I got the timing down to do it well enough pretty consistently. With about 14 to 15 reps, he'll do his DM where he encases himself in like a ball and fires lasers in all directions. Fortunately for me,
We got summons. I pop a Mega Elixir after Simba disappears, and then immediately summon Genie once Dominic respawns, which gives me invul from his attack. Once he's done with this, he'll do some red lasers, and then this attack where he thinks he's a ballerina or something. But a well-timed gravity out of this attack will put him in that stun state again, and rinse and repeat the tactic from earlier, he's done. Really simple fight. And with that, I conquered both Sephiroth and Unknown at level 1. Meaning, we can finally head to the last war of the game, the end of the world. Now I know what you're thinking, but what about Kurt Caesar or the Phantom on the Clock Tower? Why didn't you do that?
Into the synesthesia dreamscape. It will
Welcome,
override
that's
the
what.
existence.
Listen, man, I am not no murder strongest soldier. I am not doing either of those guys at level 1, especially the Phantom. Y'all know that ain't happening. Anyway, we head to the end of the world, and a couple easy fights later, we make it to Chernobog, which is an extremely easy fight, even at level 1. Once the fight starts, I do a quick 3-hit combo to increase my damage. Then I immediately fly down because there's actually a surface you can land on in this fight. I quickly summon Mushu before taking any damage, then immediately heal, use Fire Breath, and Chernobog is done. Easy. And with that done, Christ, we reach the hardest room in the game, the Linked Worlds. Anyone that's played this game, both regularly and even at level 1, knows just how bad this room is, and is the best example for why this game is not balanced well enough for a level 1 run. But that doesn't mean we can't. This room throws everything at you, kicking things off with a behemoth, then transitioning into multiple waves featuring dark balls, invisibles, angels, and then has combinations of the three. This room acts as a testament to not even just your skill, but your luck. Everything needs to go right in order for you to beat the Linked Worlds. But if you can do it, there's nothing stopping you from beating the game. So let's get started. The behemoth is, as always, extremely easy. I summon Bambi and start spamming Bravira. After a while, I dismiss Bambi and strictly adhere to regular combos to build MP. The behemoth goes down, and then the real fight starts. I summon Mushu, take out all but one Dark Ball and dismiss him so I can get Dong and Gooey back to my next summon. After the Dark Balls are the Invisibles, which is easily the hardest part of the
gibberish sounds from before.
After the last Dark Ball, I quickly summon Bambi, given that his summon is actually replenished between the behemoth fight and the rest of the fight. I work on casting Stop on every Invisible and do a series of Graviros and stops using some of my elixirs.
Remember, you worked in overriding the Slumber Nana Monkey's influences.
During my winning portion of the fight, I've been able to kill basically every single Invisible during the sequence.
The moment
I
of
quickly
Slumber
dismiss
Nana?
Bambi, summon Simba, and get ready for the Angels. Simba shows his true worth here, as charging of his meter to its most critical point is an instant one-shot. I get the timing right on almost every remaining wave except one, but to course correct, I cast a couple stops in Graviras, and the Linked Worlds are done. And I never want to talk about it ever again. This shaved off 4 years of my life that Sephiroth did. I am so serious. With the Linked Worlds done, it's time to face off against Ansem, beat the game, and end this challenge once and for all. Ansem 1 is pretty simple. I summon Mushu and barrage him with Fire Breath, and once Mushu runs out, I finish off the fight by casting a series of Fire It's pretty simple. From here, this is where the pain starts. And once we get past this dark side, who I have never lost to in my life, it's time for Ansem 2, which is marginally harder than Ansem 1, even that you don't have knowledge, meaning that you don't have access to any summons. Also, if you die here, which I did several times, you have to fight dark side again. It's hard, but extremely tedious. This is a unsolved boss now. There's sort of a rhythm to Ansem 2. Once you get it down to this fight, it's definitely doable.
There's no need to replace
like
the
I've been
Slumber Nana
saying,
monkeys with
this is
ninjas.
way easier said than it is done. But let's begin. The gist of this fight is to attack Ansem up to the point where he calls his guardian to protect him. And attacking him from behind, dodging whenever his guardian swipes at you. There's three attacks that you need to look out for. His swipe,
submit. And
Looks
his
like that
rush
memo
attack,
keeper gave
which
you guys some banana tips that
it's
good
the thing
students
that
shouldn't
killed
know
me
about.
more times than I'd like to admit. But eventually, I got the timing of how to dodge it down, so nothing could stop me truly. Eventually, Ansem will DM as his guardian comes from the ground about 10 or so times before Ansem releases a pretty easy to dodge shockwave. And it's actually possible to hit him during the last couple frames of his animation. The remainder of this fight is really just me looking out for his tackle and DMing again, as well as just any attack effect and let me hit some single hits on him. And eventually, after a full hour, we eked out a W. And now, there's one last thing left to do. The world of chaos. Now, that just doesn't end, does it? For lack of a better term, Ansem 3 had me in the bucket of this for like 2 hours, mainly because of these
too many monkeys.
Lasers and me not knowing what his health is at. I think this also really exposes the problem of not having scanned, because I can't tell when to take a risk on him. But regardless, I did figure it out, because the strat here is to really just cast a series of Pyragas and kind of just hope for the best. Once I defeated Ansem 3, the rest of the world of chaos is actually not that tough. We take down his laser shooters, abuse dying to regain MP, free Donald and Goofy, and eventually take on Ansem 4, where he gains access to his EM, Great Darkness, which is literally the easiest move to dodge in the game, because you simply just go behind him, and it can't hit you. Anyway, here, I'll light his ass up with some Pyragas after abusing death, use a Mega Elixir to revive Donald and Goofy, summon Mushu, get a couple more hits in, and he's done. And that's the game. This level 1 run of Kingdom Hearts 1 made me angry. And I mean viscerally angry. Sora just completely whipping his hits at times, some fights just being completely unfair and not balanced well enough for Sora to take only 2 hits at a time, etc. And yet, despite all of that, I still love Kingdom Hearts 1. It's the foundation for the series and what it will become in the future. And the second simple and clean hits and that Square Enix CG shows itself, it made all that pain, all that frustration and agony feel worth it, because at the end of the day, I became at level 1. I mean, except the Link Worlds, that was not worth it, but everything else was. This was an extremely difficult challenge, mainly towards the end game, and one I don't think it can ever attempt again. But at the very least, I can say that I beat Kingdom Hearts Final Mix at level 1. Thank you guys for watching. Also, remember when I said that I wanted to level 1 run the whole series way at the beginning of this video? Well, this was just one game. Depending on how this video does, this won't be the last you'll see in Kingdom Hearts from me, because we've got 6 games left to do this challenge with. Why do I hate myself again? Remember when I said that I wanted to level 1 run the whole series way at the beginning of this video? Well, this was just one game. Depending on how this video does, this won't be the last you'll see in Kingdom Hearts from me. With Kingdom Hearts Final Mix level encountered in the books, there's a quick detour we need to take before we can take on Kingdom Hearts 2 and its targets. That's right, it's time to step into Castle Oblivion, and once we go in, there's no turning back. We're in this for the long haul, ladies and gentlemen. So sit back, relax, and let me tell you guys how I beat Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories at level 1.
There's no need
Well,
to be in such a hurry.
sort of. Now, I know that last statement already left you guys confused. You're probably thinking to yourselves, how can you sort of beat this game at level 1? Well, let me explain. Rechain of Memories is much different from other entries in the series in that this game does not have dedicated growth abilities you can get from leveling up or from just playing the game. Meaning that the EXP 0 ability simply does not exist in this game like it does in others. And because you pretty much can't avoid leveling up in this game, a traditional level 1 run is impossible to jam memories. But thankfully, there's a lot that we can do to account for this lack of EXP 0 through the use of restrictions. See, in this game, when you level up, you can choose to spend that level up on one of 3 things: health, hard points, and slates. The latter 2 I'll get into in a second. In order to make this game as close to level 1 as possible, I choose to set very arbitrary and at times completely insane restrictions on myself in a game that really does not support it, in an attempt to make my life harder for the sake of content. It's kind of like a Pokemon Nuzlocke, if you really think about it. Anyway, with this precedent set, it's time to step into Castle Oblivion, which, side note, I've always questioned what Sora and gang did to actually get here. Like, I know Marluxia obviously led them here, but like, how? Like, this doesn't seem like a place you could just get to on foot. I don't know the answer, so it lose me to this day. Anyway, as we head into the castle and Marluxia tries to confuse every 10-year-old that has ever been found playing this game, we head into our first road of the game, Traverse Town, where Marluxia and Squall explain the basis for the combat of this game, that basis being the card system. Yeah, remember all that interesting stuff about revenge values and desperations that I mentioned during my Kingdom Hearts 1 run? Yeah, throw all of that out the window. We're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Now. To sort of briefly explain the card system, you attack via the use of cards, which you place in the deck, and you can get more and much better cards throughout each of the worlds you visit. You can also reload your deck by focusing, but with Sora, the amount that you have to focus for increases with every upload. There are also friend cards such as Donald and Goofy, and while Donald can be pretty inconsistent with pass sometimes, both of them are extremely useful for the combat of this game, especially Goofy. These friend cards can also be used to form slates, which are powerful tools that can be accessed by stacking cards onto each other. But with the exception of slates featuring Donald and Goofy as well as other friend cards, I won't be using many slates for reasons I will explain. With the precedent for the card system set, I can now fully explain the restrictions for this run, and these restrictions are actually influenced by Game Champ's run on Chain of Memories, which I'll link her video in the description below. It's a really great video, you guys should watch it if you haven't already. Because leveling up is unavoidable in this game, for every level up, I choose to upgrade my card points, which only really increases the limit I can go up to with my deck, and I choose to limit myself to using the base amount of card points, which is 275. This is the reason I can't really use many slates, because outside of the one Sora can learn by visiting worlds, I'm not actively learning any via level ups. You can still stack cards in this game even without using slates, but it comes at the cost of the first card you use not being reloadable. Friend cards are the exceptions to this, since they aren't a dedicated part of your deck and are more of a drop, which you can take advantage of to get quick heals or hits without actually losing cards. Now I'm going to be honest with you, regards to the second rule, I take a few liberties with it to give myself a little bit of leeway, but I'll explain that more later. Anyway, once we get done with Traverse Town, it's time for the first real boss of Chain of Memories, Axel, one of the coolest characters in the series. This fight against Axel isn't hard at all, but it's more so meant to help you get a better handle on the game's mechanics. Yes! Axel's attacks mainly consist of him throwing his chakrams at you with teleport alongside his slate.
I got him both.
But these are pretty easy to deal with. You can easily dodge through his chakrams as well as break his firewall.
I'm kind of shocked I got them both.
With Axel defeated, he gives us access to our next set of worlds.
Now,
since the worlds of this game are mainly just worlds from Kingdom Hearts 1, I'll only try to get
now
to the
the only one I really gotta worry about.
in order to save you and me some time here. With this in mind, heading to Aggro first allows me to get the Attack Bracer card, one of the best and most important cards in the game. The Attack Bracer card makes it so that no one enemy can break my attack once my attack cards have already been set. This is basically a staple to the deck from here on out. The game mostly consists of me collecting map cards to progress through worlds, as well as opening Moogle rooms in order to acquire better cards while still adhering to the 275 card points limit. With all that being said, we complete this first set of worlds, primarily I jump the monster world along the way. And after Sora starts to remember his chaser activities, we mess up with Larxene. He's one of the toughest organization members to deal with. I may or may not also have a thing for her sadistic side, but pay that no mind. Anyway, due to the speed with which she attacks, not to mention the hitboxes,
I am shocked I got him with like a 10 volt. I got him like.
She, of course, brings it down.
Oh, did you? I'm shocked. To be honest. I got both of them so fast.
She also throws
so now.
Which you can jump over, but it's not as easy as you would think, given how fast her attacks actually are. She also attacks you directly, but
now I just gotta get Xavier's and then I'm good.
Stop as she tries to attack you again, and by dodge over. Second, you can cancel out her attack completely.
Yeah,
she also has two slates, Megavolt and Teleport Rush, the latter being the scariest of the two. Megavolt is easily breakable with a zero, but with Teleport Rush, because she gives you skill opportunities to break, I basically stand no chance, and only really got lucky dodging it during my winning attempt.
Let us continue.
This first fight with Larxene is basically a dog fight, each of us trying to kill the other before the other kills us. I get a really lucky goopy smash on her, then make use of attack bracer to get some early damage, consistently on the back foot, trying to heal due to her lightning attacks. And eventually, she ends up decking out, meaning that she has to reload, giving me the opportunity to reload as well. But I also get the opportunity to attack her. Once she gets low on HP, her direct attacks gain more properties, making getting attacked even scarier, because now she has a full combo of one card. But eventually, after just dogging out with her, we eked out a W, meaning we can finally move on after countless attempts. I did this with 12 cards, by the way. I deserve some applause for that alone, because god damn, man. Beating our scene gives us access to our next set of worlds. And side note, isn't it funny how I skipped Atlantica in my PH1 video, only to be forced to do it to progress the story in this game? The more things change, the more they stay the same, don't they? Even funnier, it's in Atlantica that I get my first key rewards card, which will be useful later on in the game. This must be God telling me something, huh? Anyway, after getting done with Atlantica, oh my god, it's time to fight my demon, who has somehow fallen even deeper into his evil arc than he was at the end of Kingdom Hearts 1. I mean, look at this!
Your home, Sora. I'll carefully nominate anyone who goes in your house.
Goes through me! What's wrong with you? We're supposed to be friends.
Please, Sora. Since when have you ever cared about me?
Now, remember when I said that in Kingdom Hearts 1, the weekly fight in Hollow Bastion was pretty bad mechanically? Well, this fight is literally just that, but somehow even worse, for many reasons. He's simply just faster than you at all times. Why? I don't know. There's no rhyme or reason to what Riku does. But what makes him my demon is one simple but incredibly major reason. Riku can stun-lock you here. And with only 80 HP, getting stun-locked means I'm basically dead. And with only 11 cards at my disposal, given the current rule set, I'm down here for about a full hour, constantly getting stun-locked, his spin move bringing out nothing but pure, unbridled hatred out of me, but somehow still beating my banner. This fight, I built two strategies, one of which being something that I would start to employ for the rest of the run. That strategy being focusing. More specifically, charging my focus meter to where it's almost completely reloaded, and then reloading once I need specific cards back. This strategy gives me an almost instant reload when I need to get back to my Curious, for example, although once it gets to 3 minutes, the charge things a lot scarier. The other strategy that I used in this fight in particular was a very long and drawn-out strategy where I forced him to deck out. See, because Riku is uber aggressive and just doesn't stop attacking, he constantly wastes his cards. He has no slates, it's mainly his slash attack you have to worry about here, since his slam just sucks. And in regards to his slash attack, by keeping away and dodging when he does the second hit of his attack, you can get away from the arm. This forced him into a deck-out situation where he needed to reload, and if he would, I would attack him. It's basically just another hit and run strategy, which, honestly, in retrospect, I'm not proud of how I had to beat this, but I have 11 cards with this 275 card bonus limitation. After a very long and arduous fight with Riku, I actually win. But it's this fight and during a Hollow Bastion where I start to realize something. Beating this game with a 275 card point restriction might just be impossible. See, this game and the original GBA game are two very different games. While the original Chain of Memories is 100% possible to beat with a 275 card points limit, I mean, it's documented after all, and Recon, it can't take advantage of the same strategies you were able to in the original GBA game. Also, in Hollow Bastion, you gain access to the Divine Rose card, the strongest card in the game at this point, as well as the Dragon Maleficent card. The Dragon Maleficent card is one of the most valuable cards in the game, which is why I chose to handle Hollow Bastion first, instead of heading straight to Neverland. The Dragon Maleficent card's ability is Overdrive, which sacrifices my reload speed to increase the damage of my attack card. Both of these cards have so much value to them. I were to continue to adhere to the 275 card points limit, I would simply not be able to have both, making the game honestly just impossible to bear with this restriction, since I wouldn't be able to have sets of high damage cards, meaning there would just be no possible way for me to out-damage the bosses of this game. Especially considering that a certain fight coming up just completely eliminates me from my hubris and into thinking I could win with 11 cards. So, after beating Drive for Lemonson, I decided to take some liberties with the 275 card point limit before proceeding forward. I decided that whatever my current card points limit is at after every level, by having it, that then becomes my new card point limit. For example, at the end of Hollow Bastion, I end up with 1,075 total card points at level 33. After 1,075 is 537.5. Up here, so my new card points limit is now 538, meaning that my current deck can now consist of 17 cards, allowing me to utilize both Attack Racer and Overdrive, as well as an item card in case I need it, alongside much better attacking cards. Think of this like an AP boost that occurs at every level. This new modified rule set, I'm able to give myself some leeway as to what cards I can have in the deck now, making the rest of this run comfortably possible. And even with this new rule in play, the bosses of this game are still extremely difficult with only 80 HP. They just become much more doable than I was supposed to see. After getting done with Hollow Bastion, it's time to play Riku again. And before we get into anything regarding the fight, it's honestly crazy how they got my boy Sora and Riku fighting over a snow bunny and Naminé. Dr. Umar is sick right now. Riku really became a chaser just like Sora. Anyway, in this second Riku fight, Riku only gets one new move added to his move pool, that Helm Split, where he attacks the ground 3 times, creating a shockwave at the third. This is pretty easy to dodge using high jump, but sacrificing any glide for overdrive means I do take some damage here. Outside of that, Slam has some new properties added to it, meaning that he got shockwaves now, making the previous strategy in his first Riku fight almost useless, since he now has 3 moves that can damage me instead of 1. Even though I do take advantage of spamming his slash attack later on in the fight. I'm gonna be honest with you, this fight is heavily up to RNG, but thanks to me being able to have that cards my deck given Farmville's Overdrive, I'm able to actually damage to Riku, and alongside some very lucky Goofy smashes, I'm able to take down Riku for the second time. After about 2 hours of getting my ass kicked. All this stress over Snow Bunny Riku? Really? You really are an e-boy, aren't you? Anyway, after Riku retreats, we finished up the remaining ones and provide a second chance for Neverland as we go along. At level 37, our card points limit is 1,175, meaning that my new card points limit is now 587.5 over 588. With this in mind, it's time to face off with the next member of the organization, Lexin. Now, before I say anything about this fight, I want you to pay very close attention to how much damage this combo does.
Let's improvise.
This way. This single combo is honestly the most dangerous thing about Vexen, even factoring in his 2 slates with freeze and ice needles. Dodging freeze is piss easy. I like to wait for when he raises his hand to dodge a little bit. That's just a slate wasted for him. He introduced his other slate ice needles later into the fight, which can be a little tricky to dodge, at least for me. Originally, I thought you were just supposed to run away to dodge it, and like, I remember doing it myself. When I tried it, I just got hit anyway. So I decided the best way to dodge it to me was to high jump and glide away. Most of the attack wouldn't hit me that way. All that being said, his combo attack is still his most dangerous attack, since if he breaks me and I'm not at full health, I'm just dead, setting the precedent for this fight. The strategy for the fight is the same as many others. I use Overdrive and try to reveal a little so that when I heal, I can instantly get that cure back so I can heal again to get back up on the speed. With my current card points of 580, having 2 high level cures needs to go above the limit, so that, and I know what you all are thinking. Vex is weak to fire! Put fire in your deck! Fire is his weakness! See, I would, but I can't. Card points limit forever. I set up reload to dodge his freeze and attack one of the card that I can immediately dodging in fear of his combo, and eventually we both get to a point of constantly reloading, and after this battle of just pure attrition, he got a W against Vexen. Our next world following this is Twilight Town at level 39 with a card points limit of 1,225. Our new card points limit is 612.5 or 613. Also, hey, I can actually put those fires in the deck this time. We're so back right now. The reason that I put these fires in my deck is because the boss of Twilight Town is Vexen again. Oh boy, I just got done fighting you. Oh, well, this shouldn't be too bad, I suppose.
Mission accomplished.
So, in one-shots now.
What is this place?
Alright.
Wasn't I just in class?
You got it.
Where have the bananas and forest
Yeah.
gone?
This is where we're at now. I'm not going to waste too much time here, since this is just largely the same fight as before. He only introduces one new slate, being Slide Break, where he generates this ice blade and tries to slash at you, but it's just really easy to dodge. Vexen's a loser, and even though I have to kill him twice because he has auto life, we eventually beat him amidst all the one-shots and nonsense to get a card points limit boost up to 625 at level 40. With Vexen defeated, Axel appears to flex his Pokemon type chart knowledge by showing how fire is super effective on ice types, and we make it out of Twilight Town. Meaning that now,
I'm just trying to do
again, for the third time, this is getting ridiculous! Riku 3 is about the same as the other two Riku fights up to this point, only here, he now has Dark Firaga, which is pretty easy to dodge by just dodging into it. But he also has Trondis now. Of course he got Trondis. It wouldn't be Riku if he didn't get Trondis. But one strategy I had is just gone now because of Trondis. Oh my god.
Have you decided on what to do with
Anyway,
this guy?
to be honest with you, I didn't even win just by being better than Riku. I won because I got lucky with getting friend cards and Goofy smashing Riku until he died. Moral of the story here, folks, is if no one's got me, Goofy's got me. Can I get an amen? With Riku defeated for the third time, Susan definitely makes Gangstalacious sad here by choosing his girl over the homies, as our next world is Destiny Island, which grants us the Oathkeeper card, one of the most damaging cards in the game.
I just haven't been able to
fix it. Friend cards. Everything that built me up before is just not going to work until we get them back.
And I've been spending the past 4.5 hours sharing this because I've been forgetting the time to get it done. Yes.
Acting with that puppet.
And I'm trying to do it before.
We make it out of Destiny Island at level 47 with a card points limit of 320.
Oh, I gotcha.
That means that our new card points limit is 712.5 or 713. And the next boss is Riku. For the time, let's
You really should work on changing your crude way of
we encounter
delivering
Riku again.
lines.
Who's on it? It's Sugar.
Go ahead if you
Not
really
him.
want to
Vibes,
torture
meaning
a
it's
papa.
time to square up
But
over
a
a
certain
snow
gorilla
bunny
who
again.
has just
Dr.
awakened at the
Umar is
border
fighting
of
for his
Azdana
life
is
over here,
probably
man.
about to depart.
So yeah, oh brother. Yeah, Riku 4 is the hardest fight in Sora's story by far. He has everything that made the first three fights lethal, and then some. Mainly because he now has Dark Aura. Now, normally, this wouldn't be a problem for me, because if you remember what I said about Dark Aura in my Kingdom Hearts 1 video, I said that, fortunately for me, I am good at the game, and I can dodge it every single time. I am just like that. Well, this isn't Kingdom Hearts 1, because Recom decided that Dark Aura needed a buff. Yeah, Dark Aura just tracks now. Meaning that you either have to have complete Ultra Instinct, or you just die if you don't immediately use a Zero. He also has a Zero card for every situation, because of course he does. This combined with having no friend cards easily made this the worst fight of Sora's story by far. TLDR, Riku 4 is my canon event. I'm getting just beaten down for another hour straight. I looked back, tried to get more Oath Keepers via moves, and I started to think to myself, is it truly worth the stress? What can I do to beat him? And then, I remembered something. Something that had been locked away deep within the recesses of my memory for years. A card so powerful, so dangerous, that it may just give me the edge I need to beat Riku.
Becoming the dazzling ninja
The card
is
soldier.
my way of the ninja.
Yes, the card soldier. No. I'm being serious. Hear me out. See, originally, I neglected to mention it, but way back in Wonderland, we acquired the card soldier card. I didn't think much of it at first, but then I remembered this card is actually really broken for one main reason. Its ability, Attack. What this does is increase the speed with which Sora attacks. This is actually extremely powerful in this scenario because it makes it so that Riku has a harder time breaking my cards. So in conclusion, my strategy here is that there is no strategy.
Solely for defeating
before he kills you. With the demon defeated, we learned that the Riku that we've spent 4 boss fights in the game on was actually a replica of the real Riku. Which is crazy if you think about it, because they really had to emulate Riku's e-boy tendencies too. With that horrible fight done, I make sure to save. And now we have to fight Larcene, which normally I would explain the new stuff that she has, but I am so serious when I say, I do not care. I take everything Riku gets me out of
And the powerful ninja masters with
Riku
extraordinary
replica has
ninjutsu
Larcene defeated. It's time for the final world of the game, Castle Oblivion, which grants us access to the Oblivion card, the counterpart to the Yoga Keeper, and another one of the best cards in the game. Castle Oblivion is where the key rewards card we got way back in Atlantica comes in handy. I use the key rewards to get Super Glad, but then immediately get 2 more key rewards cards after? Which is like, shit, I guess I'll take it. I use both keys respectively to get the Roxas card from Twilight Town, as well as the Lionheart card from Traverse Town. It's kind of funny when you think about it. I have never gotten more than 1 key rewards cards per playthrough until now. Maybe this is God's way of paying me back for everything I was just put through hours before. I don't know. At level 53, with a card point limit of 1,575, our new card points limit is 787.5 or 788, meaning that we have just enough to use the Roxas card at this point. Whose ability Double Strike is literally just a better Dragon Maleficent card. We are so bad. Now, it's time to face off with Axel again, who is largely just the same fight as he was at the beginning of the game, with the only real exception being that he has a new Slate and Fire Tooth, which you must break with a 0 card if you have any hopes of surviving. This fight is where I make my first use of the Roxas card. You'll see I just completely beat the shit out of Axel. We are so bad, nobody can stop me anymore. After beating Axel at level 55 with a card points limit of 1,625, the max amount of card points in the game, our card points limit caps off at 813. And now, it's time to face off with a graceful assassin and Lord of Castle Oblivion himself, Marluxia, who in my opinion is the most underrated Kingdom Hearts antagonist. Now I actually like this fight with Marluxia quite a bit from a design perspective, since Marluxia doesn't break your card as often as other bosses, he doesn't stun you, and it gives you a lot of time to dodge his attacks. His attack where he lunges towards you with his scythe isn't too hard to dodge, since you can anticipate him doing it. Once he starts lunging at you and preemptively jumping, will help you dodge his attacks. The most dangerous attacks though are this move where he summons 3 tornadoes. If you get caught in one, you might as well consider yourself dead, as well as his 2 slates, Death Sight and Blossom Shower. Death Sight is extremely easy to dodge, since his slashes are very well telegraphed, but Blossom Shower definitely requires a 0 card to break it. I make use of Attack Bracer so that he can't break my attack card, and attack him, dodging his scythe and breaking his slate as the fight progresses. And once I run out of Attack Bracer, I put Double Strike to double my damage, and after some back and forth, we beat him. Really fun fight, actually. However, this was only an illusion of Marluxia, as the real Marluxia is right behind this door. We move forward to face off with Marluxia 2.
And I heard that Miss Robin is going to host the new opening ceremony.
Marluxia 2 isn't actually too hard, but you can get easily wiped here if you don't know what you're doing. So his dangerous attack off rip is this attack where he swings down both of his sights, creating a shockwave in the process, much like his Death Sight slate from the fight before. The goal here is to destroy each of his sights, making him incapable of slashing at you. He also has this attack where he summons these
shit done, I don't care.
but it's nothing too crazy, as well as this attack where he fires this X-shaped projectile at you, but you can dodge through with a well-timed dodge roll. He also has this move where he's like charging up, but legit, I don't know what it does since I always break it. I break his sights by using attack bracer, meaning he can't break me in the process. He introduces probably his most difficult move to dodge.
That's right.
His tackle.
We heard the
What is it with
anniversary
Kingdom Hearts bosses and
celebration
stressful
had been
tackles, huh?
delayed.
However, the thing that makes Marluxia's tackle difficult to dodge here is the delay between when he does it and when it reaches you, because when he charges up his tackle, he's usually outside the arena. I learned a timing on how to dodge this, however, and by using Double Strike, I'm able to take this phase down. One last fight to go.
Glad to hear it. People say that academic years are some of the happiest of their lives. I'm sure you'll be leaving with fond memories.
Look, Miss Robin is here.
Hello, students. I'm very happy to be hosting the Dreamlight anniversary this year. Oh gosh, it really is Miss Robin! The opening ceremony this year is much better than last time.
Hold on. Who was the speaker last time?
Medusa 3 in its Angel of Death form, final hurdle of Sora's story. Because of the fact these two fights happen back to back, this is definitely the scariest fight between the two. Because much like with Anthem 2 and Kingdom Hearts 1, if you died in Marluxia 3, you have to do Marluxia 2 all over again. Once again, this is a FromSoft boss now. In this third fight, he introduces several new slates: Gale of Severance, Circle Recheck, Whirlwind to the Void, and Doom. The latter two being the most dangerous in my opinion. Whirlwind to the Void scatters all of your cards across the arena, forcing you to pick them back up in Doom. You have to break each of Marluxia's cards as he counts down your demise. Dominus isn't exactly hard, but this attack definitely creates a layer of fear with regards to the rest of the fight, especially when he casts it. His slights aren't the only scary part though, but rather the speed with which he can set them down. This high bracer helps here immensely though, since it stops him from doing certain slates, since he lays them down so fast, and by using double strike, I'm able to do enough damage to finish off Marluxia for good after some close calls. The Lord of the Castle is no more.
That is the dreams woven by our highest ambitions. Some students wish to create beautiful objects, while others desire to lead amazing lives. There are some who even wish to become a better person. These are all amazing dreams.
If you thought we were done here, you're dead wrong. Because now, we have to play as Riku, which, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's just way more fun than playing as Sora, at least in this game. Now, compared to Sora, Riku has a noticeable amount of differences from his gameplay. For starters, you notice that Riku doesn't actually build his own deck in this game, and is instead completely different depending on what world you go to or what boss fight you encounter. However, the quality of deck that you get varies between worlds, because the deck you can get can either be really good or entirely terrible. But nevertheless, this makes Riku's story a lot easier on me off the bat, because now I don't have to focus on restricting my number of cards, since Riku's deck is simply what's given to him. She also doesn't have to charge on this focus meter to regain her card, it's instead completely instantaneous, which is just amazing, because now I don't have to spend 5 years charging my cards like with Sora. Riku does have some drawbacks to his gameplay though, mainly him not being able to kill on his own, save for using Mickey cards, which not only act as quick heals, but also has a free reload and also stun to enemies. Mickey cards also give Riku access to the Holy Burst slate, which kinda sucks, to be honest. As a whole though, the benefits to Riku's gameplay far exceed the negatives, especially once we gain access to the more advanced elements of his gameplay. But for now, we need to get through Hollow Bastion first, and unfortunately, because we don't gain access to those advanced aspects of his gameplay until after Hollow Bastion, and since I have to fight enemies to acquire map cards, I have no choice but to level up my health and attack power here. But really, this isn't even my fault, because I literally couldn't do anything about it. Just live with it, man. Think of this as like an HD or attack up item, like in Kingdom Hearts 1 or 2. I deserve at least a little more leeway than what I've chosen to grant myself, okay? My HP is only up by like 45 points when I'm done with Hollow Bastion. The difference is like minuscule at best. Anyway, like with Sora, beating Dragon Maleficent grants us her enemy card with the overdrive ability, but having it this early in the game makes things so much easier, especially since Riku's charge can't be slowed down since it's instantaneous. Also, because Riku's deck doesn't have a card plus limit in his deck is what you get, Riku is able to make use of all the enemy cards found from bosses throughout the world, which is just, thank you, God, you've chosen to give me a little bit of joy here. Anyway, we leave Hollow Bastion and encounter Ansem, who is not voiced by Billy Zane this time, but regardless, it's here we're introduced to the 3 mechanics central to Riku's story. Rapid breaking, duels, and of course, what you've all been waiting for, Dark Mode. Rapid breaking is as it sounds. You break an enemy's card the second it's put down, which is a central element to Riku's gameplay, since it increases the amount of dark points he gets, allowing himself to access dark mode easier, which is what you want to be in at all times. Rules are about what you expect. Your opponent puts down a card, meaning you either have to match that card number or use a card with a higher number to break it, and completing a duel allows you to do a pretty powerful follow-up move, and can actually cancel out any slate the enemy does once you initiate it, but overall, I have a pretty complicated relationship with duels, since despite the effort we put in to win them, they tend to be pretty inconsistent damage-wise. So overall, I don't make much use of that rules until much later in this run, as you'll eventually see. Finally, Ansem gives us access to Dark Mode, which is honestly the real reason for playing as Riku over Sora, because with Dark Mode, you get access to the same attacks that Riku Replica had, on top of his slates such as Dark Firaga, Helm Split, or in Riku's case, Dark Brick, and last but certainly not least, the legendary Dark Aura. With Dark